pleasure to see you again, my friend.
Savix_Cypher just subscribed for 11 months. Cutie spotted.
Thursday, my friends. I hope you're having a wonderful, fantastic day. I hope things are going super well for you. Welcome in, everyone. Sevi, thank you so much for the 4 months. I appreciate you. 11 months. 11 months. That's the number that counts. I appreciate you. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in. Welcome to Thursday. It's a special Thursday stream. Yeah. And it starts the week of Waves doesn't stop moving until the 14th of December. No chibi model today. No chibi. As a big girl today. But I got to be big girl because I'm playing grown-up games, you know, and I'm hanging out with 2 of my besties. 2 of my bestie bitches. Ooh, I'm so excited. Welcome in, Mystic. Thank you for the check-in, by the way, and thank you for the check-in music. I appreciate all of you. So chat, today is a very special stream. It's super special. It's like the specialist of special streams. All right, you guys ready for this? So today is December 4th, which has been designated Dragon Age Day. Why? I don't remember. I feel like I Googled it at some point and I don't remember. Maybe it's when the first game came out or something. I don't remember. But it is a day marked like Mass Effect Day, which is on November 7th. Dragon Age has its own day. And since Dragon Age is like kind of my not favoritist series, but has one of my favoritist games, it was only right that we celebrate. And after I decided that I was going to celebrate Dragon Age Day, you know, make a good holiday out of it, a member of a fellow community that I'm a part of decided to do a raid train celebrating a whole bunch of streamers that are playing Dragon Age or have played Dragon Age, or maybe want to replay Dragon Age in some variety, and celebrate it on the 4th and raise money for charity. So that's what we're doing today, chat. In a little bit, I'm going to be joined by Cherry and Kai, and the 3 of us are going to talk Dragon Age. I'm going to play some Inquisition, and we're just going to vibe, and we're just going to hang out, and we're going to be rated in by Munchkin, who is currently in the process of playing, I believe, Inquisition, but I could be wrong. It could be Veilguard. It could be Veilguard. What are ya? I has them here. I had Dragon Age 2. That's what they're doing. I got them confused with somebody else. I knew somebody. Look, she's playing my voice in the background. But it's a whole bunch of stuff. But the thing was started by Munchkin 227. They're part of the True Right of Love on Her Arms community, which is how we met. And I believe they are in another community of mine, but I can't remember because I'm terrible at knowing things. But I'm honored and I'm flattered to be part of this raid train celebrating such a good series that some of my friends got me into earlier this year, even though I've made choices that they're not proud of in the games that I've played, you know, who have romance and how things went. I'm glad that we got to play this series, and I'm glad I get to be a part of today. And the fun fact is, friends, I'm closing out the raid train. We are the last stop. So we'll be going until midnight tonight. So at 7:30, they're going to be coming in with their party, and we're going to go until midnight. We're going to be partying and chatting and vibing all night long. So I am very excited, and we're raising money for charity. Chat, if you want to use the QR code today, that will scan you into the direct fundraiser link for charity. And I believe it should be hooked up to Munchkin's thing. I could be wrong, but I feel like that's what it is. That's what it should do anyway. So yeah, chat, I'm super excited. And I hope you guys are too. Because I do enjoy me some beautiful Dragon Age. And you guys know, like, I've been talking about it for a while. Yay! Big fun. So You wanted, oh, that wouldn't matter. Never mind. I was thinking outside and it didn't. Internal thoughts. Guys, I need to grab water because I finished my bottle and I need to grab like iced tea or something to drink in general. I didn't do it. Whatever, it's fine. I don't need any of it. But yeah, chat, I'm just so excited. I'm gonna, guys, look at me. Just stare at me for a minute while I go grab water. Jenna grabbed Arizona. That's like water, right? It's green tea. It's sort of like the same thing, right? All right. So chat, how was your day? While we wait to gather the girlies. How was your day? How was your Thursday? Also, chat, just so you are aware, this is only being live. This is going to be only live on Twitch today, so you guys get to see the chaos unfold live. Everybody else has to watch the VOD of it later. So, you know, that's pretty exciting. that's pretty flattering and exciting. It's just so much easier. All right, I'm going to chat. Make a pinned message. Love on her. Guys, the acronym for To Write Love on Her Arms is Twyla, and I literally have to say it out loud to spell it. To write love on her arms. I have been doing stuff for this charity for years, on and off. I was pretty consistent for years, and then we've kind of spread our wings a smidge, but they still do amazing work. So if you guys don't know anything about To Write Love on Her Arms or Twyla, they are dedicated to mental health and mental health resources. The money that is fundraised during September and December and February and throughout the year all goes towards helping with resources and giving scholarships to help others. Let me see if I can pull up the big to-do about them. I love the organization. I've always loved the organization. I think they do fantastic work. So, To Write Love on Her Arms is a nonprofit movement dedicated to presenting hope and finding help for people struggling with depression, addiction, self-injury, and suicide. Twyla exists to encourage, inform, inspire, and also to invest directly in treatment and recovery. They believe in breaking the stigma, connecting to help, and it's a beautiful thing. It's everything that we on this channel stand for and fully support to the degree. So that is why this, this cause is near and dear to my heart, and I'm so happy that we can do stuff for them today. So here is the, no, don't close Munchkin. Go to Tiltify. Do that thing. Guys, if anyone ever worked with Tiltify and has a voice for Tiltify, can you tell them to keep me logged in so I don't have to log in every time I go to the website? Because I won't lie, it kind of sucks. No. Frostgiving. Shit, I'm also... Why is it being weird? I want the... Here it is. Okay, I want her link. Okay. So, chat, this is the link for hers. There we go. And if I do it properly, I should be able to... I wanted to use her campaign, and it's not letting me, which is so freaking annoying. But she, my friends, has already donated or raised $125. So that's awesome. That's awesome, chat. This and this and this. And that's broken. All right, chat, we're good. We made it, we're good. Chat, I don't think that's right. I'm sorry, chat. Tech is being techie, which is annoying. Okay, I can't get it to like do the thing with the stuff. Chat, I can't get to do the thing with the stuff. There we go. Hey, we're good. Everything's fine, chat. It's fine. Nobody panic. No worries, Kai. You're all good. I'm just chatting with chat. I'm just chatting with chat, and then I'll grab you and Cherry. I thought it would be easier to bring you both in together than separately, because I also don't know how to do that. Like we've never brought in more than one person, so I was like, can I have them join? I told her to have fish for dinner, but nothing like a fish fillet. You know what the best part is, Kai? I don't eat fish, so I would cook them to eat them, and then I would just throw them in the trash. Not really, because I wouldn't want to waste the food. I'd give it to Mallow. Chat, I got Mallow. I got Mallow a stocking. So now, Doc and I have never had matching stockings. I've only had one stocking. It's been at my brother's house, so forth and so on. But this year, because we have Mallow, I was like, well, I gotta get Mallow a stocking, because that's what I do, right? So I was like, well, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna get us all stockings. So now we all have matching stockings, and it has our initials on them, and they're super cute. And I tried to get a picture of her with her stocking next to her, and she said, no, Mom, and she walked away. She's in her teenage angst phase. Kai, if it is weird letting you join the group, let me know. Picture for Kate. That's adorable. See, if Mallow wouldn't like freak the fuck out, I would have done that. I'm like, Mallow, let's get a photo with Santa. And then I just be like, okay, but she'll claw his face off, so I'm not gonna do that to him, you know? Because only I can pick her up. That's it, chat. I'm gonna just have to dress like Santa. Yennefer would be like, well, only if Daddy goes. If he holds me and you let me use his lap, then maybe. But she has to like him to do it. I would 100% do it. Like, if I knew that she would like go sit on his lap, I would do it. I would do it. The other night, chat, Mallow got me real good. I came to bed and before I came to bed, I took my Blistex and I put it on my lips so I could go to bed with, unchapped lips. I'm hanging out in bed. Mallow comes over and she just rubs her body against my face. So now I have fuzzy lips. It was awful. It was the worst experience. And at first Doc was laughing. He's like, ha ha ha, ha ha, she got you with hair in your face, whatever. And I was like, no, I have Blistex on. And he's like, oh, that's even worse. I know. I'm not happy about it. But I am happy to say that my body finally adjusted to her. I think the issue was when we got her, I ended up getting sick. So my body trying to work with her, like trying to acclimate to having a cat in the house and being sick, just wiped my body and made me suffer. Ugh. Oh, guys, you have to be nice. So Kai and Cherry have never been to my house. I mean, Kai has. Not to this house, though. Not to my winter house. But they've been to my house. Well, Cherry's never been to my house. So you guys have to be nice. Don't eat all the snacks. Gotta save snacks for the rest of them, chat. It's important. 'Tis important. I wish it gave me like a thingamabobber. Okay, it's fine. It's whatever. I'm not gonna die. I'm gonna just smooch. Thank you. So fun fact, chat, other than Cullen, all of the plushes behind me are plushes that I own. It's a thing that I've been doing since my 3D model days. Pretty awesome. Won't lie. Lots of green screening. But, you know. But I own the Silas, and I own the Zane, and then I have an... Hold on, I'll show you guys. And then I have... Oop, spelled his name wrong. Nope, spelled his name wrong. And then I have this one. I has an Emmerich. He's an actual plush that I have. And then I have... I know... Yeah, I was like, I know it's spelled it a Raha. I don't know why it didn't show up. And then I have Raha. Oh God, I just pinned it. Cherry, I'm so sorry. I think you got a Raha pinned to you. I just see pinning, but I don't know who it pinned to. No! Fuck! Oh no! So chat, guess what? It will pin if you're not. No! Unpin! Unpin! I can't unpin it. I'll see if Cherry can unpin it. Alright. I'm just waiting to see if we can grab a Kai. I'm so... I didn't realize it would do that, chat! I feel so bad! Alright, hold on. host. I think I solved the problem. I feel so bad. Oh no! Someone ping it. Okay. See, my phone can't get lost because my phone's always on silent. So I love when I can't, like, I go to Doc, I can't find my phone. He goes, you want me to call it? Yes, because it's on silent mode and you calling it will totally help me. I have the iWatch. So I can just ping, like, physically ping my phone from my watch, which is then I do like a call and response. So if I ping it and I don't hear it, it's probably in the car. Or I'm in the car and I don't see it, I ping it, I don't hear it, it's probably in the house. But I'll just do like, I'm in the bedroom and I hear it, go, okay, it's in the bathroom, or it's in the kitchen, or it got buried in the covers again. Yeah, it's a work thing, and then I get tired of hearing it, so I just leave it off. Because Docs is always on. It's always on. And I'm like, shut it up. I don't want to hear it. Because it's loud. Because he's deaf. He's not deaf, but he's deaf. And I'm like, I just need you to not. Alright, we're going to... Oh, go away. Let's see who answers. She must not be next to her computer. It's fine, Kai. Take a deep breath. Was she on it while she was eating dinner? Because at least then you know she had it. No? Oh no. Deep breaths, Kai. It's okay. I promise. I promise. Rude. He did it on purpose. He wanted to see you sweat. Alright, while we're doing this, Discord, and we can do this one. I know you. I know your ways. I mean, I'm innocent and I don't know what you're talking about. Why can't I hear people? What the fuck is happening?
You can't hear me?
Ugh. Oh, because it outputted to something that's not me. Yay!
Can you hear me?
Yay!
Okay, okay. I was just about to DM you, like, check your output.
Yeah, Windows decided to make an input that doesn't exist.
Of course it did.
Like, I looked over and I was like, I don't even know what this is. It's not a thing on my computer. I resent you the collab stuff.
Oh, that's... Wait, huh?
In VTube.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I had it minimized. Hang on.
I sort of pinned a Graha Tia to your face and I was trying to remove it and I couldn't remove it, so I ended the collab and then restarted it.
Okay, alright. We Gucci now.
So I didn't realize that if I hide the model, I can still pin stuff to it. So I was showing plushes and then it said pinning and I was like, please don't pin.
Do you pin a plushie to my face?
At one point, but I removed it. It's all fine. We're all good. I think so.
I'm like, it's like I'm a game of pin the tail on the donkey.
Pretty much, because you weren't on my screen.
Why the fuck? I hate this webcam. Like even the slightest movement.
It's a cherry. Yeah, Mystic, it's a cherry. So welcome to my home. I told chat not to make a mess. Take my meds.
Ah. My little lurky mode. Wait, oh, is this the infamous drop?
Yes.
I've been told about? I
Yes.
dropped on Cherry. Shouldn't say infamous, because that sounds bad.
No, I feel like it's fitting. He's a troublemaker. I say
Yeah,
with
kinda
love,
just-
though, really.
Kinda just talk shit about you all the time, drop.
Yep. Oh, he knows. That's like, I feel so bad. The one day on Thanksgiving, we had a friend over and we were talking about Doc and he was kind of like near us but wasn't. And my friend's just kind of railing on him. So then a couple days later, he said something. He goes, oh, I'm sure you'll tell, your friend this. And I was like, to be fair, her and I don't talk about you all that often. I was like, it just so
That
happens.
Doc?
It's just, yeah.
Hi,
So
Kai.
it doesn't tune in.
You might need to reconnect to the VTube studio thingy.
Yeah,
Cloud
she
thing.
restarted her computer.
I had to restart
Oh,
my
you had to
entire computer.
restart your
I had no
computer?
sound. I couldn't figure out why my sound stopped working,
Dude,
and yeah,
did you update Windows recently?
not in the last week.
Oh, that's what happened. I updated Windows last night.
Every time Windows does an update, it's always on a day I have to stream, it feels like, because then I have to spend an extra 20 minutes making sure all of my input-output stuff in OBS and Discord, are both
I think I'm
correct.
good.
Also, Kai, when you have a second, it's picking up your webcam or your headset mic or something,
I'm
and not your
I
like
love
HyperX.
Don't you just love Discord?
It's so great.
Why
And now it's telling me to recap, and I'm like, I don't want to recap shit with you.
Good night, honey.
Good night, Trap. I'm still gonna talk crap about you, but I mean it in a good way.
Wave says goodnight. She's gonna talk crap about you, but she means it in a good way. I don't know if you caught that. He said okay.
I love your little Christmas scene here. that
Thank
you've
you. I got
going.
it off Etsy, and I like.
I'm so used
triple-
to the...
Yeah, good.
I was gonna say, I'm so used to the plushies in the corner.
I got this last year, right before AI took off. So this year I went back to the page because I couldn't find it, and I was looking through stuff, and I was like,
I should be ready for an invite.
I don't see AI. We're good. Triple check. Find tag. Bless you.
If you, whenever you're ready, you can invite me to thingy.
I invited you to thingy.
You gotta reconnect to it.
Did I not?
Well, it shows. Are you talking VTube Studio?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So you have to reconnect it because when I joined, it still had you on the list.
I have to do something? What do I have to do?
Yeah. So if you go into VTube Studio,
No.
And you click the little purple icon at the very bottom in the menu.
I guess I have to go get the password from over here, but I don't have anything other than our normal run.
It should be under waves and then the password, which is so stupid. Because you had
So I
to
can
do,
just type your name in.
yeah, you had to do 8 letters and a number. So I was like, all right, that's why I did what I did.
Was it before or after my fish rant? Because now I have to find it
It's
again.
after your fish rant.
I just reposted
Okay.
the password.
There you go. I was
Thank
like, I
you.
was getting there.
I
I
knew
think
it
the
was
D
gonna
is
happen.
little. Just saying.
I knew it was gonna happen as soon as the fish rant happened. I was like, someone's gonna
Okay.
need the password.
So do I have to select you in order to join it? Because it's just
I think
me.
so.
So you have to.
You're
select-
hosting, right, Waves?
Yes, I'm hosting.
Yes. So all you have to do is at the top make sure she's listed at the top. So like you pull
Mhm.
her up from your Steam friends list. Then you type in
it didn't
the,
ask
the
me for a
name of
password.
Oh, it said user
Oh.
tried with wrong password.
It didn't ask
You
me
might
for a
have to
password, and I
retype
only
it.
have. Okay.
It's probably
the problem
pulling
is,
from
it
your
didn't-
old one.
Okay, so I'm trying to set a new one, but I
Yes.
don't see Cherry. Do I need to add Cherry?
I don't
No.
think so. It should just pull it up when you sign into the actual one that's being hosted.
Yeah, it'll
Yeah,
pull me
there
You're
you
gonna have
go.
to resend me our collab
I see
too.
you.
You'll have to send me the collab password again because
That's
I
fine.
had it
I don't
stored.
remember the collab password, so
Neither do I.
I'll probably reset it. Actually,
Uh,
you might have. No, I don't know. We might have to reset that for next Friday. It's fine. We'll figure it out.
I don't know how big to make myself. I'm just
That's
gonna
fine.
fill it right
I
here.
can
Oh,
readjust
Waves-
you when you
Waves is
boot in.
able to- Waves is able to do it.
Yeah.
Speaking of, let me see if I can add Kai
Do the
on
thing.
Steam.
Computer, do the thing. Computer, do the thing.
Good luck.
Oh, wrong one.
There is no such good thing.
Oop.
I had
It's
to
just
laugh a little
gonna
bit
take
today.
a
So
minute.
when I was waiting for the bus, I was like, "Oh, I can finish my project and submit it." So I'm gonna do that real quick. I had like 20 minutes. So I finished it and I go to submit it. I was like, "Oh yeah, I'm not on the Wi-Fi anymore. It's way over there." So I had to like pull my phone out, turn on my hotspot, connect to it on the laptop, submit my paper. And apparently, one of our HR gals was in line. She's like, "I was so confused at what you were doing." Like, you had your phone out and your computer out, and you were doing all this like whipping around. I was like,
Look, guys, it's Waves
turning in
Crime.
homework.
Look.
Hi. Wow, that's okay.
Booty.
Jeez.
It loads into you
Um,
just shaking your booty in my face. This is where we are in our friendship
sorry.
chat. This is why I tried to lick her.
This is fair. Although, you know what? I am gonna say, it's a little cold, so we're gonna.
I got the fire going. It could have been in the clouds, and I
Oh, does
said,
it
no,
not
it's too
load?
cold for the. There we go. Hold on.
Does it not load?
No, I got it. I
Okay,
see
there
it.
we
It's there.
It took a minute. I'm a little bit behind on stream.
You're
You're good.
blanky. There you go.
I have comfy.
Yeah, now I gotta see if. Well, I don't know if it will. What is the command for my blank?
I will say I love the stream deck for that because I just have little pictures. I
I-
literally clip myself in like a square and I'm like, that's the picture for the icon.
I had Stream Deck, but Faye knocked it off my desk a few times. So one of the buttons was glitching. Which kind of messed up all the surrounding buttons.
Oh no.
Yeah, so
Oh.
I gotta save up and get a new one if I ever find steady employment again.
Fair. I say keep an eye on like sales and stuff. I feel like they go on sale all the time.
Oh
Mhm.
yeah. I'm bummed I missed like Black Friday because of course unemployed.
Dragon.
Did my
Because we're
did my
playing
Blinky not-
Dragon.
Yeah, there we go.
Part of it.
Blinky?
Oh, you might want
Okay.
to scoot me down just a little bit, Waves.
You are
Just a
scooted.
The bottom and when I swip side to side is like popping up and it looks
Is
really
my
weird.
Blinky
I don't know if you
showing
wanted to.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I see it.
Blinky!
I'll make you guys the same height. There you go.
Yay! I'm short. Where's
Look
the
at
game that
that.
I was going to play? There it is.
Play all the
Actually,
games.
I had to delete saves. I had 10 characters
Oh no.
to delete one. Yeah.
Oh no.
Whoops.
Wait, you're playing
No,
Dragon Age?
Yeah, I'm gonna play some Delgard.
Oh.
We,
Do
we played the cozies.
I still
Yep.
have that installed? I may have uninstalled it because of various reasons.
Can I have my mouse back,
Because
please?
TikTok
That
is
I'm
a dick.
unhappy about.
Well, yeah, I would be too.
Oh, here, I'll throw
I've
this
made,
up
I've made my
there.
feelings loudly known.
I'd be I hate that shit. Like,
You need to mute that, Waves, or
what am I doing?
Oh, I don't have it installed.
got the share screen. I think maybe
I think you're okay.
piling
It's okay,
shader.
I'm not streaming today anyway.
It's fine. I'll see you guys in an hour.
Okay.
It's okay, I'm not streaming today.
You're all good.
I
Okay.
just realized my blankie disappeared.
Yes. Do you have
Oh,
it
it
on?
did.
Oh, I think you have it on
Timer.
a timer, didn't you?
I do, that's right. Okay, we're gonna turn off the timer.
I was like, I think you set a timer, but I helped you set it up.
Yeah.
Mine will
Yeah,
have
you
one.
did, you helped me.
Yes.
There we go, blankie.
Mine will have a timer when it actually goes live. This is just for tonight.
Valid. Yeah, mine has no. I no blankie tonight, so I can hold my boy comfortably. He is keeping me warm.
All the smoochies.
All the smoochies. So in my
I
save.
wish I had a Fenris plushie.
Yo, sign me up. Where
Hold
do we
on.
get one?
Let me see if I can find a Fenris plush. Hold on.
Hell yeah.
Google. Fenris plushie.
Just like stick it between me and Cherry, and we'll share it.
I just
That
put.
came out wrong.
There is a Fenris plush actually.
Oh my god.
Hold on. Copy. No, I lied. Save image as. And then we save. No. Put it in downloads. And then we. Background remover.
Gotta
And
love
then we
internet.
go to remove the background. And then we remove the background from the Fenris. He looks like a little emo boy. He's so cute. And then
I mean, he is
Oh my
one,
God.
so it's
he really is. I feel like the plush does justice. And then we're going to add it to this. Hold on, guys. I'm going to give you your plush. Aww.
my favorite line is still between Fenris and Varric. They'd have little broody babies.
Oh,
That's the thing. Like, the conversations between everybody with Fenris is fantastic. He's too broody for me.
my favorite voice line, like banter, is between him and Meryl. If you romance him, she's like, "You're in love," and he's like, "Excuse me."
I know he doesn't get along with her with the whole mage thing.
Oh
They
yeah,
were
Which is
95%.
valid.
He and Anders hate her guts.
I mean, for good reason.
Oh, I know,
Like,
I
I
know.
love Meryl. She was fun to have on my team. But the best is she was like, everyone's like, hey, blood magic is bad. Maybe you shouldn't do it. Hey, blood magic
I'm
is
gonna
bad.
do the
Maybe
thing."
you shouldn't do it. Oh my god, there's consequences to blood magic, and now my whole clan is dead. Well, we fucking told you there were consequences.
Right.
But yeah, so she totally calls him out if you romance him. And he's just like, he kind of is just. Well, you know how Fenris gets. He gets offended easily.
Mm.
Yes, he does. He's very sensitive.
She's
He's
like,
just a
I
sensitive
see
being.
you watching
Little
Hawk
pretty
with your
boy.
sad puppy eyes.
Right?
He goes, there are no sad puppy eyes. It's like
The other
my
one I really
favorite
like-
Dragon Age 2 banter.
I like it when it's between Varric and those are two like, and I'm sure I'm gonna play two again because I actually kind of want to see Meryl's story, which means I probably can't have Fenris in my party, and that's fine. But the two between Varric and Fenris with so what do you do in that big mansion all day? He goes, I dance. And he's like, what?
That.
I was like, I go from room to room choreographing different styles based on each area, whatever. And Varric at first is like, and he's like, wait, did you just make a joke? And he's like, yes.
Oh my god, she is perfect.
That is, I want one. How do I acquire? Because I kind of want one.
Chris. I'll send you the link that I found it off of. I don't know if they still have them, but like.
Dragon Age
That's
sword.
amazing! Oh my god!
Kai, stand still for a second. I'm trying to pin, not to your face.
Sorry, not moving.
Okay, you're good.
I love it.
Can I move now?
Yeah, you're good.
That's adorable.
Also, Kai, I learned something very interesting today. So if a model is not showing, but they're in the collab, you can still pin things to them.
Like the Graha to Cherry's face?
Yes, like the Graha to Cherry's face.
Drop had it pulled up while we were
I
eating.
almost made a
So,
joke.
yeah.
It was gonna be like, clearly we should break up the love interests and get me an Alistair plush, but I know you're still mad at him.
He's a dick. I will never forgive that man.
The only reason I had a good experience with Fenris is because you had a bad one. Like you saved me.
It's like, shit, I must have spoiled. So I spoiled Waves because she was like, my side with the mages and now Fenris is mad at me and blah blah blah. And I'm like, okay, but did you max your friendship or rivalry, or are you halfway in the middle? She was like, I don't.
He didn't like me, but he didn't hate me, so I got him back, which meant I could use him as my tank in my party.
So you can max rivalry him, but you have to be romancing him. Otherwise, he will fight you.
Yeah, nothing like a pity fuck.
I mean, I did just watch what is it, the 300. That one's got a very similar situation going.
The 300?
See, I didn't know you could still romance
know
him
what
and
that is.
have rivalry. 300 Rise of Empire, it's a movie, and
Is that
part of
the Sparta thing?
yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's the
yeah,
second
yeah.
one.
I saw the first one. I didn't know there was a second one.
It's kind of it starts earlier, but it kind of includes the story of 300, which I really like. But the two lead characters, both of which are freaking gorgeous, have kind of they're enemy leaders of the army. So of course there's like a, enemy to lover kind of thing that goes on, but it's not. Yeah, he wins, but I'm not complaining either way. We're trying to go with a slightly different rook. I don't know my success level with this. I've made 10 rooks and 2 of them had different hairstyles.
So is
Guys
there
are
a
making me wish.
save cap in Veilguard?
10. You can have 10 characters.
Man, that's crazy.
Because in Inquisition, you could pretty much have an infinite number of them.
Yeah, as long as your
Yep.
computer can hold it.
Yeah.
10 characters.
That sucks.
God damn
It does,
EA.
kind of. Like, it's fine now, because, I've played it enough that, I can get rid of it. I think I saved my very first rook, because he's always, they always have a special place. Your very first rook,
To a team I have
hawk, or
visitors.
inquisitor, or, warden.
As my computer just dies. Welcome in, Raiders! Happy Dragon Age Day! It's the best
I told
holiday
a
of
bunch
the year!
of friends that I could find and be like, hey, you remember I used to do, RP things with Dragon Age? And we used to hang out because of that, because we were in that fandom. Well, my friend is doing this stream thing, and you should come watch it.
Do the Dragon Age.
Yeah.
Oh, the Dragon Age!
But welcome in, Raiders! I am running the waves. I'm a variety streamer. And with me today, I have Cherry Emoji 617 to my far left. And then we have Kai in the middle. Please make sure that you say hello to everybody because they're awesome and you should go support them. They're both streamers and good friends of mine. Even though they have bad romantic tastes, it's fine. I still love them.
Who's you, ma'am?
I love you.
Hey,
Ma'am.
we can't all romance a fucking
Cully Wully.
Hey,
I
my
don't
boy.
want to throw around the word genocide, but he did blow up a church, so it looks pretty bad for him.
That
so
is still
much-
my favorite, like, happening when I was playing and when, like, because I think you were live, Waves, and I don't remember if I was streaming or if I was playing, but I think we were both live. And she's like, "You're not gonna stab him, are you?"
Yeah.
And dropped, like, I was like, "Well, I'm not going to." I already did.
Get on the ground. But, to answer your question, Munchkin, mine will always be 100% Colin if I'm playing Inquisition. I keep trying to go for Iron Bull. I keep fucking up. It doesn't happen. In Origin, I romanced Alistair, and it didn't go well at the end because I was an elf, and I made him king. In 2, I romanced Anders, but I still got my fucking happy ending because I brought him home with me after. And in Veilguard, I did Lucanus, though Tosh is kind of my person, and I need to romance Tosh, but Tosh also intimidates the living fuck out of me, and I'm not ready for that romance. Like, I gotta build myself.
That's
Pretty
fair.
epic.
I forget, since you're playing Inquisition, who was your romance choice?
It's always been Cullen from the first
Oh,
game
right,
through,
that's
play
right.
all the way through. I can't
You're
not
literally
romance
sitting
him.
there with the plushie.
I
Yeah.
don't know why, but for some reason the line from Cole is stuck in my head of, "It comes off? I didn't know it comes off."
I love it. Good
oh,
whole combo
somebody in
about
your
I can
chat
fix them.
asked
Yeah.
Because somebody in your chat had asked if we're both apologists. I said, we don't talk about that stinky egg.
Yeah. I liked Lucanus, but it's definitely not my favorite from Veilguard. I thought I was really gonna like it, but to me, to be fair, and Waves, you can hate me, I'm sorry, but
That's
he
fine.
reminds me a lot of Zane, because at first I felt like I started the game because you showed me Silas. I was like, of course I'm gonna play this. And then I get to Zane, I'm like, okay, he
He's a
does
cute
all
boy.
of the things except for the big one, and it's the same with
Hi,
Lucanus.
Shepard,
He
you're
doesn't do the
fine.
big one, which is show affection. I need
Exactly,
They're
Aurora.
thin.
Exactly. Oh, Shepard, we're all lads fans in here too. So
Yes, yes, yes.
Girlies.
Very much so. I don't have a problem with Zane. He's number 2, and he's a very close number 2. The stoicism I can't do, and that's kind of what I felt with Lucanus. I know he had so much trouble, and I know he would be an absolute lovey sweetheart. I just need a little bit more of that, coffee love. He loves coffee more than me.
I'm the only problematic lads girly in this room. Because I love Caleb.
But
You can
you're
have
see,
him, he's all
see-
yours.
See, here's the thing. Caleb, well, he is not my first choice. I can see the appeal that people have to him. The only one that's controversial to me is Raphael.
Oh god.
I'm not
But
a big
even
fan of
then,
either one.
but my thing is, even still, there are no wrong choices. So like,
They're all red flags.
I know people that main Raphael and have Silas as their second choice, which is a very interesting combo. I have people that, Zane and Silas are their 1 and 2. Then you have Kai that has Silas and Zane as number 1 and number 2, and Cherry who's got Caleb as number 1 and Silas as number 2. Yes? No?
Yes, correct.
Yes.
It depends
So-
on the day of the week, but it's
which is
usually
valid.
Caleb.
That's
really
fair.
that's so valid. So like for a while, Silas was like my number 1. He was on my home screen. He was there, and then I don't know what happened. I think I was having like a super bad day, and I loaded in one of Zane's cards, and I was like, I needed him.
Oh,
Like I needed Zane today in a way that
Bid
Silas
you
could
welcome.
not do. And
That's fair.
Oh my
and my
god.
boy.
I feel bad.
I haven't seen it yet, Sevi.
The vampire Silas, and I feel bad. I'm the only one who has.
I have him. He's home.
Same. Same, please. Yes.
Oh, you got his thing?
Yeah, we
Have him. We have him. I'm waiting until Cherry, I don't know if you know as much. Like I have like my left ear's on mute right now. Like I have
Oh, that's
fluid in my
okay.
ear and I can't hear anything out of my left side. I am waiting for this myth until I can put headphones in. So I am avoiding YouTube,
160
Facebook.
Shepherd.
I'm avoiding all of it because
I-
it's everywhere and I want to play it so bad because it checks so many boxes for me. And after watching the video of like how many times Silas bites you, I messaged Waves about that last night. I was like, seriously, did they put a probe in my brain and are like, here, we're gonna make a character just for you?
My goal yesterday
killing me.
was to record 13 stuff for this weekend, and then the Zane myth and the Silas myth, because I forced myself to do Zane first before I did Silas. I got done with the Zane myth, cried, and was like, okay, realized it took me 2 hours to get through the Zane myth, didn't have enough time to do the Silas, and I'm like, what am I gonna do before Chris gets back? Because I want to enjoy it in the peacefulness of my home.
Dude. Oh,
Didn't get him. Oh, that sucks.
so
He
glad
fought.
I got
He fought me
both
really
cards
hard.
back to back, because when his Dragon Myth rerun went out, Waves, you probably remember me bitching in your DMs. I got one card, went all the way to Pity, lost my 50-50, and then I had to redeem the little drop that you get when you hit the max amount of pulls. Then
That's
got
how
the
I got
second
Dragon.
card.
Dragon is basically, I pulled one because it always happens. I usually lose the first
Dragon Age today, but we're
pity.
talking about Love and Games.
It's okay, it's all dragon based, it's all there.
We're gonna listen, we're gonna get there. Just give us time.
So we did when I did Dragon, I pulled first. I think I got either Caleb or Raphael, and I screamed about it. Then I got Silas. Then I got somebody else. And then I ended up maxing out my pulls. So I got the card to bring Dragon home through the kit. And that's pretty much what happens like all the time. This time with Silas, I actually pulled him and got both cards. So now I have the crate and I'm 20 pulls away from pulling a 5-star. I could either risk it and see if I can get a Silas to come home again, which I'm really not banking on it. But I could waste my 50-50 on that one, so that way when the next banner comes out that I pull for, I'm guaranteed to get it the first try.
That's true.
But I'm also but I kind of want the other outfit, so I need both cards. So I'm but do I wait for it or do I not wait for it? So I'm just kind of sitting on the box.
I get that. That's where I was.
50-50, I believe, carries over, Sevi. So if I lose my pity this time, I'm pretty sure the next time, I'm pretty sure it comes over. So
Correct. It carries
yeah.
over. So if you lose your 50-50 and don't keep trying, that will carry over. So
Yeah.
the next banner, you get an automatic drop.
Yeah. Well, the thing is,
Can
I
we
just don't know what that is.
Can we please have a Xavier or a Raphael banner?
I'm like, give me a Raph. Give me a Raph. But see, Raph was just
I don't know
happening.
how accurate Reddit
That's why I think
is,
it's gonna be
but
Xavier.
supposedly, it's going to either be a solo Caleb banner
I'm here for it.
or a multi banner.
Fine with that.
Fuck! I can't
But
afford
Caleb,
multi-banners.
Caleb!
Later next year.
Suddenly
Please,
we're all Team
Caleb.
Caleb.
Suddenly,
Yeah,
yes,
next
we
year is gonna be a
really
Caleb
need a
year.
team. We really need a Caleb banner. It's solely for the reason that I want it, and not for any
Right.
ulterior motives.
My bank account is pleading
Yep.
for.
I have a comment.
Because there's so few cards of Caleb.
Yeah.
I'll
so
message it in
Shepherd, that The back-to-back Zanes killed me because we had his birthday, then we had a solo banner, then we had the multi banner for the dance cards, and I was like, I can't afford these anymore. Like, this is like, because I didn't have his birthday card from last year, so I pulled for his old birthday card, his new birthday card, then I pulled for his solo banner, then I ended up pulling, hi Kitty, yes. Then we pulled for the dance card, and I pulled him and Silas, and I'm like, I just please just stop. Please just stop.
Save me, Tom Cruise.
Did not get Silas's idol banner card. I lost my 50-50 to Caleb, and I was like, you know what? I deserve this.
Yeah, see, whenever it's not like, if I pull a 50-50 and I get a Zane when I'm looking for a Silas, I'm sad, but I'm okay with it. If I get either Caleb or Raphael, mainly more Raphael than Caleb, but if they pull in my 50-50, I get so pissed off. I'm like,
I agree.
You ruined
I'd already
everything.
gotten Caleb's idol card. I'd already gotten it. And this was after losing my 50-50 to Zane initially. So I have Zane and 2 Calebs from that banner.
Every time I've lost, it's been to Zane. But Zane's a good boy. We love Zane.
Honestly,
It's actually,
Zane,
if you don't want him, Sevi, bring him to me. It's fine. I will take him.
It's usually either a toss-up between Zane or Raphael anytime I lose a 50-50.
Yep. I think once I was trying to pull Zane, I think, and I got Silas, and it was one I already had. So I think I messaged Kai about it, and I was like, your band sucks.
Hey, yours cucked me this time with business trip. That was my first 50-50. I was like, you couldn't have at least been one that needed shards,
right?
Really? Like, I will say, so as mad as I am at fish fillet, and I guarantee that is why. So for those who don't know, earlier today, there was a meme, and I couldn't help but post it, and it was basically all the guys in fast food outfits, and I didn't even read their captions. Wave, you can go over that bit.
I translated it.
Did he work at
they're the little mascots.
Did he work at a Red Lobster?
Oh god,
it was McDonald's. It was fantastic.
Xavier was like an apple pie or something, and then Silas was a thing of French fries. Zane was an ice cream cone. Shocker. And then Raphael was a fillet of fish. And I made a joke of like how appropriate that is, that he's a cooked fish because he's a cat kicker. And he came home for my 50-50 that I pulled today on the bus. However, the small silver lining is I now have that companion. So I have one of his myths.
Oh,
completely.
nice.
Who was the
Apparently.
apple pie? It was Caleb, right?
It was no. It
was Xavier.
It's Xavier, Zane, Raphael, and Silas. And the best thing is, because I was like, I'm at work and I have a translator, so I translated it. Xavier is, the egg tarts I share with you always seem to taste better than any other kind. Zane is, my dietary preferences are very consistent. I like ice cream that's as sweet as someone else's. Raphael's is, stop looking at that cod burger. There are other delicious options around you. And Silas, who I still love, is in a French fry suit. French fries? Do you need me to make you happy before you can eat them?
BRB. Sorry, I'm fine. Oh, that's great. I'm glad you translated them. That made it even better. Like,
first
that's
I was like,
hilarious.
oh, I think it might be Korean. And I looked at it again and go, that's definitely not Korean. And I put up because I work at a place that deals with Chinese, and that's what it said too, and it just popped up with no issues. I'm like, oh, it's Chinese. Good to know.
That's fair. All of mine. I have Spanish and I have French.
Infold is a Chinese company, right?
I always thought it was Singaporean.
Really?
I thought it was.
I mean,
It was
technically,
either Chinese or Korean, I thought.
I always thought it was Singaporean.
Isn't Singapore kind of
I don't think so.
I don't know.
Where
Just remember that whole thing
is-
with TikTok, and they're like, "Are you from China? And the guy was like, no.
No, I'm Singaporean. Oh yeah, Infold is based in Singapore and has its headquarters there. The company also has branch offices in other key global cities, including Los Angeles, Tokyo, Seoul, and Taipei. But it's really funny because all the stuff that that happens with lads is always Chinese based. Like all those big grand cosplay events, they always happen in China. So I think it's really easy for people to forget that game was created
It's
in
not
Singapore.
actually, yeah. I'm surprised New York's picked up on it as much as they have. Like, there's been some stuff, and it kind of surprises me a little bit.
I need to live closer so I can go into the city and not take 3 hours to get there.
Should we hang on? Let's see. How long? Maps.
The reason why a lot of their stuff is held in China is one, geography. Two, China's probably a really large market.
They are a really large market. That's kind of why the
absolutely.
Chinese market kind of influences the game. When the Chinese fan base is not happy with something, Infold will make changes because of it.
Lucky.
But not
Can't
really,
wait.
because
More
like,
story.
well, because like remember when the water banner came out for the summer vacation,
Banner came out.
and
Oh, I was
everyone
playing
kind
back
of, it was over the summer, so there was we called the honeymoon banner came out because it was right after the wedding banner.
The beach,
and
yeah.
there was in the trailer there was MC holding Raphael princess style or bridal style in her arms, and the Chinese community was up in arms over the fact that they emasculated Raphael by him being carried by her. And everyone in the States was like, but he looks good. Like, Raphael isn't emasculated. He's putting his faith in his woman, knowing that, and his bodyguard, quote unquote, to kind of protect and hold him. Like, but because it's two different views, I guess. But the best is, so they took it out of the trailer. It's still in the card, but they took it out of the trailer so the community would stop bitching about it.
Okay. I mean, I get that doesn't surprise me.
I was like,
Make the people happy.
Yeah.
Make the people happy.
I just pictured MC carrying Raphael bridal stuff.
Honestly, Cherry, when you have a chance, like tomorrow, Google
YouTube
the beach banner. It's really a nice trailer.
Oh, is that?
Yeah.
Like, okay.
So, Waves,
Why are
take a
people mad
guess.
about that?
Because people
I know
are
exactly what
internet.
you're talking about now.
internet. Take a guess how long it would take me to get to New York City. Driving.
24 hours.
Close, 15.
Oh, that's not bad.
It is. It's closer for me to get to New York City than it is my hometown in California.
Hell yeah, because we're cooler. I used to live an hour from the city, guys. Like, I used to just be able to get on a train and take it into the city, and I had like 3 different ways, like 3 different trains I could take, or I could take a bus, or I could take a car. Now I live like 2 hours away. The train that's by me sucks. I can't take it. I have to drive like 40 minutes to the other train because it's better, and then I have to take the. I hate it. I hate it.
Is 8 hours by train, 5 hours by car.
Yeah, that's not bad. Party in the city, woo woo.
I don't know what faction to be.
I don't drive, so it doesn't matter.
Who
No one
are
should trust me
you?
on the road.
Do you need to ask? Do you need, before you ask that question?
No.
Do you
Not who are you romancing? Who is
Okay.
your rook? Like, what are you thinking of your rook?
So
Which faction?
it is a male elf that's kind of like olive-ish skin with red hair.
Okay.
It's a mage.
Okay.
and he's kinda got, like, Dreads-ish, but not quite dreads. Like, he's a little bit messy. He's kind of a little bit of a what do I want to say? Not riffraff. Oh, Rugrat. Kind of like a
Okay.
little Rugrat.
Okay. But
So
he's a
I'm-
mage.
I'm kind of leaning Veil Jumper.
Ooh. Okay.
Because he's kind of like, I feel like he'd go skydiving.
Can you
without a
co-op
second
in
thought.
Veilguard, or just
No, I'm just
Oh,
listening
I
to
don't
what
think-
she's saying about it.
Yeah. I mean, it's up.
Okay.
I have screen share on, I think, so you can see him.
Mhm.
Yep. Make sure it's
Oh my god.
I had to make sure it's
sorry.
working because Discord and
already
me
8.
today.
We've been chatting for like a half.
Which we knew was gonna happen. Hold on.
Were you
I-
surprised?
I came prepared
you
for this. I made questions. Not that they matter, but I made questions.
Look at you go. Why do I have
Look,
crumbs everywhere in
I've
this
been
bed?
very
Sorry.
productive in a non-working manner.
Rookie numbers.
I
Right.
mean, to be fair, we've been talking about something we're all very passionate about.
Yes.
So it's
Men.
not
We're
like-
very passionate
Multiple.
about men.
That's fair. So funny
female love
story.
interest one.
Yesterday, for those who don't know, my husband drives for the Department of Transportation. It's been snowing here. He's been working massive overtime, so I basically don't get to see him right now. Last night was one of the first times I actually got to talk to him for more than 5 minutes. And I was talking about how frustrated I was with the lads banner, because I was like, I want the outfit, but it's so hard, like with what I've already spent on the card,
Mhm.
knowing what an actual, like, because there's a couple more games that I've seen other people stream them, like, ooh, I kind of want to play that, so they're in my wish list. Like, knowing what those games cost and what I've already spent on one card, it's hard. So we're laying there, I'm like, I don't know, like, I want to, but I don't want to. He just looks at me and goes, honey, if you want to buy the pretty hot man outfit, buy it.
I
Like, if
have
only
to
it were
say,
that
Dave,
simple.
I'm really enjoying Shepard in your chat here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm very lucky, and I'm glad he's kind of working all this overtime, because I recently took a pay cut, and he's kind of made up for that. So I still get to do all of my little shenanigans. Yep, there's my Rook! There's baby Rook. I'm kind of, I don't know, I kind of like the veil jumper thing. Shepard, you are with good company with us.
Yeah, we're all messy up here.
You're all good. Okay, I'm just gonna make the screen like pretty. Alright, can I disable this bullshit? Disable. She's just doing the share chat in Discord.
Yep.
So I have that
You
open.
can't full screen it. Oh, that's right. You're gonna be playing anyway, so it won't
Yeah.
matter.
Yep. It was just kind of a thing to have in the corner if somebody wanted to watch shenanigans.
I mean,
Yeah,
let me
that's
remove
true.
my banner real
We're-
quick.
We're all mess. We're all shenanigans. It's all good fun. That's what we do. Yep. I think we're gonna go veil jumper. Boop.
Nice.
My
Go ahead.
my Rook is an Antivan. How do you say it?
Mine
Uncrow, basically.
too. Mine too.
Unteven Pro. That is normally what I
that.
go, but I'm trying to be a little bit different this time because I always choose the same Rook. Like, I want to make this Rook and then I'll show you my own ones. But like all of them look almost exactly the same. The only difference is one has white hair, one has black hair, one has kind of reddish hair, one has bluish black hair. They all look. I have a type. I can't help it.
And then there's me who goes elf, hard stop, usually a rogue. The current playthrough that I have open now is a
Yep.
mage. But
I
she's
like the
still an
mage
elf.
for
If-
Veilguard just because of how much, like, specifically the first Gillenane fight. I
Mm.
hate that as a melee because I started as a melee and that fight took me over an hour on what was I playing? It wasn't Underdog. I think I was playing Adventurer. It took me an hour. I am an elf, though, to be fair.
The world's by
As an
a
elf.
way making an elf. I mean,
Names-
male
You're
or
making
female,
me
it's
think,
an elf.
like, you're making me
My-
think of my D&D campaign that I'm in.
The only thing I don't like about the female elves in Inquisition is the way they run. It's like,
Don't you have
Like
that
they-
issue in 14 though too?
no, I didn't. I loved my Elizin. Helios
Uh,
hated the way Elzins ran.
Gotcha.
Because I kept
Okay.
trying. One of his redeems for his channel points was change his race. I was saving it to make him an Elizin because he hated him so much. I was close too. I was like 10k away. I was like 2 weeks away from getting it, but it's
Damn.
fine. Like, no, I just, for some reason, because my first character that Romance Soulless, you remember this whole discussion, like, she just almost looked like she was trying too hard to be elegant. I feel like maybe the mechanics of the the game code didn't quite have the ability to do what they wanted to do. Because I feel like they wanted to make it very fluid, very flowy, very like, I am an elf and everything is pretty, and it just, like, it's too janky for me.
Yeah.
A waddle run. Yeah, kinda.
She's
Kinda.
I'm looking at my Inquisitor now, and she's lengthy. Like, her arms are very long. Her
Guys
legs
making
are
me
very
wish
long.
I still had Inquisition installed.
I mean, you should totally play it. I'm
It's
a bad
full
influence.
of mods, though.
Oh.
I'm trying to get freaking Origins to work again, because I want to try and do the story stuff that I skipped before. Because I've kind of, the more I've fallen in love with this, like, world, whatever you want to call it, like this Dragon Age in general, like, when I first played Inquisition, I was trying to beeline it for the story. I just wanted the story, I wanted to be done. Mistake. When I got to the end, it was painful, like painful. I think I was 18, maybe 17 when I started the bit after the 2 years or whatever. Like, it hurt.
Yeah.
This time, I'm like going through all the side story. I'm hanging out with different companions. I'm listening to all the banter, and I'm not even like, I have the quest, but I'm not even ready to do it. I'm almost level 20, so I kind of want to go back to Origins and actually like explore a little bit, because I've just become so enveloped in that world space. I'm like, I want to know all the things.
I
Now
want
it
to
won't
finish
load.
Inquisition. Yeah, okay. I want to finish Awakening.
Which time?
Are you kidding me? I stopped playing when the cutscenes end.
Fair. I have a save for Dorian's cutscene.
See,
1909.
anything Trespasser, I use YouTube for. Because I have a video that has all the romance scenes squished together, and they include
Isn't that
Trespasser.
Trespasser?
Yes. I've seen Trespasser, and I've played it through. But I've only played it the once. And I was happy with it. I was very happy with it.
Especially the Cullen wedding.
Yeah, it was beautiful. No notes. My friend was like, because I was watching, I think I was already watching the romance stuff. And she was like, you can only watch up until a certain point, because you cannot watch past it. Like, she's like, I don't want you to watch it. I'm like, okay, I won't watch it. So I was good, and I didn't watch it. And then I got to it in Trespasser, and she's like, see, aren't you glad that you waited? I was like, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm happy, thank you. Now I can go rewatch it in the video.
I'm amazed at how much I like 2. Like, to be real,
2 is awesome.
I
was
have
my
played
first
that
Dragon
twice
Age.
already,
Ooh.
and I want to go play it again.
I want to play 2 again.
Yeah. So I did it kind of out of order. I played 2 first. I loved it so much that I was like, okay, I better go back and play the first game. Played the first game, loved that. Inquisition came out, I want to say at least a couple years later, and then loved the hell out of that. And Veilguard happened.
Waves, that's cute. She thinks she played it out of order.
Yeah, right? Yeah.
Well, 2 is...
So
It is
my
out of order.
playthrough kind of followed Waves, but she did better than me. So she got me an Inquisition for the same reason of, hey, you want to do this before you do Veilguard. So I started at Inquisition, then I did Veilguard, then I did 2, then I did Origins.
Mm-hmm. I went Inquisition, Veilguard, 1 and 2.
Kitty,
Same,
I can
Kitty,
You still played
kind
one
of
before
same.
playing 2. Same.
I can
yes.
kind of agree. Like, mechanically, Origins was a fucking mess.
I
to
hated
play.
it. I couldn't wait to finish it.
I just wish it would work on my
The
computer.
I think
Fade
that's
was
the thing.
a nightmare. The Fade, I had to install a mod just so I could skip the Fade in Origins.
Yeah,
Fade's
that's
awful.
I agree with that. I didn't know what was happening. I remember looting all the little, like, what is it, the lyrium pods or whatever, the little potions. I'm like, I don't know, this isn't giving me anything. And I'm like running out of potions. And then for some reason I noticed it healed you. I was like, oh, that's what you're supposed to do. And I was pissed they don't join you. I'm sorry, once you rescue your friends, they should join you so you can rescue the rest of your friends. That's how those things work.
I got to the Fade, and I was
Her
like,
eyes keep getting big and small as she gets angrier.
I love it. I love her eyes. I got to the Fade. I went through it, and I was like, I hate this. I'm going in circles. I don't understand what I'm supposed to do. I felt like it was glitching out because I got stuck in one of the areas as a rat, but I couldn't figure out how to transform back into a human to go through the door again. What a joke.
Okay.
Finally come back into it. I do like the perimeter and I'm like, I'm still in the fade. How the fuck do I do this? So then I ended up like Googling the fade. And then I noticed everybody hates the fade, which made me feel better. And then they're like, oh, you have to go and like do it again. So I went back and did the fade again. And then finally was frayed. I was like, I never, ever want to do that again. I texted my friend and I was like, fuck the fade. He's like, yep, everybody says fuck the fade.
That's fair. That's what. So Cherry, if I do this again, I might be pestering you for that mod. If I can figure out how to mod, if I can figure out how to get it to run again, because I don't want to do that again.
I can't remember the name of it, but
I'll Google.
I got it on Nexus Mods.
Okay.
But
Nexus
mind
Mods
you,
like
like, mind you, this was like a decade ago, so I don't even know if it's still there.
Support it. Yeah. Well, I've tried modding Inquisition, so the main thing I wanted in Inquisition, the only thing I cared about was the instant table stuff. Like, I don't want to sit here and wait 24 hours to get my people back because my boy's mission for his ring, or the necklace that he's going to get mad and then throw me up against a bookshelf about later is a thing, and I have to wait 6 hours for it.
I'm kind of sad I uninstalled Inquisition at this point, or maybe it's just because I've upgraded computers over the years, so I probably just don't have that stuff anymore. My Inquisitor was so pretty. Like, I had modded hair, I had modded skin texture. She had the prettiest freckles.
I've seen some of them, like the YouTube videos. They're so gorgeous. I'm like, where's that in the game? Oh, it's modded. Never mind.
I want that. That's my one complaint. I really don't like all of the hair. There's only, and I feel the same way playing Mass Effect. Like, my Shepherd, I still can't get her to like. I can't love her. I like her more in 2 than I do in 1, but I still can't like find like her look. But the purple staying.
Lie. That's a big part of why I kind of started playing male leads in those kinds of games, because I feel like I can make them look like something I enjoy looking at better than I can the females of like, I kind of want to make a representation of me in this game.
My issue is my only spoiler of any of the Dragon Ages, believe it or not, was Colin. Because everyone that I watched play it went for him. And I was like, I don't know the appeal, but like, okay, I'm here for it. So then when I played Inquisition and I met him and I was like, okay, I see the appeal. So like, but I'm like, I'm here for it. This is good. This is fine. And that's kind of where it like, I forget where I was going with this whole thing. I just brain farted. I'm gonna eat my brownie.
Spoiler, Inquisition is fine.
Yeah, something like that. But that was it. Like, I knew nothing else about the story. It was just him.
Oh god. No, I don't want to watch this stream in Discord. Hearing that makes me sad.
You haven't finished Veilguard, have you?
No, but TikTok spoiled me.
Fair.
Let's try this again.
It's a mistake. Suddenly on my For You page was like a crap ton of trailers.
Oh yeah.
Back to back. Oh no. So I blew up my ex's DMs when we were still dating. I was like, I can't finish Veilguard now.
Yeah. I said the same thing, Munchkin. I was like, how dare.
It's the smart play here.
Yeah, when I told Waves, she was like, oh no.
Because I was blown away by the choice that was made to do that and how it was done. So I was like, for someone to spoil that is beyond frustrating.
Yeah.
I missed it, sorry.
It's okay. We were ranting about how unhappy
for the
I was
ending
about
of Veilguard. The big plot twist of Veilguard. That's what was
That's
spoiled for
not
her.
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. TikTok spoiled it for me, all because
Like the
I
regular
was like,
ending or the bonus ending?
The plot twist. The plot
thing
twist.
With, the thing with the thing that I told you I'm mad about.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah. So that was because I was looking up edits of Lucanus because he was like my hyper fixation leading up until I started playing the game. And then
Fair.
and then of course as more people were playing the game, I was getting like a bunch of stuff recommended on my For You page on TikTok, and then I got spoiled.
That sucks.
As
Yeah.
people do.
I'm not gonna lie. If I had to pick between Lucanus and Viago, though,
I didn't like
I
Viago.
don't know. I did. He was sassy, and there's so if you're an Antivan Crow mage, there's a
Aren't
lot
you,
of like
related though to Viago if you play a crow?
No,
don't
you
think-
just are part of the
No.
same faction.
Yeah, you're a different house. You're
Oh.
House Deriva.
I don't know. Okay, I just kind of read the vibes wrong then, because they seem like more brother sistery. Well, okay, 'cause
That means
played
I
a female,
dated my brothers.
but-
Let's go.
Well, so there is a little bit of a line early in Lucanus if you're dating him, and I want to say it's when you come back the second time after you rescue him, and there's a line with him with Rook and Taya, and Lucanus is like,
That's
"Are
who
you
it
flirting with
was."
my colleague?" Or whatever. Yeah, he was like, "Don't get jealous, it's fine." So I don't think they're related in any way. I do think Taya and Viago are together though.
Yeah.
Oh.
I get that impression because of the way they act. Like,
Especially towards the end. They're
Mhm.
very goo-gooey eyes towards each
Yeah.
other.
You guys are making me wish I gave this game more of a chance.
Honestly, Cherry,
There's-
I
you
think you
can
should go back
later.
into it and just kind of go into, like, obviously you're not going to be able to forget what happens and what you know, but I also found out, so like for me, things were spoiled to me, or were partly spoiled to me because I played out of order, but I got so caught up in the story that was going on that I kind of forgot that I knew about things until they came back up again, and I was like, oh yeah, I did actually know that.
Yeah.
So
I agree.
I would go back into Veilguard with a fresh outlook of, yeah, you know what happens, but what happens like before and after,
You
hopefully
don't know why
we're
it happens or
Mhm.
how
Yeah.
it happens, and it gets you caught up. That's one thing because I went and spoiled myself on Inquisition. My
Mm.
first play of Inquisition, I kind of hated. So I was a female.
Well, it
elf
depends. What did you spoil
rogue.
yourself for? Was it the end of Trespasser?
No, it was actual Inquisition.
For me, no, it was
okay.
actual Inquisition, because that's what I started on, and I was kind of struggling with the game. Like I couldn't really get myself into it. I couldn't like.
Thank you for
It
the
wasn't
check-in,
grabbing
Coffee and
me.
Lumina.
And if
I
a game
appreciate
doesn't
it. Welcome
grab
in.
me, I'm done. Like that's what happened with Stellar Blade. That's what's happening with Kingdom Hearts, and I loved Kingdom Hearts, but I think I loved
Aw.
2, not the first one, and the first one's kind of a drag right now. Anyway, so I started as a female elf rogue, a melee rogue, and a ranged rogue, and I hated it. I was like, I feel like I hit like a wet noodle. Stuff was killing me. I was getting frustrated, and I chose Solus because I have an underdog kink and I have a redemption kink. And he
She
kind
likes
of
him because he's bald. Let's not lie.
no, because he's broody. He's broody. Same reason I like hunters. Anyway, so I tried.
Characters!
What? I missed what you said, Cherry.
I said there are other broody characters out there.
I know. Okay, so I make my Solus character, and I'm just like, okay, he's misunderstood. He doesn't, he's
So he doesn't
just
romance you unless you
troubled.
play an elf, which I thought was kind of rude.
That makes sense though.
Not
based on-
surprising though.
yeah.
Knowing Solus, not
Yeah.
surprising at all. So I go through all of it, and playing through, I got through the second bit where you're on the balcony and he like pulls you back, and that's one of my things. Like if I go to walk away and they pull me back, I'm just like, okay, I am putty. Here you go. I'm a little puddle. Do you have a cup? Cause I am sploosh. Anyway, So he does that. I was like, okay, now I kind of want to see what's more in the story. And the first one was after Flemeth. And I'm like, bro, fuck you, man. Like, I did what I thought I needed to do. And you're all like, you're supposed to hate the gods. And then everything else that happened in Inquisition happened. I was like, this guy's an asshole. And the one thing I remember is a certain somebody who lives with somebody in this stream who goes, I told you.
Oh, yeah, I hate when he does that bullshit.
Doc
My
gave
God,
me so
Summer.
much shit. He's like, I told you you were gonna hate it, but I was like, I had to learn for myself. So I restarted with a little bit of help from Waves, and I made my male Inquisitor, and I discovered Dorian, and there will never be another because Dorian is my melt. I love Dorian.
Her Dorian is my Cullen.
Cullen. Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
like it's
I
just
can't.
it's what we gravitate to.
I can't do any other ones. I tried doing Cassandra because I kind of identify with her a little bit with like the really hard, tough exterior, but I just want to be loved inside, right? Like I get that. I'm like that's super sweet. And her little bit where he's like doing the poetry and the candles and the little picnic, like I melted, but the rest of it was so bad and it wasn't Dorian. He is, Kitty, I agree. He's my boo. And when he showed up in Inquisition, I screamed. I'm pretty sure it's in a clip somewhere.
In Veilguard, when yeah.
Or Veilguard, yeah.
Yeah.
When he shows up in Veilguard, I lose my total shit.
The best
he
is
shows
Kai.
up in Veilguard, because I didn't even get that far in Veilguard.
He's right in the beginning, Cherry.
Really?
He's pretty
Did I
early.
miss it?
He's honestly very different looking.
I've literally,
Have you met the first warden? Did you meet the first warden?
Honest to God, I don't remember because I was so angry I blocked out most of the game.
Yeah,
If
I
you've
would give
met
it a
the
second
first warden you
go.
I think you need to.
The first warden, is that the guy you recruit?
No.
It's after that though. So you recruit I almost said Will.
Well, I haven't recruited the warden guy yet. The warden
Okay.
Davrin?
party member.
Davrin, yeah.
So I've only
She's not.
I only have Harding, Lucanus, what is her name? The mage. Well, okay, I have both mages. I
You have Nevin Ballara.
Nevin Ballara. Yeah, I have both of them.
So you
and I
haven't
got
hit the pivotal
Lucanus.
choice.
You
haven't hit the big choice yet.
I stopped early. TikTok ruined
You
it.
did.
Yeah,
You
I
stopped
would.
very
It's been
early.
years, Cherry. Dive back in. Just dive back
I
in.
think you should. I think you'll like it. I think if you give it an honest try, you'll forget the spoilers because there are so many little tidbits. Like, I got a little bit spoiled with how much lore was in the game from my stream because someone's like, you need to go to this, go do this, go do this, go do this. And I went and did all those things and I got a lot of story out of it and I loved it. And then I told Waves to go do it because I was like, hey, you like lore, you're going to enjoy this. And there was a lot to that, and I completely lost where I was going. I had a point. No, I had a point. Oh, I got so enthralled with the side story of that bit because it's all about Elgon and Gillenane and Evan Nuris and it was just like, yay, story, nom 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 nom, and I chomped it all down. I kind of forgot what I already knew about the story. So I think if you give it another shot, I think you'll like it.
Do it for the beige, Cherry. Find your bae.
Oh my god.
There's a lot of really good bays to choose from.
I got Lucanus.
The
I stopped just before you go to recruit the Kunari chick. Or they them. Sorry.
Tash!
I
I
misgendered
love
Tosh.
Tosh!
When you first recruit Tosh, though, they
She's
identify as
still
a female. So
yeah, at that point,
she's still a girl.
Yeah. But
she's still a female.
The best is because Kai was ahead of me in Veilguard, and I'm getting to Tosh, and she's like, I think you're gonna love this character. And I meet Tosh, and I'm just screaming, oh my god, I love her!
Yep.
Yeah.
I knew.
And then she intimidated me, and I had to stick with the safe choice, and I didn't like the safe choice, but I wasn't ready. She pins you up against the wall.
That so when I hadn't done that choice yet because I thought that actually like made you choose her, so I didn't actually do it. This last time though, on the playthrough that I have continuing, I basically went through everybody up until the point you had to like commit or not commit. And when he's like, "Oh yeah, in my daydreams, this is usually when you," and she does like,
So good.
okay,
So
I need water." But it wasn't like a, "Oh my god, this is hot." Like I think I was even a little bit intimidated, and it's hard to intimidate me. Like I'm not usually that shy when it comes to stuff.
See, the confidence in knowing is like the hottest fucking thing, and Tasha's
Fair.
so confident, like even with their insecurities and their uncertainties, they're still very sure in what they want and desire, and like that is so fucking attractive. I was like, I'm yours, like I'm gay, I'm whatever you want me to be, just take me. Like Harding
Now behind
is lucky.
yes.
That's all I'm saying.
Speaking of like
and her
hot
they're so
romance
cute together.
things, speaking of hot romance things, I'm so disappointed at some of the cut material for Lucanus. We were supposed to get a romantic gondola ride.
Ooh.
Oh, I guess I didn't look at cut content.
Somebody else on TikTok I follow posted about it, and she was
Yanni,
like,
why are you trying to
fine,
be
I'll
pro?"
do it myself. She just drew a bunch of artwork based on the storyboard.
I mean, that is
I'm
valid.
okay with that. I'm okay with that. Right, I'm gonna go grab a drink. I'll be right back.
Go for it. But oh my god. Yeah, I think you need to give Veilguard a second chance. And I will
Yeah.
support you giving it a second chance.
I'll have to make it an off-stream game. That way no one spoils it for me any more than I've already been spoiled.
But you know, that's super fair. Like there's a few games that I've gotten tired of playing because I get spoiled, or it's more of a, you should play it this way, you should do this, have you tried doing that, you should try
Right.
that. And I forget, it was something I was playing recently where I was just like getting into the game and they were like, oh, you should like to optimize this, do that, and do that, and I was like, shut the fuck up.
That's literally me. That's like the biggest reason I stopped playing Marvel Rivals on stream. To the point where I was not playing it often enough to justify having it on my computer still, so I ended up uninstalling it. Because too many people would either be in my chat telling me how to play, or telling me I suck, or they would be in my TikTok comments, which I remember telling you about because I was so upset about it.
Never read the comments.
Yeah.
One of my Mass Effect clips, I posted it's Shepard going through the outfits on the Normandy in Mass Effect 2. And I'm looking through the choices and I'm making the comment about like, oh, this one's really cozy, this one's really nice. And I get to like the skin tight dress. And me being me, looked at it and I thought, oh, okay, it's a very nice
Bid
dress.
you welcome.
Thank you for the follow, kitty. And I'm looking and the light reflected right on my boob, so I thought my nipples were showing. And I was like, well, that's a choice. And I clipped it because of what I said. Someone in the comments on YouTube was like, that's the voice of obesity and diabetes. And I was like, shut the fuck up. And I deleted the comment and I was like,
oh my
no,
God.
absolutely not. And it was like, I checked the profile because I was like, how desperate are you? And of course it was
so
like
rage-baiting.
I'm not anyone, like I'm not anyone compared to like everybody else online. I'm a nobody. But I was like, you have 27 subscribers, your videos aren't anything that you've made. You have no say in like you have no say in this matter. And I deleted the comment and I like fucked off. And then I posted about it on the socials, and I was like, I get not having nice things to say, like it's the internet, it's gonna happen, like I don't, it's fine, but like I'm okay with people saying like you suck or whatever. Like, I can handle those comments, but the minute you get like straight up insulting, you get deleted and taken out of my life. Like, I'm not putting up with that shit.
Oh,
So something
fun-
like Marvel Rivals, I put it in the same category as like Call of Duty or League of Legends.
toxic masculinity.
Yeah, or just like it's toxic in general. Like the internet when it comes to those games is extremely toxic when the clips come up. So I was
Yeah.
like, I don't play those games
Mhm.
because I don't want to subject myself to the assholes online that just think that they're so much cooler and so much better. And I have a friend, another streamer that loves League of Legends. But it's not it's like their cozy game and I support it. It's awesome. But
Picked that up once because Ash plays it, and I asked Ash, I was like, "So you play this? Is it any good?" And then Ash was like, "Don't play that. I know you're gonna get upset and you're gonna quit."
it's
Like, "'Cause people are mean."
yeah. Yeah. And like my thing is cuz Kai was talking about League of Legends and I was like the characters are super hot. I'd be interested, but I'm not into that like roguelike style, but I know how toxic people can be and I was like absolutely no. So, choose your battles.
Right?
What game
Yeah.
were we talking about?
We were talking
We went
about
from-
toxic
we went from
comments.
Marvel Rivals
Oh.
to League of Legends pipeline
Oh,
of
jeez.
toxic people.
I admire people who can do like those kind of streams, like those kind of games on stream. I can't.
Yeah.
I still would say that about you. Was the clip like? Were you doing one of your on cam days? or
No,
were you-
it was literally my VTube model. It's just some asshole. Like
That's
that's the thing. And you know what's really funny, Cherry? The days that I've done on camera stuff, I don't get those complaints. Like
Well, and it's
nobody
'cause
says
you
anything.
Do those on cam days. I've thought more than once about doing it myself, but I'm like, I'm too shy for that. I'm gonna get made fun of, and I have very sensitive feelings.
I do them very sparingly. Like I've done them when I do expand other than Dawn Trail. Dawn Trail was the first expansion that I did my VTuber model, and it was the first expansion that I didn't stream. I recorded and posted because
Nice.
timing was not my friend. And I was like, at this point, everybody was ahead of me. They already beaten the game. It was a whole big thing.
Oh God,
like
I remember that.
so I went and I did it. And I met Coffee and Viper that way. Like I have no regrets. And then I ended up doing 16
That's
on
right, because
camera.
People you were hanging out with had already finished MSQ.
Yeah, because they played like on it because
I was upset.
I was so used to I expected Endwalker things to happen where like we couldn't log in, so I didn't plan it, and then like scheduling just got really hectic for like a week and a half. And when I told them, my friend was like, "Well, this is why you shouldn't have waited," and I was like, "I didn't have time. Like I wasn't home. I went to Vermont for a week." Like, and again, I don't regret my choices. I had a blast, but then I played 16 because I was like, I want to enjoy it, and playing 16 on camera I think gave me a better experience because like you've seen my clips from 16. It's me oogling Ben Starr's character and making comments about the girl with peaches and you know how the person I forget who kidnaps Barnaby wanting to be a bottom or wanting to be a top but he's a bottom, like how Jill is hot as fuck, like but and I think they're more authentic as me because I'm not like because I'm expressive and I'm Italian and I'm expressive.
I love you.
Well, and you're not. There's a huge difference if you're playing on stream and trying to keep people entertained, and if you're playing for yourself and you just get to have that raw, like reaction to stuff. Like it,
that was all
matters. It
that was
makes a
all
difference.
streamed. I played 16.
Oh, okay.
But like I don't regret it. It was uncomfortable for me doing playback and looking at my face going, "Oh my god, my face is fat as fuck." But like it was fun to do, but I know like I'm happier as a VTuber because my streaming schedule allows me to be a VTuber. Like I come home from work, I shower, my hair is wet, I can stay in my PJs, I don't have to look presentable.
Yep.
I can just vibe.
My
fair.
experience streaming 16 was people coming into my chat constantly saying how much they hated the game,
Well, they
Meanwhile,
don't,
I'm just vibing.
I
checking
don't know
out
where
Clive's
your people
beautiful
come from.
chest.
You have some of the most the most fucked up people come
Three
into your
guesses
chat.
who the biggest hater was. You know him.
Jeez. Am I just lucky? Like, I feel like I haven't really got
Right?
a lot of. I've had a few that are kind of annoying, and it's not even in a bad way. It's just like you get some people that get hung up on one certain thing that you did or you said or a game you played, and it's like all they want. And I understand that to a degree, but at the same time, it's like, dude, I'm not gonna keep playing the same thing over and over and over and over.
Mhm.
Like, I'm going
Oh.
to expand my horizons. But I like super nasty people, a handful. I don't even think I can count them on one hand. Like,
Yeah,
I don't
I've
think
gotten
very
lucky.
few.
I've been
Very
streaming
few.
long enough. I've heard all of the negative like shit the streaming people have. Like
I mean, I've seen other people. Like, I didn't witness firsthand waves, but I know you've told me a lot about what, like, with Lexi. Like, I didn't see that part of her stream. There was one point you were talking to me about it, and then I tuned in and her husband was there. I don't get it. Like,
Oh, I took your item, Cherry. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing with Cherry today. Cherry, take that back.
let's all wait, never mind. I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna say let's all get in Cherry's blankie. That's probably a little bit inappropriate, even though I just said it. Please don't make it. Okay. Anyway, onward. Hi,
blankie,
Yennefer.
hang on.
You're very cute.
Hang on,
I
I'll
was-
get rid of the blankie real quick.
Just for a second. I wanted to move you, and I ended up taking the blankie away.
Oh my god, this is why I never use the blankie. It's broken.
But okay, that's why I don't use the blankies. My chibi model uses the blankie because it's smaller and easier to work with.
That's one thing I like about this one is I kind of shrank down. You have very sharp teeth.
Hang on.
I shrunk down the background
Please
so
hold.
it won't do
Alright.
the ear thing.
Let's see.
Yennefer,
Okay.
your
It
claws
is.
are so
Oh, it's F7. Why is this not working?
I'm just trying to get peeps to fit nice on my skinny, and it's just
right.
Kinda nice. Blanket, it's just stuck on me. It's fine.
Your claws are stupid sharp.
Let's see.
kitty.
Can I remove it again? How did I do it
Yeah,
last
you
time?
can try to remove it.
How did
I
I
might
do?
need to-
There we go.
I might
Take
need
item.
to just restart.
How did I steal the
Zoom
thing? Let me
Studio
steal
and
it
get
again.
rid of it and then come back in.
Chat, welcome
welcome to
to
stream.
Waves figuring out how to do shit live.
Welcome to stream, guys. This is how we do it.
All right, I'm gonna talk to my boy in like 30
Hang on.
seconds.
Here's
I
what
just
I'm gonna
right.
do.
I
I'm
just
gonna-
had it.
I'm gonna dip out of the multi-stream thing, the collab thing.
Okay.
I'll get rid of it and then I'll come back in.
All right, ping me if I have to revite you. I will do that.
You shouldn't need to because I have the login info.
I trust nothing.
Faye, I swear
Fair.
to God, cat, I
Fair.
love you. Do not stand on the power
Valid.
button.
Thank you for the check-in, Viper.
So, Cherry, did I tell you I actually had to like print a cover for my computer, like where my power
Uh-huh.
button is? So my
Thank you for
cat,
that,
because
Bits.
Yennefer loves to sit on top, I had to prevent her from hitting my power button. Because the other computer I had, there was a flat part and then there was like a slanted part, and that's where the power button was. So they never hit it. It didn't matter. They didn't care where they were laying. Yeah, it matters now.
Yeah, she.
Oh, that's
she
not a fresh
doesn't
one. Okay,
usually turn it. She doesn't usually do it, but like, she's got such little feet.
Mm-hmm. Yenny does too. She's small. She's the runt. She's my smallest, teeny tiny one, but she's also the biggest spaz and has to be everywhere and do everything and choose on like everything. So yeah, it's fine. Thought you just slapped me for a second, Waves. I was like,
That's
wait a
okay.
minute.
I went to go remove my hand, and I lost Cullen in the process, but now I have two hands. I'm very confused.
I am joining.
We're like 4 because you have.
Chat, we're gonna pray, apparently, because that's what I have to do to get my things to work again.
Why is it not
sounds
letting
about
me join? Let
It
me
says invited user with wrong I didn't change the password, I swear. Little D.
Hang on.
It's a little D.
Is it really?
It's a little D. It was too much work.
Phrasing?
Because it's telling me I need an uppercase.
What? Okay, then I guess it's an uppercase. I thought I wrote it with a little D.
That's okay.
I was like,
Apparently we
searching-
need the big D, guys.
Yeah, well.
Oh, there we go. I'm in.
Yay!
Big T.
Hey, it's
Everybody
important.
yourself. I can't.
Capitalization matters. God damn it, Cullen, you're supposed to go behind the hand, not.
I'm
As he
still
takes
loading
over the
into
entire screen.
That's fine.
Still loading into it.
And your blankie is there. I won't touch it, I promise. I'll just leave. Hand, go away. And then.
It's okay.
Oh, Cullen is now sitting between my boobs. No
Valid.
notes. He's teeny tiny. I just wanted
my
my
goodness.
hand.
Hang on. Maybe we can like squeeze me in a corner.
I'm gonna make it work in 2 seconds. I just need my. Fuck. Wait, go this way. Go away.
Okay.
And then give me back Cullen.
Okay.
Plush.
Sorry about my phone. That's
That's
my
fine.
sister.
Hi, sister.
Hi, Caesar.
Cullen. And then, Cullen, I need you to pin to me. Pin to me. Pin to me.
Pin to the right one, Cullen. Come on.
Pin to a boob, God damn it! He says no. Alright, well then fuck you.
He's shy. He's affectionate
to
with
this
you,
hand.
but he
Over.
doesn't do PDA very well.
Oh, did
so,
I?
you know.
I moved myself. Did it not happen on? Oh, because you're the one who has to move me. Okay.
I should.
See what you're doing there.
Are you fucking kidding me? Now he's stuck in the. You know what? You're right. You just stay in the corner. Just stay in the corner. Just. No. Okay. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. I just wanted you in my other hand. And then I still. No. Give me cherry. Give me cherry. No. I don't want to take the item. I want to still.
Make this
cherry.
easier.
There we go. I got your
I
tail.
can use my mochi
Nope.
model.
I got you.
Okay.
We're good. We're all in the corner. That's all that matters. Get into a boob. All right, I'm taking a picture. Everybody smile.
Oh,
Say
oh,
Dragon
God. Well, because part of
Okay.
my blanket is like.
It's all right. It's a good picture. I still like it.
You're good.
I'll
Are
take
you
another one.
sure?
I'll take another one.
No, it's my mochi box, and I
Nope.
can just sit on top of your head.
You're all good.
Are you sure?
All right. I've taken the picture. I will post it there for posterity. Jerry's big. She's behind us. She's all good.
Right.
All right. Speaking of my, I'll talk to you.
So, this is Skyhold.
I don't really care though.
Come.
I
We'll be able to
I don't
shoot
understand the
bridges coming
romance
from
of
miles
Blackwall.
away.
Now again, I don't judge anyone that likes Blackwall.
By the time he finds up,
I just don't see it.
I know.
I don't either. If
Let him
anything,
come. I
he's
swear
right
I'll
up
take
there
a
with
twisted bastard
Anders
down.
for me, which tells me
grateful
something
for you.
about myself.
It's my
I
job,
feel like
isn't
you
it?
don't like
Killing
wardens.
Darkspawn.
Don't let
Look,
people
Warden.
lie.
despite it all, there is hope. The people flock to
I
your
feel
banner.
like there's some
They
some
believe in you.
issues going on. Also, I put a clip in.
Tell
I
me
just
honest.
don't like people who lie.
Are you what
I
they say you are?
stabbed Anders without
That's your chosen.
hesitating.
I brought him
No,
home
wait.
with me.
I wish I could take a picture of Drop's
was-
face when we were talking about the whole thing. Where he's like, "You're not gonna stab him, are you?" And I was like, "No."
I love
His
Anders.
Face
He's the
was
best
so good.
He just wanted to live peacefully with his cat. God damn it.
Dude,
Okay,
dude,
I'm sorry.
he should have
When-
thought of that before he blew up people.
Yeah. Okay. I don't agree with his actions. I don't agree. I just.
Before all of that, before any of that,
So
when
my
you
thing with that.
with him, with after
Sorry,
the fireplace
I didn't
thing.
mean to talk over you, Ace.
Yeah, go ahead. If you want to go, Terry, go.
Hey guys. With, like that Anders plot. I went through that entire quest thinking, oh, we're doing some fun stuff together. Just besties hanging out. You know, do this cute little side quest together. And then the chantry blew up.
Yeah.
I'm so upset.
My red flag with him, so I was curious. I couldn't resist the second playthrough I know how much Waves loves Anders. I was
I
like,
love him so much.
is there going to be something there? Because sometimes, like, you and I don't always go for the same person, but we see aspects of the person that the other went to, and we're like, okay. So I'm like, maybe there's something. I'll do a save, and I'll at least do the first part of it and see what happens. I will say, I liked when he was like, oh, you tease me too much, and you just have to wait and see what happens. And then I'm like, oh, well, what happens? And then he, like, okay, that's Kai coded. I approve. I like it. And then he's like, yeah, if you leave your door open, I'll come tonight. And I'm like, did we go back to Clarissa Explains It All? Are you gonna climb up a ladder into my window? Like,
I figured you might have
seriously, is that where we went? I was like, okay, fine, whatever.
I did fight him
Because,
after
like,
all.
Fenris doesn't go that way, but Fenris also has the wall thing, and that's a big thing. Anyway, so I was like, okay, whatever, we'll try it. So then he comes back to my place, we do the deed, and he's like, so,
But after a while,
yeah, the Templars kind of don't like me. Can I move in? Bro, what? After night 1, you want to move in? No.
And
no.
I got
That
my
was
mansion, and I was
first
like,
absolutely
hey,
no.
Anders.
No. No.
I can understand romancing him if I had played Awakening before I played 2.
I never finished Awakening, and that was something that
I haven't played it
the
at all.
group that is doing this whole raid train we were talking about, and they told me I should go back and finish Awakening, and I didn't because it was being weird with my computer, so I couldn't finish it. I got to the point where I met Justice, and obviously I met Anders, and I was like, can I romance this man? I love him. And then things started getting funky. I couldn't finish the game, but I was already kind of sold on him, and he just kind of, I can't explain, like, he's the one that I can't explain exactly why I like him.
It's fine. We all have it.
It's like he's conflicted, and like he's trying to do the right thing, but he can't do the right thing, and like he's all over the place. But like after the chain tree blows up, because you guys didn't see this, so I will tell you.
I can't
after he blows,
complain about your romance preferences. I'm a Caleb girly, so.
I reserve my judgment, and I feel it still holds valid. Anders. Anyway, so
but
what didn't we?
My thing is after the chantry blows up, and Anders kind of has his like your fate's in your hands. Like, it is what it is, and you can obviously stab him, or you can make him kind of live with his choices.
Whatever.
And I told him, like, you have to be tried for your ways. Like, I'm gonna keep you with me, and we're gonna resolve this issue that you fucking started. Because, like, to me, killing him was such a cop out, because then he couldn't. He did what he did, and then he's dead. Like, he can't face his actions.
Jerry, you're kind of.
I see her. Yeah.
Also, I just noticed that apparently my horns have like some really weird stringing effect.
Yeah.
I
think because
don't
you're
really
pinned to me,
feel that.
Cherry. Oh my god. Wait, hold on. Maybe not. Maybe I unpinned you. Are we good? I think we're okay.
That's so funny.
I've never
You
had
look
more
a
than.
little less twitchy.
There we go. I'll do.
I'm
guess
gonna
if you
wiggle
wanna-
back and forth, and I'm like, what?
wanna
I
search
kept, I kept thinking you were pinned to my ears, and I was like, "Oh my god, am I the problem?"
That's
Dude,
hilarious.
this is why I offered to go as my Mochi Fox instead. I was gonna say,
It's
just
fine.
set me on top of Kai's head.
You're fine. I think you're still sort of pinned to me, but you're not pinned to me, so like, it's fine.
Yeah, it does look like you're attached. You're moving side to
Yeah,
side at the same
I think I am.
I mean, it's fine. I'll just sit here by myself. I don't need to be pinned to nobody. I'm a strong, independent streamer.
It's funny is I can take Cherry and I can move her, so she's not actually pinned to me. She's just there. We go. I fixed it. We're good. Everything's good. Everybody's great. But after that, then you take Anders to the fuck is it called? The circle. There we go. And like,
Yeah.
you have like a final talk with him, and at that point, you can either be like, because I was romancing him, my options were either like, come with me after this is over, come with me. We'll be on the run, but like, fuck it, who gives a shit? Or like face the trial, face your actions, whatever. I was naughty. I took him with me. I was like, we get our goddamn happy ending, and we just ran into the mountains.
Hopefully you at least got
fuck all those guys who are having an entire war right now because of something we did.
Let's
It's
just ignore the
fine.
war that I started. We're gonna run off into the mountains and let's plow each other. That
Look,
sounds
all I
very
can
much
say
like
was
an Anders thing.
the sex was fucking good.
Apparently,
And then he comforted me when things happened with my mom. His moment, like the scene with him after the whole thing with your mother is actually really sweet and comforting.
Comforts you.
He's
with
like,
the
I don't know what to
mom?
say, but I'm here for you, like whatever you need. And it's just like you guys just sit together, and it's just like a really sweet moment. And I was like, I'm sold on you, and that's why it hurt so much after the whole betrayal, because I was like, I really liked you. I really thought you were a sweet guy who just had some problems based on the choices that you've made with justice. But like, you fucked up. But I still took him with me. I ran away with him.
So
That's
here's
kinda
my
like-
take on that. Here's my take on that as far as like
Yeah.
because justice
Blanket.
because of the whole merging like of the two of them and how
Well, and
justice,
justice became
basically
vengeance,
ceased
didn't
being- Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I feel like had Anders not taken in justice and turned him into vengeance, he would not have blown up the chantry.
Oh, 100%. I blame vengeance / justice 100% for what happened.
Just don't mess with spirits, boys and girls.
Poor Cherry and mine. Could you, if you switch us waves, does it stop her twitchiness? And then maybe
you know what's
put
really
whatever-
funny? I keep trying to move
Stringy?
everybody,
Hang on.
and it's just like, nah.
God, I'm gonna solve this right now. Give me a second.
Okay, here. I need to screenshot this. I
Hang on.
tab over to my VTube, and this is what I see.
Hang on.
I'm going into the Discord chat.
Where's
Look,
my
chat.
blanket thing?
Blankets are problematic. They're warm and fuzzy, but they cause problems.
There's just a giant cherry, and I'm like trying to eat Waves' hair. It's fine. Nom 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 nom
Look,
nom.
the number of times you've
Okay.
loaded into me, and I just am like, I'm just gonna lick Kai because.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna
Here's
put you
what we're
here,
doing.
Fine.
and then
There.
I'm gonna slide myself here.
Don't look, don't look, don't look, don't look. You haven't gone that far. Don't look. Quit looking at the lads. Quit looking at the lads. Oh,
Did
okay.
Did they update my model yet?
It did.
Because I switched models.
I see it on mine.
I don't know where to put you because hold on, I gotta move you in front of me.
It'll
What if
be
we do like
easier
you and
if
me
I-
side to side with like her in front between?
Well, I gotta
You
make her
know.
in front of me. That's what I'm trying to.
Yeah. Well,
Okay, who's one? Who's am I one? I'm assuming, and then be in
I
front
gotta
of
turn
me.
the timer off. I
Okay.
almost forgot there's a timer for that too.
Okay, we'll do this.
Oh my gosh, on your head would be.
And then we
Yeah,
do.
I told you.
And we
I love
slide
it. I love
Kai.
it. I love it. I love it. I
turn
love
that.
it. That looks amazing.
Okay.
I gotta turn the timer off on it though. Is there a timer on that still? Oh, it doesn't. Oh, because I'm. Oh.
Because you're model.
Change model. It shouldn't have a timer. I was so freaked out. So I bought this set of wings, and I'm like, okay, and you have to load it in as a model, and then you can like tweak the colors because it's supposed to be customizable, and then you have to save that as like an item to pin. And I freaked out because I loaded that model and I was like,
I
oh,
hoped the wardens could tell me more about
Oh
it.
my god, I look so cute
Corypheus
sitting
had
up.
Templars with him at
you
Haven.
do! It's
They
freaking
looked like they'd
awesome!
been exposed to the lyrium you described.
I thought I was gonna have to redo all of
Hopefully
my
my friend in the
parameters.
ward
Thank God it saved it. But I freaked out. I was like, oh shit, I forgot to back it up. Oh crap, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap. Okay, it was
Oh
fine.
wait,
We're
no,
good.
it's because I have the stream muted, I think. I was like, I don't hear the game, and then I realized, duh, I have it muted, so that way I don't have an echo.
Same.
Guys! Are you gonna give me a little Fenris? Yes!
Little Fenris.
Oh my god, I'm so happy!
Little Fenris. And he sits between your little paws.
God, I'm so happy!
I appreciate
That is
that.
actually
that from you.
stupid cute. That looks so good. That looks
Corypheus is my
awesome.
responsibility.
I approve.
I thought I'd
I
killed him
approve.
before.
I was like, I
This
wonder
time
if
I'll
I
make
could
sure
just
of it.
wedge him there, and he's wedgeable.
Inquisitor,
He is wedgeable.
He's so cute!
I heard you had family and friends in Kirkwall.
Love it.
Where are they now? When the wardens began acting strangely, I had my friend Aveline take my
Uh.
I definitely gotta steal that
Never
and,
really happy
add
leaving
it
my
as a something to
Once I
attach to my
realized the
model.
wardens were
I put the picture in the Discord with the background removed, so you can just upload it to VTube Studio, and then I
I'm
will give you
stealing that.
guys the official link as to where I got it from. If you
I just
happen to
the
want the
actual
plush,
plushie. Like I want the physical thing to put with my Silas.
I has
think
it.
would work
I
out.
I kept it.
You have a
Yeah,
Silas plushie?
We have the. Do you have a plushie, or is it the cat one? The one.
You said you thought you killed Corypheus. The Grey Wardens had
'Kay.
him in prison.
Why are you awake?
They
Oh,
used
sorry,
my
what?
father's blood and they tried to seal Corypheus inside.
I messaged Drop and he replied, and I'm floored because he's supposed to be asleep right now.
Be like,
Sorry.
go to sleep.
After me. And I didn't
Sidetrack.
just think I killed him.
What was the question?
When the fight was over, he was
I
dead
asked
on
if
the
your
ground.
Silas plush was a Silas plush or if it was the
Like
kitty one.
Sal brought him back, or maybe it's all to
The
do
actual
magic,
like
but
plush
he
plush I
was
have the
dead,
kitty
I
meow,
swear.
and then I have a dragon Silas. I have two
I'd like to
crows,
know
and I
about
have the
Alice.
little
What was
keychain
he like?
from the plush meow people. That's his like OG outfit, and that hangs
Oh
in
my
my
god, I'm so jealous.
So loud.
You got me. You got
I-
me on plush Mao, and then I told my friend about it, and now she's got a bunch.
So I have
heard
Silas
that
and I have
you two
Gale,
were
and I
close.
want a couple more, but
Crazy.
because I want Tengen.
It takes a long time to get
Tengen is
past
so
it.
cute, but I'm kind of like,
If we ever have.
honey,
just give up.
Christmas is coming. You know what I would really
I'm
like?
just used to it.
Tried to convince him of that, but yeah, we'll see if it actually happens.
That went.
I have no idea
Man,
what to get
speaking of
Doc. It kills.
Christmas, I'm so jealous of my
Where'd you
sister.
go after
Mm.
you just rebelled?
Apparently my brother-in-law is getting her the Stardew Valley cookbook.
To put down
Nice.
We thought that
How did
leaving
I
would
die?
save lives and force the Divine to
I
divide
died,
her
apparently.
forces to
I'm in the tutorial.
I'm
Hello,
talking
I
to
died in the
myself.
tutorial.
It's pretty nice.
We helped a lot of them take that final step.
I
The
will
first
say-
time I
Been feeding you
realized you can
information about the
actually import your
Inquisition.
Inquisitor
What did he
was
say
freaking
about
awesome, or your hawk.
Things
I thought that was cool.
Yeah,
I
I
also wanna
imported
play
my
another
hawk.
Varric isn't one for religion in general.
Now I'm like, shit, I need to play another one. But I also, I don't know.
The exact phrase
Do
was,
I go with Fenris or do I try Meryl?
Honestly, you
"We'll
should.
talk later.
You
I'll
did
meet you at Crestwood."
Templars, right? And you never did the mages. Like siding with the
haven't done
mages?
I
So I
haven't
would-
sided with the
I would
mages.
do-
with the mages?
I would do Meryl, and I would side with the mages. Yeah. So Cherry, listen to this betrayer. The one that loves the one that loves the mages, adores the mages, goes with Fenris. Okay, that's fine. But then chooses the Templars.
I did not choose the Templars. I chose Fenris. I stand by this statement. I still killed her. She still died.
I
She
don't
still
judge. I don't judge choices, but when Kai said she chose the
You
Templars,
absolutely
I told Doc, and he was like, "Why the fuck would she choose the Templars?"
Because I had Fenris in my party, and if you don't, he gets all pissy.
Oh,
he doesn't
he's
leave like Sebastian.
fine.
We just
He doesn't leave
established
like
this
Sebastian, but he gets a little grumpy.
romance.
I
He
stand by
won't
my
get-
statement.
I understand the fear because it definitely sounds like he would 100% just kind of walk if you choose a Templar. So like I get it, but when you said it, I was like, you who love the mages, who plays a mage in like every game.
Well, okay, so here's what happens with him.
Yep.
If you pick
Yep.
the
This thing
mages
is not a stray
and you're
puppy you can
romanced,
make
or if
into
you
a
have
pet.
like
It has no business
50-50?
being here.
Wouldn't you say the same of
he
an
will
apostate?
like throw a bitch fit and walk off. But
Inquisitor,
if you are
I wondered if
like,
Cole was perhaps
if
a
you
mage,
aren't romanced
given
and
his
you have too much
unusual
like
abilities.
negative
He can
like
cause people to
standing
forget
with
him,
him,
or even
then
fail
he'll
entirely
fight
to
you.
notice him.
if
These are
you're
not
like
abilities of a
50-50,
mage.
he won't fight
Seems
you.
as cold
He'll
as a
just be
spirit.
like, okay, fine, I guess.
It is a demon.
Oh,
You prefer?
I didn't want to risk
Although
it,
the
and then
truth
I
is
still
somewhat
remember.
more
So
complex.
the first time I went through, or the second time I went through Origins, the first time I was like, "Hi, hot elf who has accent. How are you?" And you know, I got the achievement for like easy lay or whatever because you know he gives it up on the
Cole
first
warned
night.
us about cruel
But
behaviour
the
and
second
sacrifice
time-
of lives. And what
For
will
what?
his help cost?
Sorry, you
How
said
many
hot
lives
elf
will
with an
this demon
accent, and my
later
brain
claim?
went to Zevran.
In
Or-
fact,
Yeah,
his
Zevlor,
nature is
or
not
yeah,
so easily
Zevran, whatever his name.
defined.
I say
Zevran.
Zevlor
Speak
because
plainly,
Baldur's
Sholas.
Gate. God damn it.
What
Anyway,
Yeah,
are
it's
we
okay.
dealing with?
so yeah, with
Demons
Zevran,
normally
and
enter
like
this
it
world
was
by
super
possessing
like hot, but also he's
In their
like
true
a
form, they look
shameless flirt
bizarre,
because he's literally trying to
monstrous.
get in Morgan's
But you
pants.
claim
He's
Cole
trying to
looks
get
like a young
in
man.
freaking
Is it
uh,
possession?
why can't I think of
Alistair's
his name at the moment?
pants.
He has
Alistair's
possessed nothing
pants.
and no
He's trying to get
and yet
in the
he appears
freaking
human in all
Canari's
respects.
pants. The Canari's like,
Cole
I
is
just
unique.
want to
Oh my
kill
god,
things.
it's
And,
so
like,
good.
More than that, he
if
wishes
you
to help.
I just-
if you take him
I
with
suggest
you
you allow him
to
to do so.
like when you run into Isabella in Origins.
I still hate her.
Oh my god, yep.
In
She
my
left
opinion,
me
absolutely.
like
demons
she
either
took
hate
the
Oh,
book
she-
and down.
she
the
left
spell
me.
or
She
was
gave me the
summoned
book
down.
because I was close
They
enough where
almost
she would
never
give me
look
the
like
book,
something you'd
but then
mistake for a
she
person.
walked away, and I was
Well, you'd be
like, I'm
correct.
okay with it.
But
Doc
Cole
goes,
has
"Oh my god, I
virtually
love
She cheated on
Isabella."
in human form without
She
No.
possessing
cheated on both of
anyone.
mine
Velgard.
because
She
I didn't
shows
have
up again
anything
in
for her.
Velgard, I think.
She
does.
does,
Well,
yeah.
So I met her in Veilguard, and then I go back and see her in all these other games, and like in Veilguard, she's kind of like she's.
I liked her in
spunky,
Veilguard.
she's- Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. I was like, okay, she's spunky, she's a rebel, she's a strong, independent woman who don't need no man. Like
The
I'm totally
demons who
for
came
it, and
through the
she's like,
breach or
obviously
through the
she's done
rift
well. She's a
weren't
captain.
possessing anything.
She's got all this
These
loot.
demons were
Great.
drawn through against
I
their will.
hated
driven
her
mad by this
in
world.
two because she's like,
But
but
Cole
this is
predates
the
the
only way. No,
From
there's
what we can
not.
tell,
And you
he
just
has
started
lived
a
here for
war.
months,
I kind
perhaps
of have a
years.
thing against people who start wars.
looks like a young
If we
man.
haven't
First off,
figured it
Anders-
For all
out, I
intents
like
and
to
purposes,
stab them.
He is a
Yep.
young man.
But I couldn't stab Isabella
It
because
is
she ran
remarkable.
away. Like a little. Isabella.
Yeah. That was my issue because we get to Veilguard and my chat's like, oh my god, it's Isabella. I love her so much. She's mommy, blah blah. I'm like, okay. So then I get
No.
to 2 and Doc has like a hot for her, and I was like, why? Because her chest is out. Like, fine.
I'm pretty. Yep.
But at
yep.
the same
with
time, like
Morgan.
she needs to have sustenance, and she doesn't have sustenance to me. So I'm like, but whatever. Like I have enough guy choices. I can't judge. And then the more I'm meeting her, the more I'm like, she sucks. She's awful. Like how to?
Yeah.
It's got to be the tits. Like it's 100% got to be the tits.
That's
That
it.
was my
Yes,
feelings
they
on
don't-
Morgan too.
But Morgan had something to her.
Right.
Like
She had a mystery. She was like the hot goth chick. Like she's kind of, you know, dommy mommy a little bit. But anyway.
But oh, it drove me nuts. And when she like I had a relationship with her, so she was able to give me the book, which was fine. But then she still left and she skedaddled, and I'm like, you know what? Bye. Don't let the door hit you on your way out. Like there were some
Mhm.
people, even like with Sebastian, when I sided with Anders, and he goes, if you side with him,
Chase romance.
I'm leaving you. And I was like, fine, don't let the door, like, I don't give a fuck. And at that point, I was like, I'm probably not going to stay here anyway. So you're going to bring Starcave in and everyone's going to be gone. Like, whatever. And like, it was like no love lost. But I
And
liked,
the other thing I got spoiled for with Velgard regarding like Ferelden.
I should hear what
I
Cole has
respect
to say for
that
himself.
BioWare like
Where is he now?
wanted to
none of
kind of
us remember
start
him,
afresh,
He could be anywhere.
but they could have done it without making a whole bunch of people angry.
I don't. What did they do?
I
They
guess I
blew
don't
up
get that part.
Ferelden.
Haven.
The fact
So
that we're
many
not in
soldiers fought to
Ferelden?
protect the
No,
pilgrims
no,
so
no,
they
no,
could
no.
escape.
That's what I was told that
Choking fear.
I'm confused.
in
I guess.
Velgard,
Coughing from the medicine, but the cuts
like,
rack me with
they
every
basically closed you off from being able to get to Ferelden.
white pain.
But like, I was okay with that because I was into Winter. We'd never been into
can't.
Winter before.
I can't. I'm going
Honestly, my biggest
I'm
sad
tired.
face, which is just me
I'm
being me, was I met
dead.
when you meet the Inquisitor, and I was like, oh my god, it's my Inquisitor. Like this, I'm so happy to have her.
Oh, I know what happened.
And I was like
Okay.
I was hoping like I could meet my boo, you know, because they're together. And nope.
So here's what happened in Velgard to Ferelden. I just had to look it up. They got another blight.
Yeah, that was the thing. She mentions about all the
Just
blight.
got destroyed,
okay.
but I mean, it
That-
may as well
okay.
be.
That makes more sense, I guess. Okay.
Yeah, they got hit.
Yeah, the
with
blade is
sick
definitely
blight.
really big in Veilguard because it's kind of like, I mean, it's the all-consuming thing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
And
for
that's
sure.
You
kind
get
of their
to-
excuse as to why you don't get help. Because the Inquisitor's like, I would help you, but we're drowning. So
Yeah.
We're kind of busy, so you get to be busy too.
and again,
I'm okay with
Munchkin,
them
that's
continuing to leave the hero of Ferelden kind of ambiguous though.
yeah. I love that. She's doing whatever, and the hero of Ferelden's like, you can all fuck off. I did my due diligence. You guys don't matter.
Right?
I'm over this crap.
See, Munchkin, like, and people that like Isabella, that like Isabella, totally fine with. The people that I know that like Isabella are all the
Because she's
men
hot.
in my lives who do not hide the
Mhm.
fact that they like the fact that the game came out, they were in their, you know, late teens, early 20s, and they were just horny men.
Boobs. Yes, lots of exposed boobs,
Now I'm
and
curious.
very forward.
Yeah. But like, again, Sebastian, the first interaction I had with him, I got to not harass him, but I got to harass him because I make some like weird sexual joke to him. I even joked about it. Because it was like something I would never do, but it was like, oh well, if you're willing to if you're willing to do anything, hint hint
I-
wink wink.
I wanted to corrupt Sebastian so
Right?
bad.
I like breaking chantry, boys.
I am so mad that you can't. I am so mad that you cannot turn him to the side that needs all of the things because I feel like there. And I think part of it is because and I don't mean
It's
to plug,
louder
but
this
there's
close,
a
with so
YouTuber
many of them.
/Facebooker /reel maker Daniel the Scotsman, and that is who I kind of attach
Mm.
Sebastian to
Yes.
because of the accents
here
and
is
something
where I
something
can help.
pinned against castle
Every
walls.
breath slower.
Come on, Sebastian!
Like
You have so much potential.
That's the
I
thing.
don't need a chaste marriage.
He has so much potential in him, but he's legitimately married to the Chantry. So the fact that he's even a romance kind of upsets me. But then I'm like, but then he's there for the people that maybe don't care for romance. I'm like, I get it. I could kind of no.
Not
I
for
want
me.
to break
Nope.
the Chantry boy.
I started that run and I legit went
you want to
all the
remember
way
me.
back. So I had made it almost all the way through Act 2. And I was like, you know what? I can't with this
You're
chaste
using your
shit.
powers as
And
a
like you
spirit
said, if he
to help
asked me to
people.
freaking praise the maker
Yes.
one more time,
Praise the
Well, you
maker.
think
he doesn't
I
mean
was
it in an
good.
innuendo, I don't think it's
didn't
gonna
know.
work. And I
I
made it a
made
good solid,
mistakes.
at least
But I
2/3 of the
made
way through
friends
Act 2. And I
too.
was like, nope. I went completely back
Then
to Act
Templar
1.
proved
I
I
went
wasn't
back to
real.
my broody boy.
I lost my friend.
Throw me against the wall, please.
I
I
lost
can't. I
everything.
can't take it.
I
I don't do.
learned
I
how
don't
to
do
be
the
more
chantry
like
very
what
well,
I am.
apparently.
Mm-mm.
Oh no.
It made me different, but stronger.
Oh.
I can
See,
feel
I'm
this is
gonna
why
go
we
home.
blew up the Chantry. Because
I
we don't
Exactly.
need it.
help.
And this is why we stabbed the person who started a war. I don't care what he blew up. I care that he started a
The
war.
Inquisition could
Yeah,
use your
again,
help.
we don't agree with that part.
Helping.
I didn't want
I
to tell
helped
you
the
because
help.
I didn't want you involved, but you involved me.
There's
Like, you son of a
Someone-
bitch.
He's so hot.
but, like, you could have blown up the chantry at any time. You choose
Someone needs to
now,
stop her.
in this
Aw, man.
particular
Make her,
moment.
please.
Yes.
Oh
The
my
healers
goodness.
have done
Upstairs,
all
I'll be
they
right back.
can.
Ducky ducky.
It will take him hours to die.
It's
Every
just,
moment will be agony.
Can't.
He wants
There are
mercy.
there are some
see
people I
Cole
love.
appearing on your stream.
There's a Cole. Yeah, he's my son.
My sweet
You
boy.
say he won't
He's
die
my
for
son.
hours
I love
yet,
him.
But you can't know that
I-
for certain.
I think the
His
first time
body
I
is
played this game, I didn't actually complete
He
his
could
stuff
recover,
because I
or the
didn't
healers could find another way to
understand what
help
I
him.
needed to do in Inquisition for some of the stuff.
How do
But
you
by
know?
second
So-
playthrough, I always make him a human.
I don't.
I don't think I've ever turned him
was
into a
gonna say-
spirit.
Do you?
Newman is kind of his good
That's
ending.
part of life.
Because making
Try.
him more of a spirit just kind of
I want to stay.
it kind of is like an off switch to his emotional like
Mm.
coolness.
Which is
A
valid.
lot of what makes Cole in the game is because he befriended Reese.
Yeah.
Reese is a character. I don't know. Well, wait, because Kai didn't recruit Win, so it wouldn't make
Inquisitor?
sense.
Is
Wait,
it
Kai
something
didn't
you
recruit
feel?
Win?
I should really focus my
That's
attention
what
on
she
the
said.
individual.
She's like, I missed a lot.
I thought you couldn't remember who Win was. Win was my
But
mother, yo. I
double
loved her
check.
to pieces.
We'll have to
Scroll.
double check when she
I'm
comes
sc-
back.
I'm
but-
scrolling. I'm scrolling. I'm scrolling.
Dude, Dragon Age Sundered was such a good book. I loved that. That was such a good book.
I bought a ton of the Dragon Age books from the Kindle. I have yet to read them. I'm reading the one now
The
with
only one I've read was the Sundered.
Oh, hold on. My Kindle's behind me.
I'm just kidding.
It's I believe
Yeah.
with Marcus. Or whatever then his name is. The king.
Alistair's dad, right?
Yeah. Yo, that's how I learned shit about Fiona. Because someone
Wait,
was
she's
talking.
in Inquisition though.
Yeah, but I just knew her as who she is in Inquisition. I didn't know any of her back stuff. And I was reading.
Doesn't she has a dialogue with us about Alistair, I think.
I think she asks about him or makes the
Yeah.
comment about. But like the first time I played Inquisition, Alistair was the king, and I sided with
You
the
didn't make
mages,
the
and they get
connection between
exiled
them.
because
Yeah.
I didn't know there was a connection. So I was like, okay, and it was literally just recently. I was watching, I think, a TikTok, and someone was explaining how in one of the Dragon Age novels you
think he
find out
knows
who
his
Win
mother
is, and I was like, are you fucking not Win? The woman, and I was like, are you fucking kidding me? What do you mean she's his mom? I
I mean,
fought
it
her.
makes
I
sense 'cause
sided
he
with
doesn't
her.
know her.
Yeah,
it
he
makes
doesn't.
sense because he doesn't know her.
He's just known that I think she's thought that she was dead for years.
So,
So I have the Stolen Throne. That's the one I'm reading.
yeah, so the reason why he doesn't know about her is because of the whole stigma against elves.
Yeah, they decide it's better for him because he doesn't look like an elf. He looks like a human.
And she's also a mage, so that's like
Yeah.
2 strikes against her.
Yep. I know that very well. I went rogue, but I was an elf. Oh, did I not put my Kindle back in right?
I have so many different save states across multiple games. I'm just like, which one did I pick for this game? Which one did I pick for that game? So I think it was I went Templar for Alistair. And he made me his queen.
I should.
Sorry, Waves.
I should have done
Sorry,
that.
Waves.
Fine.
By the day,
If I hearted him, I would have had a chance. I could have been the mistress, but I didn't harden
I
him.
was also a Koosland, so because if you're an elf or a mage,
tried
he
to
will
make it
not
possible.
marry you
Hmm.
because of the
I
politics.
haven't seen
Yeah.
you before. The
Um,
commander brought me up from the refugee camps.
and I mean,
I've been
he's
helping the
trying to
pilgrims in
not
simple
lose his
ways,
throne
setting broken bones.
Yeah, the one I
We've
worked so
made
hard
him-
to get him.
that we made him sit on. So
You
I
are
want to
the
go
maid.
and change my
Who
keep
let
answers and
many
make
healers
him
do
a
with them?
warden
Magic can't cure
and like play
everything. We shouldn't rely
2 in Inquisition as him as a
Science, your
warden.
wish, is the way of the future.
I just don't want to replay Origins, so I'd rather just change my answers.
Exercise and a balance of humors. As you were, your worship.
Yeah. That is the one thing I like about Veilguard. It does keep everything straightforward.
Send men to scout the area.
Would I
We need
love
to
to
know
have
what's out there.
multiple save
Yes,
states? Sure, but
Commander,
I do
soldiers have been
appreciate
assigned
that
temporary
for
quarters.
Very
simplicity.
good.
If
I'll
you're
need an
coming
update on
into
the armory as
Veilguard
well.
having not played any of the previous games, the only
Now.
previous game you have to worry about is the end of Inquisition.
Yeah. That's
set
kind of
up
the
as
thing,
best
because
we
when
could,
Veilguard was announced,
never
I told my friend,
prepare
I was
for
like,
an
I think I
arduous
really want to play
whatever it
Veilguard,
is.
because I
With
knew
some
I had
warmth, we
2
might.
copies of Inquisition, and I never played more than like 30 minutes into it. So, which is kind of funny, because now years later, it's like my favorite game ever, and I play it all the time. But I was like, I want to play it. So my friend goes, before you play Veilguard, you have to play Inquisition, because it's the, like, after everything of Inquisition. Like, you should play, obviously, all of them, but to play Veilguard, you should really play Inquisition. And I was like, all right, I'll do it. I'll play Inquisition. So I did that. I went and played Trespasser, and then I went into Veilguard, and I was like, yeah, no, I'm really happy that I did what I did, because it helped me build, there's not a ton of connections, but it helped me build enough connections to know, like, who's who and all that fun
We were
stuff.
all shaken by what happened.
It's my
If
boo.
Corypheus
Hi,
strikes
boo.
again, we may not
I
be
love
able
you.
to withdraw. And I wouldn't want to. We must be ready.
Oh,
Work
that's
on
icy. I forgot.
Skyhold is underway.
This is
Guard
water.
rotations established. We should have everything on course within a
Ugh.
week. We will not run from here, Inquisitor.
But this game has ruined me, and I blame everybody for it. Just saying.
How many were lost?
Most of our people made it. to
I'm by
Skyhold.
myself.
It could have been worse.
I'm by myself.
Morale was low.
I will say I
Improved
really
greatly since
enjoyed
you accepted
Colin
the role of
more
Inquisitor.
in Inquisition than I did when I first met him in Origins, and then 2. Because 2, I was like, wow, this guy's a fucking
I
a-hole.
hated him so much. I said that to Kai. I was like, I'm so glad I played Out of Order, because if I played 2 and then Inquisition, I probably would have romanced Bull. Because I hated him so much. Every time he came on the screen and said something to the point of, like, he's just an asshole, I was like, I'm supposed to love you? Like, could you not be such a dick? Like,
Yeah, so 2 save states of
Everyone has so
Inquisition.
much
I
faith in my
have
leadership. I hope I'm
one
ready.
where I romance
have to
Colin,
carry the
and another
Inquisition
one where I
alone.
romance Bull.
Although it must feel
love Bull.
I
We
thought
needed
about
you.
romancing
You have
Solus,
proven yourself.
but that was before I played the end
you,
of the
Colin.
game for the first
Mm.
time. And of course, he won't
Our
romance
escape
you if
from
you're not an
Haven.
elf, so
It
it
was
was
close.
kind of moot.
I'm
But,
relieved that you,
um,
that so many.
But
I'm
Colin, I
always
don't
elf.
have that problem with.
Yeah.
So much.
We'll romance you no matter what.
The only thing I
think.
did before playing Inquisition, Trespasser, like all the games, was I knew I was going to go as a female.
You could have.
Yeah.
I will not
And
allow
I was like,
the
I'm probably gonna go as a
investigation
rogue,
to
and I'm probably gonna go as an elf, because that's
You
my
have my
comfy
vote.
classes. I'm fine with that. I Googled like who the romance choices were and what their stats were. So like
Mhm.
if I want to romance Colin, does it matter what I am? If I want to romance Dorian, does it matter who
Oh.
I am? And like I didn't want to know anything else about them. I just wanted to know what their romance preferences were, because I didn't want to waste time romancing them to then not be able to romance them when it mattered, and then fucking up my other choices.
I
So-
stand corrected on Cullen though, because I thought you could romance him on whatever race. Nope, just humans or elves.
Yeah, you can't do it as a dwarf or quarry. But I mean, to be fair, like other than Bull, I
Doesn't
don't
wanna
like the
get picked
Kunari in
up
this
by a
game.
Buff Kunari.
I mean, you doing that actually helped me because that's how I knew what
Yeah.
I needed to be for Dorian.
Well, because that
She's
was
like,
my
make,
thing.
Make sure you make a male. I was like,
That was my thing for you, because you're like, I'm gonna respec and I'm gonna go after Dorian, and I was like, well, if you're respecing, like, I'm not gonna spoil anything for you, but
but yeah, no,
You
that,
need to
that
know
totally
this.
works.
Super gay.
yeah.
That's not spoiling. I totally appreciate that, and I like. It's kind of weird because I feel like there's kind of like a flip flop
Inquisitor.
with the Dragon Ages, right? Like the first one, it mattered. Like you
Did
had to
you
be
leave anyone
a male or a
behind in
female for
Blackpool?
certain options. The
No.
second one, nobody
Here I
cared.
made
Nobody
few
cared.
friends.
You could do whatever
Families in
with
Ferelden.
whoever. Like,
No one
Multiple
settled
people
I mean,
even.
one of the reasons.
Yeah.
Not in
one of the reasons I want to do Origins again is I want to see Morrigan's story. Like, I'm legit intrigued by Morrigan's story because I love Morrigan. I'm
I'm flippy floppy
My
with her.
romantic choice was Liliana, so
I like the witchy stuff. I like the like the mystique and all of that. Like, it's all me. So I'm like, I kind of identify with her in a way. Also, like, the very strenuous relationship she has with her mother. Like, there's a love there. Like, there is a connection that cannot be broken. And I totally feel that, but they resent each other. And I feel like that is a very good metaphor for my relationship with my mother. So I kind of like, there's a level of her that I'm just like, oh, it's me. Plus, she's
Apologies
hot,
if you hear
and
me
I like
baby
playing male
talking in my
characters.
head.
So I'm like,
I love Morgan because the first time I knew of her, but the first time I met her was in Inquisition after the ball. She comes out in that stupid poofy dress with the ugly ass corset, and I was like, I hate this. And then she comes into the war room, and I was like, oh, I'm gay. Fuck.
right?
So apologies if my tracking is messed up. Faye just decided to
It was
sprawl
a
out on my
mistake to use
chest.
Haven
Hi,
as the base of
Faye.
operations. The town was
I love
completely-
you.
Guys up just a
It
little
was
bit.
a bad location. We
You're
should have not-
fine.
My face
You
is
left
covered
yourself
in
vulnerable
cat
to
hair.
attack.
Thanks.
Miscalculation.
She's
One
like, I
that
love you,
Actually, I had to buy
Bob.
But the enemy
I had to
struck a
freaking buy
serious blow
a
against
lint
you in
roller
your
for work.
position. It was misrecognized.
Ugh.
It never mattered really before, but like now I wear like business casual and I have to look halfway decent.
How do we feel about Vivian as we sit here talking to her, deciding what option I want?
Vivian, I
Yeah.
don't like her as a person, but she is my godless
every
dragon
person I
murdering
save.
machine.
That is valid.
I failed them.
That is
am
valid.
not
Them, my dear.
I picked
fan of
Liliana to
Vivian.
be
Who
divine,
fought
so
for you gave their lives for a great cause, and they fought to the end.
I like
I'm-
her
I'm
boob window.
Still fight, and you will fail.
I
them if
like
you
the
give
boob
up
window.
now.
I like her
Our enemy
design. I
advances,
like the
Inquisitor.
voice
Please
actor
don't
did an
see
amazing
them
job.
die.
Oh
Like,
yeah,
Act
absolutely,
first.
I
but
just don't like
the-
Vivian as a person.
You can become
Yeah.
The
The
whole
the faith
mages
will
need to be
require.
controlled.
must do
Like,
it
no,
soon.
it's not. That isn't the problem.
Well, I had a wonderful circle experience, so therefore, I think we should go back to that. And it's like, but I also
Exactly,
know
like-
that they're not all the greatest, but like mine was fine, so it's
I
fine.
live in Italy. I've had a lot of money. I'm fine. Everybody needs my experience. Well, no, that's not.
was all
You know, it's not how. Go ask.
Damned right.
That's the one thing I'll give
Conniving little shit.
Anderson.
Mm.
You know, he kind of had a shitty experience, and he
You
had to literally
interrogated
do
me.
the
What
one
did
thing
you
with the one
expect?
friend that he cared about. So I get it. I still
I'll be
Yeah.
right back. I'm gonna get something to drink because
Go
I
for it.
feel like I inhaled some cat hair, and
Valid.
it was not a pleasant experience.
Extra protein. I don't know why cat hair has protein, but that's what we're going with. I'm about to get Nev.
We needed someone to
Noise.
lead the
I'm talking to
secret
Oh, this
Cassandra.
First,
Is that the one with
Liliana and I
the
searched for the
Collins
hero
of Dirt?
Ferelden, but she had vanished.
What now?
Then we looked for
No, that's
Hawke,
after the
No,
book.
but
no,
she was
oh.
gone too. We thought it all connected, but
I'm-
Where are you in
I
this one? I'm
j-
trying to figure out
I
where you're at.
just got to
You
Skyhold.
kept her from us.
Oh,
Like I did
as a
off-stream
leader.
stuff up until Skyhold
would
just to
have
get me to
been at the
Skyhold.
conclave
So I talked to
if
him and I was
anyone
like,
could have
"Are you
saved
seeing
both
anybody? I'm so glad you lived."
a wink, a wink, a wink.
Wait, yep. Hint, hint. Wink, wink. Can you love me?
Varric's not responsible for what
I
happened.
love
at the
Nev,
conclave.
and I think
I was
she's my favorite
protecting my
female
friend.
character. I just.
Varric is a
I'm
liar,
so flippy
Inquisitor.
floppy with Nev.
A
I
snake.
think I get mad
Even after the conclave,
with
when we
how
needed Hawke
she's
most,
written to harden
Varric
her.
kept her secret.
Fair.
She's with us.
Because,
now.
I will
like,
say,
We're on
you
the
it's
can at
same
not-
least
side.
still. You can
We
still
all
romance
know
her after
you
she's
died
hardened, though.
young,
You
Varric.
can't with
It will
Lucanus,
never
and I
be
don't like that
Inquisition.
because I feel like, and this is a little bit
That's unworthy
preachy,
of you.
but I feel like that spins that women forgive and forget or whatever
must
and are
not
willing to
think
take
of
you
what
back, where the
could have
man's like,
been.
no, I don't
We have
care.
so much
I'm hurt. I'm blah,
No,
and I'm
Varric.
completely cut off
Just-
from
I
everything.
think
That is my
my
biggest gripe.
my big gripe with the whole thing is like it's not based on your choices. It's based on, but this
Fair.
is my home. So like I
what I
chose to save
Hawk had been at the temple,
my
he'd be
home.
dead too.
So
You
Okay, I'm
people
back.
yeah,
don't
like
enough
Nev
for her.
wants to go save Minrathis because
believe
it's her home. I
I've
wanted to
done
go
his
save
story for
my
me,
home
and I
too.
followed
Like,
it.
and the fact
If
that
I'd
she's
just
so
explained what
upset
was
about the
at
fact that you
If I'd
didn't help
just
her
made
home,
him
like
understand.
it's
But I
not
didn't,
my
did I?
home.
I didn't explain
Antiva
why we needed
is my
help.
home. Like, and I feel like I would have liked
I'm
more
such a
of it's
fool.
based on maybe if I didn't choose either of them, it would have like it made sense. But if I chose Antiva and I side with Antiva, she should be like, I'm sad that you didn't choose it, but I understand why because you chose your home.
See, it would
He
have
gets
been nice
there,
to do something
though.
nuanced
It
like that.
takes a
This
while,
is
but she
EA
gets
we're
there.
talking about.
She does get there though, because she even
Hawk
says
might
like,
not
you know,
even
you
have
made an
agreed to
impossible
become
choice.
Inquisitor.
I
She
understand.
supported the Maid
And that's why I say I
Rebellion
appreciate
after
her
all.
line that you can
She
still
wouldn't have
romance
trusted me
her.
for a
If
second.
you go
But
for
this isn't
the
about
if you
Hawk
go
or
save
even Derek.
Antiva, you
Not
can still
truly.
have a romance
I
with
should
Nev.
have been
If
more
you go
careful.
save
I should have
Minrathis,
been
you
smarter.
can't with
I don't
Lucanus. He
deserve
cuts
to
you
be
off
here.
completely. He's like,
We
no, I'm
can't have
sorry, I don't have
anything,
any room in my
Cassandra.
heart for this,
Not
whatever.
hard enough,
However,
I
Nev still
think.
finds room
You
to
can't
forgive and
believe
forget.
that.
Yeah.
And I don't like that dialogue that it has
I
to be a
want you to know
female that forgives and
have no
forgets and
regrets.
becomes the bigger person.
Maybe if we
I'm
found
sorry,
Hawk
this is a
or the
little bit
hero
preachy from
forever,
Kai and probably the most
the
preachy
makeup
you'll
would
hear me
be
on
different.
stream, but fuck you. You can be an emotional freaking powerhouse and still understand that I chose to save, like, because the first time I saved Minrathis, I was a shadow dragon. And I'm like, okay, maybe Lucanus will still, not that I necessarily intended for him, but I still, like, flirted all the way that I could. And he's like, no, I don't have it in my heart, Rook. And it's like, because you didn't save Antiva, Lucanus cannot find any love but for his home. And
Mm.
I didn't like that it was flip the roles.
Yeah.
But then again, at the same time, I feel if they flipped the roles and it was the woman who cut him off, there would have been a complete outrage. I feel like they shouldn't have cut either off. Like, make it that it's an impossible choice. That's why it's supposed to be so big, right? Like, it's
Yeah.
supposed to be this huge decision that matters. And like, if the characters could understand that, because I feel like that's kind of what it goes for with Nev's. Why did Lucanus have to be so cold and
Yeah.
hard and whatever? Like,
But I also they really like fucked over Lucanus with the writing. So I
That's
wonder
fair.
if that's why.
They gave him the will treatment.
Yeah.
yeah.
Which is sucky because like he starts out strong. But like I made the comment with Lucanus that I was upset because I romanced him and I felt like it was nothing. It was a lot of like not cock blocking, but it was a lot of like cock blocking and teasing all the way through until you actually sleep together. And I was like, I would have liked something more.
That's why I like Emmerich so much. Like, you get, if you romance Emmerich, you get 2, 3 intimate scenes, not sex, but
Yeah, but
intimate
intimate.
scenes before you get to the end crap. And 1, yes, please. 2, every box is checked. I hate these games that have a freaking brain line to me.
But like I made the comment to you when I saw Emmerich's because again I didn't play Emmerich. I watched the compilation on YouTube and I liked it. I enjoyed it. I could see why you really like went for it. I still felt like it was lacking something. And I think because I was coming off of Inquisition where every character has these in-depth moments where you really get to see and build a relationship, which they did with Emmerich. But I feel like there was just something in the writing that just wasn't.
All of them were lackluster.
Yeah.
If you compare them to Inquisition, or honestly, I'll even say 2. Like, yeah, you couldn't go. I like Inquisition that you can go smooch when you want to. Like, that's one thing I really like about Baldur's
Just don't
Gate.
start Trespasser because then you can't smooch.
That's fair. Like, cheesy as it is, I don't care. There's just something about being able to immerse yourself with this character and make your character have a moment with them, and it's just like, aw. Also, it's great fuel for writers, by the way. For us fanfic people, it's gold. It fuels so many things. But, like, I wish they would be consistent with it. Like, allow it for all games or allow it for none. Like, it seems every other Dragon Age game you can smooch, and every, like, you can't in one, and you can in the other.
I feel like it
that was one of my
has to
favorite
do with
parts.
who's directing it.
Mm.
Because Gator directed the first, I want to say the first 2 games.
But in one you can, and two you can't. That's what I'm kind of saying. In one you can, two you can't. Inquisition
In
you
one,
can,
it was like, what,
and
the
Veilguard you can't.
2000s?
Hmm?
Wasn't Origins when
Time for the Googles.
release?
Oh yeah, I don't know when they all came out. I just noticed that
Yeah.
like one you could have, and I loved the moments with Alistair. If you have Morrigan in your party, and she's just like, "Oh, please spare me."
Yeah,
And he's like,
so-
"Oh, I get to kill 2 birds with 1 stone."
So-
Okay.
Or Dragon Age Origins came out in the early 2000s, so I can understand why some of their
Look,
it depends.
If I walked up to Alistair and I smooched him many, 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 many times.
That's
Like-
what I like. I like being able to have those little moments,
They're
and it's like certain.
Bisexual companions, though.
But I could hate, but even still, like, the fact that it makes the world feel more real. If I can walk up to somebody at any given moment and I can interact with them and have an interaction, even if it's just to kiss them, like, I can have that moment.
Waves
And-
walking up to kiss random strangers confirmed.
Yep.
Hey.
So look, the things I do off stream with my boy. But like, I can do that in 1. In 2, I couldn't. I would talk to Anders all the fucking time trying to get some sort of interaction, and it was just the same dry,
It's the
like,
same-
man,
yeah.
I should move into. I should really think about getting my own place. I should really think about doing. And I was like, why? Why would you want to leave? Like, as far as I know, we have a quote unquote good relationship. You're living with me. Why do you want your own place? Like,
Right.
what? And
But
then
they didn't
obviously.
quite code it for when you
Yeah.
made that decision.
And then in Inquisition, I can walk up to Cullen and I can kiss him as many times as I fucking well please, and I have. Like, so, and then I go to Veilguard and I can't interact with my romance at all. I can only see them when the game lets me see them. And I don't get to have any sort of, like, true connection with them outside of when I'm allowed to do it. And it just has this disconnect, especially for an RPG that's supposed to feel like in my
Immersive.
world and what I can allow, and
I'm glad you're here, Bill.
it just
Yep.
ruins something for me.
You ever need to talk more
I don't understand why they do it in some and they don't know. Like, make it
Yeah.
an all or nothing. That's one thing I really liked about Baldur's Gate, especially after the patch. So I will say, I'm a Gale girl, hardcore. His kiss in original,
Something is
good God, dude! Like, love you. no. You're supposed to be the passionate one. You're supposed to be the book lover, which means I know you've read smut. I know it's in your brain. I know you know how to do the things. You could literally his first scene. Well, is it his first? No, the second scene with him when you're in the astral plane. I know you can do it. So why is it so boring? What did I just do? I hit like 7 buttons and everything came up.
Oh gosh, he's pushing
Dang it.
buttons.
So when they added, what was it, 2 different kisses? I think.
I
Like,
think so,
there's
yeah.
a total of 3. Like all characters have 3. Oh, his other 2? Why weren't they
brain
the originals?
Started my ADHD kicked in.
You're all good.
Are we talking about Baldur's Gate kisses now?
Yes,
Yes,
because we're talking
Because
about
I-
kisses throughout games.
kisses throughout
Fair.
the games and being able to interact with the character that you're, supposedly involved in. And when they added that patch with the Gale kiss, it changed it. It felt real. Like it
Mhm.
felt like I could go up and kiss my boo, and I don't know if I'm gonna get like the cute little sweet peck or the like consume your soul kiss. Like
More flashbacks to the glitch Astarian kiss.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Like-
Yeah.
it gives a level of immersion that if you can't interact with your characters, and I feel like that's one thing that Dragon Age does really well. It's just it sucks you into that world. Like you both know the premise of my fanfic. Like
Oh,
I
yes.
have been wholly absorbed in all of the lore, and I'm finding ways to turn, pull other lore into it. And I'm like, I have a spreadsheet. I have never made an outline for a paper. Not
Future
for
novelist
school,
over here.
not for anything. I have an outline for this fanfic. Like, you can't tell me that doesn't mean something. I've become obsessed with this world, but let me be absorbed in it. Oh, you made Sarah mad.
I do that all the
Did you-
time.
That's okay. I don't like Sarah.
I'm torn with Sarah. When I first met her, I was like, I'd kiss her. I'm interested.
She has moments.
And then the more I got to know her, the more I'm like, she's a little rough around the edges, but okay. And then I got to a point where I was like, I don't want to interact with you anymore. Like I can't do it.
Yeah,
The
she's
prank
just
thing was
mean.
cute.
The prank
like,
thing's
I thought it was kind
adorable.
of funny. Like
The
when you go over that, yeah. Like I thought that was super.
The
I
best
just-
is if you do, I think you have to
Colin's
do it.
desk.
Yeah, you get to his desk and she's like, I don't want to mess with it. I don't know how sturdy it is. You're like, oh, it's pretty sturdy. I was like, yes.
Wait,
yes.
you get that choice?
Yeah.
That's an actual dialogue?
Yeah, because if you sleep, like, obviously, if you guys sleep together and then you do Sarah's thing, you obviously hit the
Oh,
three of them and you go into his desk and, like, Sarah's does something like you're like, oh, I think the desk would work, and Sarah goes, oh yeah, that'd be good. Something, and she says something about it being sturdy, and you're like, oh, it's pretty sturdy. Don't worry about it. And I was like, oh my god,
That is epic. You
Yeah,
can see how
Like
often
he,
I've
he
romanced
like knocks
Colin.
a bunch of stuff off his desk and then like
oh, it's
Oh,
so
yeah.
fucking
I've-
hot.
wow.
I've
So
so
hot.
there was the time that I
hot.
romanced
Good to hear.
Cullen. I have romanced him at least up to that point. And I remember, like, all the army is there or whatever, however many captains he's talking to, and then you're like behind the door, and then he kind of like sees you and he's like, "All of you get the hell out now."
My
Get out of
favorite
here.
thing,
I'm
my
done.
favorite thing when Inquisition came out.
When he does this,
Oh, Colin's kiss on the balcony was glitched for the longest time. They
I'm
had to
glad I
patch
played it
Oh,
after.
right?
So it's just.
But like anytime
is a
you
good
talk to him, you could only do the kiss.
Which I like. I have no notes.
Like that sounds like. Wait, did Waves design that one? Was that Waves coded a little
the
bit?
best.
And I'm gonna see if I can find the details about
the
this.
best.
Dragon
The
Age.
best about it is it loads the cutscene of you guys kissing on the battlements
Colin.
every time you kiss them. So it's not like, oh, you guys, it's every time you smooch them. You go to the battlements, you
Nice.
beat each other, and you make out. I was
Nice.
like, I'm here for it.
I feel like yep, that's very Wade coded. I will
it's
say,
beautiful.
like,
Skyhold glitch where
the desk scene.
Send it
10 out
to
of
me,
10.
Cherry, and I'll post it up.
yeah, there's a glitch too with him where you get locked out of a really important conversation with him in Skyhold, and it basically makes it so you cannot finish the game.
Oh no.
Oh,
Yeah, that was.
that
I never
sounds
got
bad.
that one. I just tried to Google glitches.
What's
Yeah, I
the glitch
didn't
that won't
get
let you
that one.
finish
Yeah,
the
he
game?
vanishes from Skyhaven.
Oh no. Oh no. No. I'm
What?
good.
That's early. Damn, that's very
So-
early.
Yeah, so you have to do Sarah's prank before you see him in this specific instance. I don't know which cutscene or anything it is, but you have to. I don't know. Let's see, Colin. Romance glitch.
We must make sure this glitch is never activated or Waves will riot.
Romance glitches often. Cullen's romance glitches often involve missing cutscenes, especially the chess game with Illyrium scenes, stuck dialogue, or locked heart options, commonly caused by other romances, which is fair. So like
He
if you
doesn't share
romance-
well.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, no, he really doesn't. Talking too quickly after loading, or potential mod conflicts, often fixed by changing display settings. What? Why would that matter? I swear to God, I'm like, Google is like the Wild West for me right now. The fuck? Sorry. Oh, I forgot you don't like like cursing on stream.
I don't
I'm so
care. Go
sorry.
for it. My thing is, we're doing charity. I'm trying to limit it, but I've already said fuck like 10 times. So at this point,
Right.
look, my rule
Finishing
is,
other
Sherry, you
companion
can type
quests
it in
or ensuring
chat.
You're not involved with anyone else.
Yeah, I learned
Listen
that.
for
Like, they
heart
don't. Your bot don't play.
and
I
relationships first.
not Cherry. Kai, I want you to know I've blocked fuck, fucking with an accent. Any increment of the word fuck has been totally banned from my chat because I don't want it in my chat. But like, obviously, if I'm doing a voice call with someone, I don't care. You guys then follow the waves can say it rule.
Fair.
I just
Yes,
don't want it in my
forget what I
chat.
was typing. There was something I typed and I thought I was pretty clever with how I spelled it. It was like, you've been timed out. I was like, okay, fine. Whatever. I wasn't as clever as I thought I was.
Sneaky, sneaky.
It's fine. I can't do all of it all the time. And so are the demons hurting.
All right. Oh yeah, let me do my stuff.
Oh, okay.
Kill the
I
demons!
figured out what the glitch was. The glitch that I got. There's a romance glitch where the dialogue freezes during the balcony battlement kiss. And they had to patch that.
Does he like not load in, or do
There's
you guys
a
like not
workaround,
meet?
but it's like I don't know. Let's see. Approach from the front. Some players found success approaching Cullen from the front, in front of his war table, rather than from behind. Wait before interacting. Wait about 10 seconds after loading a save or entering the area before initiating. That is so weird. Why does Inquisition sound like it was so buggy? I don't remember that.
I can see it
just
being
remember that
buggy.
was one issue.
It seemed like, from what I can tell, at least for its time, it was very boundary pushing. Like, it was trying to do a lot of stuff that games couldn't do, so I'm not terribly surprised that there's a lot of bugs from the OG.
First came out though, I had to get the PS4 version because I started on PS3, and when I would go through, what is that, desert location?
Mm-hmm.
And Varric kept like falling through the sand.
Nice.
It was weird.
I mean, he does have short
Like Josephine fell through the floor and disappeared from my save
damn.
file. Yeah, the PS3 version was rough.
I'm currently playing on the PS4. Once I realized I had 2 copies of Inquisition for the PS4, I was like, all right, well, instead of breaking my computer, I'm now just going to play on the PS4.
Hey, there you go.
That's valid.
Hey, your computer's pretty touchy.
What's funny is it's fine-ish.
Until it's not.
I really need to blow it out. Like, I know it's super dusty and now there's cat hair. And then my system, because my computer was a pre-built that then Doc and I rebuilt. So we've replaced everything but the CPU and the graphics card. So like, I don't want to say I don't trust the graphics card and the CPU that was already in there, but like,
it's probably dated at this point, if anything else. I mean, a lot has happened, and what's funny, I mean, now might not be a terrible time to get a CPU while it tanks that RAM is so stupid expensive, so something to keep an eye out for.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, Doc and I were kind of looking, but I was only half looking. And because I've been so focused on like paying my bills, I'm like, I can put it off. But in the back of my mind, I'm going, if I wait too long, something's going to happen. I'm going to pay out the ass to fix my computer. Like,
right now, if it is the graphics card and the CPU that's the problem, now's not a bad time to buy, because the RAM is so expensive, it's skewing everything else. So it's kind of like when, you know, the whole Bitcoin bro shit came out, and graphics cards were so expensive. Like, other than not being able to get the materials, like everything else was kind of less than the graphics card, and
Yeah.
that's kind of what's happening with the RAM now. I am still floored that the exact same pack of RAM that I bought for $159 not even 2 years ago is almost $1,000 right now.
Yeah,
like
that's kind of ridiculous.
I cannot wrap my brain around it.
And is it only because it's
more-
being used to power AI? Is that why it's so expensive?
It's the generative AI. It's because it's the same thing as the Bitcoin miners. That's why graphics cards were so expensive, because that's what was the choke point for the Bitcoin miners. Right now, the RAM is the choke point for how fast your AI operates.
Gotcha.
So I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all. It's stupid and I hate it, but not surprised.
Gotcha. Okay. I only half keep up with stuff. So you mentioned the other day about AI, and I was like, is it because it's powering it, or because of something that I missed? Like,
No,
I'm
it's
out of
because
the loop.
it's the bottle. It's the bottleneck. It's whatever ends up being the bottleneck ends up being, the key keeper
Yeah.
or the gatekeeper, as they say.
All right, let me go do
No!
some story real cullen, I want to smooch Cullen, and I can't smooch him until I actually get that far.
I am about to have a very tragic event happen.
Oh no. Where
Yeah,
are
I need to
you?
See what it is.
Oh
yeah.
I still have I have Varric. I just got to the demon, and a friend
Okay.
just messaged me, and he was
Stay
like, "Is it
normal.
as bad as everyone says it is?" No.
That's the thing. Like, my friend that played Veilguard before me really liked it. And I was like, I could see why people had complaints about it, but I think the hate that
like the
it got
playstyle,
wasn't
like,
worth it.
I really liked the playing, like the mechanics.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I feel like if TikTok hadn't ruined it for me, I probably would have played it the whole way through. So I probably will try to give it a chance.
Give it a get-go. And if I have to sit in your chat and harass anyone that
stream
harasses you, I will fucking harass everybody. They're just gonna be ban-hammered.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll stream it. I may just play it off stream.
Which is
and be
also a
like,
super valid answer.
Yeah.
I'm just making the comment. If I have to get my banhammer out, I will banhammer everybody, because fuck that noise.
I feel that. I appreciate you.
Mm-hmm. The one
Yeah,
day
if I
was...
do end up streaming it, I'll just make you a mod for
for
that.
The one day I was having issues with somebody in chat, and Music messaged me, and because she's not a mod anymore, and she goes, "Can you give me modding privileges? Because I see you are alone, and I need to time people out." And I was like, "I appreciate you. Please hold." Because I think that's when I was still using Restream, so like accessing anything was just so ridiculous, and I had to keep tabbing out. So she's like, "I'll just do it." I'm like, "I love you.
Yeah.
I appreciate you." What was I doing? Oh yeah, war table bullshit. Let me go back to the war table.
Question though
That's
for
fair.
OBS.
Yes.
Because I usually use my Restream stream key, but I'm only multi-streaming using OBS at this point because of stream elements. So if I were to go just back to using a Twitch stream key and use the multi-stream like function, like it would be fine. It would still connect to those accounts.
Okay, so here's the issue. I was using Restream, got rid of Restream for money, went and got the Stream Elements multi-stream, and I lost my ability to multi-stream to TikTok because it had to reacquaint, or it had to regain access.
Oh,
it took
okay,
it,
yeah,
like-
then I have to keep it.
It took it like 4 days or whatever to actually do it, and then I got it, and now I'm suspended for 5 days.
Excavation is
So, but here's the thing. Now, here's where
That
things
tracks.
get really interesting. I don't know what happened. So, I got access during Kai and I's Boulder Gate stream. But because I had
Okay.
internet issues that entire prior week, I didn't multi-stream. I don't even think I went to YouTube. I think I was just on Twitch. So then after we ended Baldur's Gate, I switched to Where the Winds Meet and decided to do that on multi-stream. I couldn't do it. No, I was multi-streaming, didn't do TikTok, lost my connection and just kind of left it. Then I streamed Where the Winds Meet and it was on TikTok and it was on Twitch. And then right after I got into Where the Winds Meet, Remy came into chat and told me about the Silas banner that was dropping, which was the vampire one. So I watched the trailer on stream and I was fine. And then I got off stream, went to go into OBS the next day, and it told me that TikTok
That's really
refused had suspended me or removed access. I'd either been banned, like not banned, but banned or restricted access, and wasn't allowed to reapply for 7 days. But the funny thing is, TikTok has no recollection of this, so like I can't connect through Stream Elements.
You took a
I get
screenshot though, right?
I did, but like it's I can't do anything. So on TikTok, there's no notification saying I got banned or suspended. I can go into TikTok live and I can go live. I just can't access it through the stream key on Stream Elements. So, but I don't know what I did. And the funny thing is, because I was like, for science, I took the clip of me watching the entire trailer and I edited it and I put it on to TikTok straight from the TikTok VOD. And the VOD or that clip is fine. I've got no bans. I've got nothing. It's not like being filtered.
That's crazy.
So then what the fuck banned me? Like, how did I lose? Because I didn't obviously lose access completely. Like, because I know some people are like, oh, they hate VTubers. Like, people hate VTubers and they'll report them for whatever reason. But, like, it would have happened on both the TikTok side and the stream outside. I would have gotten notified. I wasn't notified. So now I can't stream for 5 days because it counts down from 7. Yeah. So I'm like, but I don't know what I did. Like, I can still post. All my clips are still going up, no problem. I can still post to it, no problem. I just can't go live. So, just a heads up, Cherry.
I keep having to remove and re-add TikTok to my multi-stream thing because I don't technically meet the follower count requirements.
But they gave you access to it, so...
Because I went through Restream.
But still, they gave you access to it.
Yeah.
So why do they keep like? I'd be annoyed because they keep removing me. Take Dorian, take Iron Bull, and I will take Vic.
Always take Dorian.
So once I get
Dorian.
Once I get him, he is in my party. Like, it's always Iron Bull as my tank. It's always Dorian as my mage. And then then I'm usually a rogue, so I try to pick somebody else, maybe go with 2 mages or 2 tanks. But I'm a mage, so I have myself as a mage, I have Dorian as a mage. I switch out between Cole and Varric.
I switched
I kind of want to run more with Cole.
I switched out Dorian specifically to deal with I can't remember which dragon it was. It was one of the dragons. And Dorian, I love him, but he's not as good at dealing with dragons as my Vivian build.
Which is valid.
I always make him the was it the necromancer?
Yeah, I tend to make him a necromancer. I go fire.
What my build for him was. Hang on, I wonder if did they completely get rid of the keep?
Good luck.
I'm sorry, what about the keep?
Did they get rid of the keep?
You can't use Dragon Age keep. You have to use something else. Hold on, I'll pull it up.
Okay, Dragon Age keep. I mean, it's still there.
But like, if
it's there, but it's not updated at all.
It doesn't include Veilguard.
That's fine. I just mean like.
Everyone got mad. They're like, "How could you not put it on there?" Like, it's pretty easy because they didn't give a flying fuck about Veilguard. They're not gonna add it.
Yeah.
I feel there is so much potential lost with Veilguard, especially with the Alluvians, with if you've done the secret ending, there's a lot of hint of lore there. Like, they have so much room. But I just feel like it got such because I really feel it's kind of like the echo chamber effect. You get a couple of, and I say couple, but like obviously in the fandom it's thousands, right? You get the small group that's so angry about pick your aspect here, and they just rage and rage and rage, and that echo chamber just grows and grows and grows and grows. Like, I'm sorry, the gameplay is great. I think the story is great. Yeah, the romances need a little bit of love, but compared to some of the other romance games I've played, it's still better. I say it's better than freaking Boyfriend Dungeon, and half of that entire game is about romance. Like, I was kind of disappointed in it. I liked my choices, but I felt the overall game for supposedly to be like, everybody loves you. Yeah, the first guy you meet dumps you. Like, come on. It's not like there are so many. No, and like the gameplay is great. I feel like they're like, well, it's not dark enough. Have you played past the first 2 hours? Do we remember what we had to do with the mayor? That's kind of dark. It's not Claire Obscure where you're crying your eyes out in the first 10 minutes. I'll give you that. But it's still pretty freaking dark. There's a lot of really terrible choices. I wonder how much of it was because the art style is so modern that that's what they're pissed about.
I'm gonna turn my heat up a little more.
Valid.
Oh, yeah.
It's so cold in this stupid apartment.
Turned off.
Oh no!
Heater turned off. Why? Turn back on. Make the warm. I was like, why do my legs feel so cold? I have a heater under my desk because apparently I turned it off when I went upstairs. It's fine.
Then he was like, I'm toasty.
Included in my rent.
She is in the little house behind me right now, and Vesemir is asleep in Drop's chair, and I don't know where Fizzy is.
I'm trying to. So Doc is not here this week. He comes back Sunday. So I'm trying to get Mallows to like not sleep by my feet, but sleep like on his side of the bed, so I don't kick her while I'm in bed. You know, like so we can just sleep. Like the bed's there. The bed's open. I'm not gonna bother you. She's like, no, I want to sleep by your toes. Okay. Well, then you get mad that I kick you. She likes to. She sleeps by my feet sometimes, and I kick her almost every night.
See, Faye got used to sleeping by my feet because before Ben passed away, he used to get mad at her. She tried to sleep any higher than my knees.
Oh,
that was his spot.
Like, yeah, exactly.
That's
he
fair.
was first cat, so he got dibs.
I mean, that's valid.
I feel bad. So when Yenny sleeps with me,
the cat that made me a cat person.
So I have 4 cats, for those who don't know. I have a 10-year-old, 11-year-old void named Fizzgig. I have a 9-year-old gray tabby named Sylvanas. And I have my kittens, which are not kittens anymore, and they are 4 years old. One is a pure tabby. The other one has like the white chest and the white paws. And that's Vesemir and Yennefer. Fizzy likes my feet and sleeping by my head. And when he sleeps by my head, he likes to lick my hair, which sounds adorable until you're trying to sleep. And we have, my husband works nights, so we have blackout curtains on all of our windows so he can sleep during the day. And Fizzy likes to stretch and put his claws in the ones that are over the bed and pull them down and land on our foreheads. So I love him, but there are times I really wish he didn't want to sleep in my room. And then Yenny, I feel bad. So she's kind of the runt. She's super light, and I don't always feel when she like curls up on me. So there have been several mornings, like I'm a side sleeper, so I'm usually flipping from left to right to left to right. I launched her like across the bed. So we have a king size bed, like completely catty corner on the bed to drop side. I feel so bad. But then, like, kind of, she's like, what? What happened? I don't know what's going on. What? And then I kind of like lay and resettle, and 2 minutes I feel these little paws, and I feel a little of the biscuits, and then I feel purring, and then it all goes away and she falls asleep. So she's disturbed momentarily, but I still feel bad every time I launch her to the other side of the room. but she doesn't seem phased. She always comes back.
So the only glitch I've
That's
ever
fine.
got in Inquisition is the Michael Jackson glitch.
Yes! Yes! If you cast, it usually goes away.
I love it. It's so funny. I'm like,
I hate it. I hate
I
when
hate
that
it. I
happens.
hate it with a passion because it doesn't go away for a while sometimes. But I'm like, what?
Michael Jackson glitch?
Yeah, if you jump and talk to somebody, you tend to like just get stuck in this
Moonwalk.
animation where your feet sway back and forth and your arms kind of go back and forth and you just kind of glide across the
floating.
ground.
Yeah, like you're stuck in a jump, like you haven't landed.
Oh
And it
my
just sticks.
goodness.
I freaking hate it. It drives me crazy.
It's so annoying. Sometimes it goes
Yes.
away really well, and sometimes you have to fight it. Like I've
Like,
gone
sometimes
through
you have
half
to
a.
Teleport.
I've gone through yeah. You have to like reload out of something and load back in because otherwise it just doesn't go away.
Yep. Oh, it drives me nuts.
That's the only glitch I've ever had though, and I'll keep it because legit, if it breaks my boy, the save is broken and I just will, restart.
That's
Oh
fine.
no, I have to re-romance the same character again
Oh,
and again.
no. What? I'm still grumpy. I will say, I wish Varric were an option. I
Dude,
really
same.
wish you could be a shorty stack and romance Varric. I know he's in love with Bianca. She's the only one. Whatever. And no, I'm not talking about his crossbow. But
But like at the same time, let me romance him and let me get dejected. You know what I'm saying? Like I would like the option to pursue and be told no than to not be allowed to pursue.
do it at all. Fair. And I would like to see something where like he tries, because obviously, Bianca has her other companion and
Mhm.
there's always that deep-seated romance. I would like to see something where, okay, yeah, I try, I'm genuinely exploring this relationship, I can't turn away. I feel like we don't get that kind of option.
There's
in
nothing
games a lot.
wrong
Like,
with
it's either-
having a fucking friend. Like a friends with benefits. Like I could 100% it's like go
Like,
to
you
that
try
side.
it,
Yeah.
you try it, you spend a night together, you wake up the next morning. I've been there. I've literally been there where I thought I was head over heels in love with this person. And come hell or high water, nothing would keep me apart from them. I slept
Lord
with them.
drop.
I was like, no, I'm good.
Yeah.
Like, I'm fine. I got it out of my system. I'm okay. I feel like that's a valid thing.
I
And
would
I
have
feel like it's kind of underrepresented.
and I'd also be okay with just like I can walk up, like I can literally create him as a friends with benefits. Like it's never gonna be more than that, but you guys enjoy each other's like company, and it's just
People with
there.
physical needs, damn it.
Like
Because
because
obviously he's not getting any from Bianca.
because it's
Just
just the thing is
saying.
like that need is so valid. Like then validate it. Let him be that character.
Yep. Let me fulfill the need while I can, even though I know, and I feel like that's underrated. Because there's a lot of people that I have connections with that I consider more than friend, but they're not quite to the romantic level. So it's like, how do you define that? I feel like that's not really explored a lot, and that would be a really cool angle to do.
It's because it's faux pot against. Like it's not. You're not supposed to want it. You're supposed to want like the marriage and the white picket fence. Like, and that's poo pooed on. Yeah.
All my studies in psychology are coming up at the moment, and I have to take that back down. But yeah, I no, I'm good without a white picket fence.
But that's the attitude. Like it's because
get
it's
it.
that societal norm of like, well, you don't want a hookup. You want a serious relationship because if you make a hookup, then you're just a whore because you're just giving it out.
But I feel like there's so many layers that could be explored there. Like, I've had hookups that have become inseparable from me.
Mm-hmm.
Do we fuck each other anymore? No. Do we discuss things on a sexual or romantic level? No. but there is such a connection with those people.
Mm.
I couldn't see my life without
No.
them. So there's so much potential. Games, take notes, do the thing. It doesn't have to be every option, but give that to be an option. Like Tash, I love that Tash is the option
No,
that
I was laughing
that
because
they
my
are.
chat didn't load. Sorry, Mel.
Yeah.
Oh, like
I saw the
love.
Smooch Cassandra comment.
Yeah. Smooch Cassandra. I don't like Cassandra. That is all. I love you, Mel. Sadly, I
Mel.
smooch the other C in this game. I smooch a lot.
I
A lot.
do like Cassandra's scenes. I am a hopeless romantic, so the bit with the poetry and the
Fanfic.
candlelight and
She's-
all the
She's
It was so
beautiful.
cute.
Like that's the thing. Like her, I've seen parts of her romance, and I appreciate it. I think it's nice, and I'm glad they do give this hardened warrior a soft spot, like for the romance, for the smutty books, not even the romance. Like, so like I appreciate that depth. Yep. What's up?
Yes.
Running gag of my D&D campaign with some friends I hang out with. My rogue likes smutty books.
Valid. 100%. See, I'm that weird one because I'm so when it comes to like sexual things. I have to be like in such a mood to read it, and even then, like I'm gonna get to a point where I can't read it anymore. Like even the books that I gave you, Kai, I got to a point where I would just skip sections of the sexual scenes that they had because I was like, I don't love this. Like, yeah, I joke, I want it hot and heavy, but at the same time, I'm like, I don't want it hot and heavy. Please don't touch me. Don't perceive me.
No, I totally get that because like I was kind of a little bit the opposite. Like we've had this conversation a million freaking times before, lads. Like I'm not gonna lie, I was repressed. But anyway, like I found avenues. It was like, oh, I discover things about myself that I didn't entirely know, and oh, I like this, I don't like this, I like this, I don't like that. I just feel like there's supposed to be this like universal understanding that oh, all women love smut books and they want, you know, their elven Hades and whatevers to do the whatevers, and it's like no, not everybody is there, but I mean
the most like
just talk to us.
the most kinky I will get is like, for example, the desk seat in Inquisition. I love it. Like pinning up against the wall and like here's the thing. I don't want to lose my ability to have my hands and my legs. Like I want to know that if I don't feel safe, I can kind of push or pull away and I'm in control
Fair
again.
enough.
So like I don't want to be tied, but you push
why
me
different
down
people
and you
sometimes
give
do.
me that like slight restraint, and that is some of the hottest fucking shit that could happen. And I'm
So-
like, I'm here for it.
A great example of that I'm thinking of. I just and I feel like I mentioned this to Kai. I just leveled up Relentless Conqueror Silas enough to be able to read through the whole story. Oh, Kai, no! My headset died.
No. Kai, you should get the
Back.
HyperX one. It just lasts like forever. Do, 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 do. See, I can't
HyperX,
smooch.
but it's,
Normally, when Kai
it's a
leaves me,
Razer
I
headset.
smooch. I have the HyperX.
I have a Solocast mic. I wish I got a Quadcast, but they're more expensive.
I had I had a Logitech headset, and it kept disconnecting. Like it would just randomly choose to disconnect.
Oh, God.
And it made being live really hard because then I would lose all sound, like game sound, all the sounds. And stream would get very quiet because it's all tapped to the headset. So then for Valentine's Day, anniversary, I don't know, Doc found me the HyperX that lasts 100 hours. And And he's like, he goes, I don't believe they last 100 hours. I was like, I don't know, man. Everyone says they last 100 hours. And I charged it like once in a year. I think it lasts me like 6 months, something like that. So, yeah, I got him to buy one. I liked it, and he was like, oh, I think I'm gonna buy myself one. But he had one that had like a splitter setting with a cord, and he could mute like the game, or he could mute like Discord. And he's like, I want that. And I go, they don't make those anymore. Like, that's not a thing.
God, that's crazy. But yeah, no, I was gonna wait for Kai to come back, but I want to express it before I lose
go
the
for it.
thought. So like we were talking about like what is great romance scenes. So there's this scene, and I clipped it, and it will end up uploading to my TikTok later this week.
Woo!
Silas, like, cause I guess like MC really wants to go with him on this trip. Because they're still kind of early in their relationship, and she's like, well, I want to prove to you I can handle my own. And he's like, his their whole thing early on is like, because he has such a messed up like way of life where he's constantly being shot at. so anyway, so the scene is basically they're having that discussion. And to prevent him from leaving and ending the discussion, MC stands in the doorway, and he just kind of leans into her face, like, you know how some of the scenes with Silas go, he just kind of gets in your face a little bit. And he just, he basically is like, he basically wants to leave, but, no, so basically the entire card, like, scene, like, the whole scene of the memory, I guess. I keep calling it a card because I'm thinking of, like,
Hey,
like real trading cards almost. But you don't trade them. But yeah, no, God, where was I going with that thought?
Romance.
Yeah, so I thought it was great because, like, Silas isn't, like, making us stay in a spot. He's like still being like flirty, but like also he's just like respecting our boundaries.
Consent
which,
king.
Like,
Yeah.
A+.
Consent king.
I was one of those people where I found him because when you meet him, he's very pushy.
He kidnaps you.
For lack of a better word, he's very pushy. And I was like, he is going to be this bad boy that kind of like forces his will on you. And it, obviously, like, I didn't see them taking it like in a negative connotation if it was a romance thing, because that's just ick. But I could definitely see him being the one that was very like, you know, do or die and very in your face and just not super attractive. And then the more you meet him and you more learn he's more consenting and like, I want to do this with you, but only if you want to do it. And if you say no, then we won't do it, and that's totally fine. And like, the best part is it's not even the I want you to say yes, but if you say no, I'm not going to hold it against you, and I'm not going to give you pouty eyes and like,
he makes it entirely your choice.
You
and
say
Which is
no,
why I
it's
wish
no.
more video games kind of went that way, where they like give you that option of where you kind of have those discussions of like, for example, the bad boy characters, like for example, Astarion, he gives you so many outs.
Yeah, he gives you so many outs.
Don't give me those puppy eyes.
I love that scene. It's him meeting his siblings is one of my favorite scenes, because you try to convince them not to murder them, like to give them a choice and a chance, and he's like, I can't be what you want me to be. And I'm like, that's so true, because you know he's still dealing with all of his trauma and his drama, but he knows that you're not wrong. He's just not ready to get to that point yet. And you kind of can be like, well, that's fine. Like, I'm giving you the chance to make a difference and not go the way you're going, but like I'm still gonna love you regardless. And when he's like, no one's ever given me this chance and these choices or whatever, and you're like, well, I have. Like, I love you and I respect you, and he's like, well, you have. You're the only one that has. And it's like, but that one, like, that matter.
Right.
Dude,
I
could
love you,
literally
goddammit.
I could literally do an entire podcast about romance and romance representation.
Mm. See, like, my thing is, like, I joke about trying to smooch people, but they have to matter.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm just not gonna run up to some dude on the street and smooch him. Like, the people that I romance in my games, I have a connection with in some way, shape, or form.
Exactly.
I think other than Alistair, because I chose him because I wanted to choose
You're just
him.
mad he don't.
But if
I'm
you
mad
you
because
knew,
he humped me
if
and
you
he
knew
dumped
the-
me.
if you knew
But,
the
like-
choices, though, I feel like you would have. And I don't like that the game makes that very an anti-Alistair choice.
Mhm.
Like the choice you need to make to harden him does not
It
feel
doesn't make any sense.
like what you would choose as his significant other. It
Mhm.
really, really doesn't. Like, it kind of feels like a parent chastising a child.
And that's the thing,
And I
because the
don't like
game's
that.
like, well, that's what you need because you're making him open his eyes to the real world. And I'm like, but you're also trying to form a
sounds like my
romance with
mother.
him. So like you could 100% be like that you don't want this option, but you don't have to be a douchebag about it. And that's kind of where the issue is, because the game just makes you an asshole to him, and it's like, well, that hardens him. And I'm like, but if in a real relationship, that's not going to attract somebody to you. That's going to push them away.
Exactly.
So
Feels unrealistic.
yeah, and that's why I didn't choose it. And then the game's like, no, you had to choose it. It's your only way to harden him, and blah blah. I was like, but that's bullshit. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Because even Doc tried to like validate it, and I go, but you can't. Like, it doesn't.
Mhm.
It does not make sense as a choice. I want this.
Off
I want this
topic,
shield.
Waves, but I'm watching
Agreed.
your stream and I keep laughing about your inventory being full.
Yeah, it's a thing I
It's-
have with this
That's
game.
a whole running gag with our Baldur's Gate run. It's like, oh, Waves is
I'm
encumbered.
over encumbered.
Wait, Waves is
Oh,
encumbered.
yours
Wait,
is,
we
like,
can't move
getting-
anywhere. Waves is encumbered.
I have people in my party. I was like, why can't? Oh, just fuck it.
Just
Because I
offload.
don't. I always forget to like sell my shit. Like, always forget to sell my shit. So let me just do this inventory.
I
No,
am so glad
inventory.
there's vendors in Skyhold.
I just
'cause
tend
I
to
would
sell
forget.
shit. Like, I just get rid of it.
Oh, I do too.
I
Like,
will say
absolutely.
that's one thing I enjoy about Baldur's Gate. Is they make it so you can offload stuff on your party members that aren't with you.
Yep.
Yes.
So in my typical party, it's usually Karlak because she is wife.
And
Myself,
she
who's
can carry anything.
who- but here's the thing. Here's the thing with her. So she's in my party. Astarian's in my party, and then I switch out between Shadowheart and Gale depending on what I need. So that means I make Lae'zel and Minthara, and no, just those two. They are my pack mules. So I dump all of my inventory into them consistently. And then when I get to
Mhm.
Baldur's Gate, I will pull them, walk to a vendor, and sell all of the shit, and then basically send them back to camp. And that's
Mhm.
all I use them for. And if I have to get, like, if I'm in doing something where I'm going to, like, the creche and I need Lae'zel, then I'll find a vendor somewhere around there and I'll dump all the inventory and sell it all. And that way I can use her in my party. But, like, that's why I keep them. It's just to make them pack mules. I have no
Mm.
regrets.
That's fair.
I have so many weapons. I don't even use half of these. Like, I don't need 5 sledgehammers. Alright, I will get rid of my shield because I don't use Cassandra. I don't need 2 of these. Okay, I have space. Not a lot of space, but I have space. I just want my shield wedge. My
Right.
wedge. I want my wedge of destiny. It's a beautiful thing. So guys, I'm in Crestwood. Now I've played this game a million fucking times. I
love
still get
Crestwood.
lost trying to find Crestwood.
I get lost when I'm trying to do the find the bodies. Every time.
Yep.
It never fails.
So
Every
one day
single
I
time.
was screaming and I was on a voice call with Music and her husband, and she's like, just share your screen with me and I will tell you where to go. And I was like, yes, ma'am.
Pretty much.
She sat there and she told me where to go. I was like, I just can't figure it out. I hate it. But like, I go in circles every time. It's not my favorite quest. But I gotta do it because I gotta get to Hawk. Hawk. That's the one thing that made me laugh in Dragon Age 2 every time Fenris said Hawk. That like finality, the deep voice, like Hawk. Hawk.
Hey now.
I have some commentary, but it's not exactly family friendly.
It's 10:30 at night. Wait, how unfamily friendly? It is a charity stream.
something throat. I'll leave it at that.
Valid.
Hey.
Valid.
Dude, I don't know why. I was trying to log into Tiltify. Not that I can afford to donate or anything. I was just curious.
My thing is I need someone to become really close to the people of Tiltify, and I need it so I don't have to log in every time I open up the page. If they could do that for me, I would appreciate it, because I logged in before and then I closed out of it and it's like, you must log back in. Why? Just keep me logged in.
Great.
Yeah.
I was already logged in. Do the damn
tried.
thing.
I'm just trying to see like what the goal is. Like wise.
Munchkin had a goal of 300.
That's
they
not bad.
got to 140. I have a goal of 100, but I was supposed to tie it, like it's tied into Munchkin's, but I was trying to pull their actual like thing up so it like I could track with them per se, but Tiltify was being dumb and I couldn't figure out how to get the link. So I created my own instead.
Oh, that's so weird because it's pulling up Munchkins for me.
Like,
when I click the link that you pinned.
Yeah, because that's the link that I gave. Because I really want it to go to Munchkin.
Fair.
Because like I also couldn't figure out where my link was. Like, stop going that way. Stop it.
Oh wait, you're so funny.
I'm just a good person. It was Munchkin's
That's okay.
idea. I was given the privilege to play my favorite game for charity. You know, it didn't dawn on me, Munchkin. Like, let's be real here. And when it dawned on me you were alive, I didn't want to bother you, so I was like, it's whatever.
It's fine.
I'll just have it up, and then I'll have like the link, and then I had a tab open with your Tiltify, so I keep an eye on it, and I closed it by accident. So. It's totally
so weird
fine.
feeling it sit on my head.
Remember,
right now.
chat. My going live message was, oh no, I have to play my favorite game for charity and romance, my favorite character. Whatever will I do while hanging with friends?
It's
That's
rough.
torture.
It's a
And then
rough
the
life.
best is because I was like, I don't want this taken the wrong way. It's the internet. I put heavy sarcasm.
Right.
Don't come for me, god damn it.
Right.
I
Keep
gotta
your
see this.
pitchforks. We're fine.
Yeah. Oh no.
Place for a spot of camping.
A spot of camping? A spot of... Kai, your boy is too fancy. I can't.
But he is.
I love him, but I can't.
Have you gotten the favorite mage line yet?
No.
Or the best dressed
Why would
mage
you
line?
even ask?
It's so good.
No,
I
but
usually get in Crestwood.
I just got him asking if him and Cassandra do it.
They're about to kiss Sparkler.
That's adorable.
Wait, who in Cassandra?
Dorian goes to Varric. Varric, are you and Cassandra? You know. And he's like,
Oh.
no, what? I've
I
never
don't think
heard
I've
that
gotten
before.
that one.
That was awesome. This is why I love this game. Also, so that's the thing too. So like obviously I like the romancing stuff, but I love a game that has good character banter when they're on your team. And like that's why I love 15 so much, because the banter with the boys is so beautiful. I like this game because there's banter with all of the characters. Like it's just it adds a layer, and I think that's the writing portion, because like Doc doesn't give a shit, and I'm like, but you're not a writer. Like this is what makes the stories good and rich and fulfilling. I love it. It's so beautiful. And then I get to smooch at the end of the day. Smooch, smooch, smooch.
It's gonna be
Oh my
so
gosh,
weird
I
doing
love
it.
your Twitter post about today. A guardian angel, a crystal cat, and a kitsune sit at a bar.
Did I not show you that? I showed it to Kai. I was like, look, Kai. Oh,
You
that was the
didn't
day
show
I asked.
me.
Because that's what happened. I asked Kai to confirm that she was a crystal cat. And then I was like, this is what I'm thinking.
I was so confused. I was like, I mean, kind of like I'm a cat and I have like crystal in bed. What's going on?
What are you?
What's going on? I already have to question my identity through my personalities for my class. I don't know if I can do it for my VTuber too.
Meet Hawk's warden, ally, in I met Hawk and I can't. Fuck. I hate Crestwood. I hate everything about it.
I
Actually,
hate
mine
winter
Crestwood.
this time of year.
hate
My
Storm
apartment is
Coast.
so cold
That too.
still.
I need to light a
Ugh.
fire, but now it's late and I don't want to light a fire because then I'll be stuck outside in the living room. But I have a big bed to myself this week, and
Yeah,
I'm sitting here like,
I'll be right
my
back.
bed
I'm gonna
sounds
grab
kinda
my
comfy.
hoodie
Go
because
for
I'm
it.
like, I'm next to a window and it's like blowing a very tiny draft, but it's cold out, so it's like,
I get it. My childhood home, the windows were so drafty, and my computer was right next to two windows, and one of them always had an air conditioner in them. So there were points where I'm like, I'd be playing The Sims, and my hand would be ice.
oh my
But
god.
we gotta keep playing because my Sims family needs to grow.
There's a person in my office who's going through menopause, and I totally get it. Like, I fully understand. So
Oh, I have
cold.
fibromyalgia, so I'm
Oh
constantly
my god,
like,
it's so cold. I have a heater. So I have a heater underneath my desk at work. I wear thermals underneath my work pants. I have a
8 degrees out.
sweater that I bring to work. I have a blanket in my office. It's so damn cold. Ah, it's terrible.
I'll just have a little heater, and it's a good little heater. It keeps me very toasty, and then it toasts my area, and then I feel like my feet smell because my feet are sitting underneath it. And that's Hawk. Hawk, what are you doing? Hawk, you've never left this area, Hawk. Are you gonna fight? No, you're gonna stand there and look. What the fuck is happening? Okay, well, thanks, Hawk.
Right.
She
So
came,
my
like,
sister
she's
got me
usually in
this,
the
like,
cavern.
little,
She left the
cat on the
cavern.
back, eating ramen. She got it off Temu, and this is like the best hoodie I've ever owned.
Oh.
It's so warm.
I legit have a collection of hoodies. Drop makes fun of me. I have over 40 different hoodie sweatshirts.
Oh, I can do it. Oh, god damn it. Okay, we're good. Gonna
Yeah,
meet
see, I wouldn't be so cold, but I have fibromyalgia, so I have a hard time regulating my body temperature as it is.
That's
So when it
valid.
Gets cold,
I get you.
When it gets cold like this, I'm like
Nope.
chattering teeth.
My hands and my feet will always get cold. I used to laugh. So in the winter, my parents were big on the like, wear winter gloves. So I'd always have to wear the big, thick, heavy winter gloves. And then I'd tell them like, my fingers are really cold. Like my fingers are really, really, really cold. And we would get done shoveling snow, whatever. I take the gloves off, and then I would touch like my mom's face, my dad's face, whatever. And they'd be like, holy shit, your hands are freezing. And I was like, yeah, I said this. Like, I would have to get my fingers to slide out of the little, like, finger holes and go and just make a fist in these gloves so I could try to get some heat back to them. Yeah. I found, like, the knit gloves kind of worked better for that. I don't know what the issue was, but every time I wear heavy gloves,
wonder though, might those troubles
Drop actually got me some. They're like my old freezer gloves, so they're like a mesh top, but they're fleece lined, and then they have like
Ooh.
they're rubberized on the palm part and like the finger part. So basically, it was really good for like grabbing cardboard boxes out of a freezer. So your hands were really warm. You still, had full function, but you could grab stuff, like you didn't lose your grip. And he brought some from work, which was awesome, and I love them, except for they're really bad if you're trying to put your hands in your pockets of your coat. Because the rubberized, like, grabs onto your jacket or whatever and will not let it go into your pocket. So I love them, but at the same time, they're frustrating. Why don't I hear anybody anymore?
Oh, I'm sorry, I was zoning out.
You're fine. As long like I've had audio issues, so I want to make sure that like I didn't just lose everybody. I was like, I don't know what's going on. Everybody went quiet. I feel awkward.
Oh, I don't know.
I
I don't know
had
what
a
Wade's
moment.
excuse is.
I just remembered I had things in the washer that needed to go in the dryer, and it's 10:30. I live in a condo, so I like.
That's fair.
Oh no.
I was like, "Fuck my comforter!"
Yeah,
Okay,
you
we're good.
kind of need that.
Yeah, well, it's my thin little quilt one. The big comforter was done, but it takes like 3 hours to dry, so I wanted to make sure that it was actually dry.
think they're dying.
Fair.
I want good, warm sleepies in my wonderful, beautiful comforter set.
Hey, I just refreshed your stream and I see. Is that the Grey Warden guy?
Yeah, that's Shroud.
Ugh.
Bluffing them with
But see, this is what the fine thing is. So because he's always been my warden, I never had Alistair. So when it comes to the Fade stuff, I've never had an issue sacrificing him to the Fade.
Same.
Ever. Because I was like, even before I had a Hawk for, like, that was myself, I knew Hawk and Varric were really good friends, so I felt bad sacrificing Hawk because they were friends with Varric. So I was like, but I don't know who the fuck Shroud is. Like, I have no history with him. So I just chucked him to the Fade. Then when I played 2, I was like, oh, that's
I felt
Shroud.
so bad.
I did, but like I met him for like 30. I met him for 30 seconds, and I was like, "Oh, I finally know you." I'm still sacrificing you, like, because other than the fact that he's like, "Hey, we would help. Like, we're gonna help you," and then sort of kind of helps you. I was like, "Yeah, never mind. Like, I don't care." And I just was like, "You're gonna get sacrificed."
Let's go.
But now I want to be that asshole where I have to choose between like Alistair and Hawk, because I
Ooh.
want to see.
Ooh.
I want to see like what my choice is in that moment, because I've seen other people do it and I've seen them have terrible struggles with it, and like, yeah, I bust balls about Alistair all the time, but like, what if I changed my choices? Like, would I still feel the same way? Would I want to go a different route? Would I sacrifice my Hawk? Like, I don't know. Choice was Hawk or Alistair. I've never hated a choice more. See, that was a lot of people that I know, because they didn't make him king because they knew that the king wasn't the right answer. I made him king, so it didn't matter. Like, I think I only made him king because I didn't like what's her face.
The beach.
Honora.
Yeah, same.
And I was like,
I don't
she's
think anybody
not.
likes Honora.
That's part of the problem, was like, it was like, oh, get the family on the throne. It was like, you know what? F you. Like, you already sacrificed enough. You don't get anybody else.
I liked her up until the fact that she like fucked us over.
Hmm?
And
Did
that
you
wa-
do the thing where like you call her out at the house or whatever, and she's like, I don't know what you're talking
Yeah.
about? She's like, you called me out in front of anybody. What was I supposed to do? Have my back, bitch,
Yeah.
because I just saved
I
your life.
literally, well, then it made me think, like, did I save her life? Was it all a fucking setup? Like, just to see.
I get it.
The game made this choice for me. I didn't choose this. Valid.
Right.
Valid.
The game made me choose.
But it's just, ugh.
Hmm.
So, I don't know what made this one dude make me think of this, but so whenever I play Inquisition, I kind of, the first time I played, I chose the mages? Who did I meet first? I met Cole. So I met the Templars. Yeah. And then the second time I met the mages, I found that, I mean, I hate doing the stuff with Cole. Being in there is long. I get lost. It's overly complicated. But I like the other... I told Kai about this. I like the one scene after when Cole appears in the war room, just because Colin draws his sword and throws it in front of you, and I think that is the hottest fucking shit ever. It's also like the lean. The lean. I adore it. It's the one thing BioWare got right. Because I noticed it in Inquisition, because Colin does it at the battlements, and I was like, that's just really nice. And then it's all over Mass Effect, and it's just all these characters leaning against walls, and it is it's just so fucking hot. And I was like, BioWare, thank you for doing something right. Don't hydrate me, I want to stay thirsty. Thank you for the hydrate, Tide.
Hydrate me. We're all thirsty here.
Right.
Everybody hydrate. Ah! He's throwing water at my face. Stop it. Ow. Everybody hydrate. I'm gonna drown at this point.
Yes.
Right.
I have hydrated. Oh my god. Are they just throwing water bottles at you?
Yes. The best
All the water bottles.
The best part, Cherry, is because I'm me and I'm an extra bitch. I made the water bottles my merch. So like one of the jugs that I don't know if they're still in the shop, but they used to be on the old one, so you could just throw my merch at me. I was like, look, if you're gonna chuck bottles at my face, they're gonna have my logo on them.
I mean, that's fair.
Oh my goodness.
It's a pain in the ass to get up, but you know, you gotta get great, right? Thank you for the posture check coffee. Full assassin. See, I love Dorian. I can't romance him. I want to romance him, but I just can't. But I adore him, and I think him and my Inquisitor are like the best friends ever. We are, Hyde. We hope you're having a good night too. We're playing our favoriteest games. We're chit-chatting. I got a cherry on my head. Oh no!
And Kai's about to fall asleep.
No! That's valid though.
Oh,
It's getting late. I think I'm gonna bow out.
Okie dokie. I appreciate you, Kai. Thanks for vibing.
I'll stick around for at least 20 more minutes.
You're good. You're good. You're good.
I'm literally dozing off. So I'm gonna head out. I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night.
Good night.
Have a good night.
Bye.
Bye.
We're besties for sure. Yeah, so you can 100% have him because I can't. Not that I can't romance him. I've never made a male character to romance him with, and I keep telling myself I'm going to, and then I make the same Inquisitor with the same choices because what happens is I'm in a mood and I'm like, only one person will save me.
With Baldur's Gate.
Yeah, I do that too. I'll run around and I'm like, I have a
There's
Astarian
all these
weapon.
romance options, but Astarian?
Yeah.
Astarian, right?
Astarian's the
romance
option.
Astarian again.
I have spiders. Fuck this game with their fucking spiders.
I think there is a mod for that.
I have see these spiders, they're gross, but I don't feel like they're as bad as Origin and 2.
The giant ones, yeah.
I hated it, and like there were so many times all I did in 2 was scream because I would go into a dungeon and they would just fall on me, and I'm like, as an arachnophobe, that is the scariest shit ever, and I can't.
It's not a good.
He's the best choice.
Okay.
So, Cherry, you have to understand, Hyde hates Astarion. Like, passionately, vehemently hates him. But that's okay, because that just makes me love him more. It's so, they're so bad in 2. Like, people, like, oh my, I can't. Yep. I would literally send Tank out.
Giant spider, yeah.
Like, there's clips of me, like, just screaming because I walk 3 feet into a dungeon and you're... and they just fall from the ceiling and they land on me. I'm like, why? At least in this game, you see them coming towards you so you can kind of, like, prepare yourself. Awful. I hate it. I don't know. You just want to murder him all the time.
Okay, Hyde, answer me this. Who is your romance choice?
I think I know this one. I have to see if I'm right. Yeah. That's why I'm doing the Lae'zel run.
I love that. I've never met a Lae'zel romancer in the wild.
Oh yeah, Hyde is...
I like her as a friend. Like, she's like, her whole quest line, amazing. Me personally, not interested in romancing her, but
I can't get into her. I
Yeah.
promised my next Baldur's Gate run is going to be a Lae'zel run, as chosen by chat. But
Shadowheart.
Doc liked Shadowheart. Now Doc never finished Baldur's Gate, but I couldn't get into her. I was like, I don't hate her, but she's definitely not my type. Karlach is my type.
I like. She's just. She scratches my hot goth girl itch.
I like the. Karlach honestly reminds me of me, sort of, because she makes all these jokes about. Well, that's the, like, she's tough and she's strong and she's so independent. But the thing is too, like, she jokes about, like, the things I want to do with you, and oh, I'm so hot and bothered, and I love that. But then, like, don't touch me, I'll burn you. Like, she's 100% me if I had the sort of, like, confidence ability that she has, where, like, I could crack the jokes, but I don't know, I can't explain it, but she's me if I was hot and a demon. Right? Vampire boys are amazing. Lae'zel is layered, and from what I've heard, her romance is one of the best ones. I'm gonna get there. I'm gonna get there. I'm gonna work towards it.
Well, now I'm curious, like the way Astarion acts, because as you get to know him by Act 3, you realize that's a complete, like, front. He's doing that as a defense mechanism.
Yeah, you realize early on he's like, nope. He gives me Griffith vibes. I don't explain.
There are people out there who are like, oh, I staked him immediately when you tried to bite me. It's like, okay, so you just hate fun.
He's murdered me multiple times.
Griffith from... I don't know who Griffith is.
I have no idea who it is. I need Hyde to elaborate. But Astarion has bitten me and I have failed my rolls.
I am not familiar with Berserk. I know what it is.
Yeah, same.
I've never, like...
Why am I dying? On the outside, soft and squishy. On the inside, I'm soft and squishy too. On the inside.
Says that. I don't know about what Hyde's views on that are, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know Berserk, like, at all.
There was a TikToker that made the comment that Astarion's story, his quest line, is the only one not tied to, like, the main story. It's completely separate. Like, you don't have to do his side quests at all. It has no pertinence to the actual story. But doing so, doing so doesn't make you, like, a quote-unquote better person, but it's just, it adds something because you get to show him that you're not doing something just because you have to. You're doing it because you want to, and you want to help him, and he's your friend, and you know, like, he deserves better. And having that breakthrough was like, I already loved this man, but now I love him more.
Yeah.
I mean, the neck biting also helps because that's a thing, but like, there's so much more to him. And he only tried to murder me once, and then I made him resurrect me with his gold, and then I punched him in the face for it. So yeah, I made Lae'zel lose both of her eyes. That was a thing. Don't play as a druid.
Did you Lae'zel?
Don't play. No, don't play as a druid. Don't do it. I played as a druid and went against Orin, and she had Lae'zel, and I couldn't roll high enough to save her.
Oh no!
And like, I re-rolled, Cherry. I saved beforehand.
Did you
I
save
re-rolled.
Summit?
I kept trying, and I still couldn't roll high enough. Like, I reloaded the game like 5 or 6 times at least, and I could not roll high enough, and I just said, fuck it, I lost Lae'zel. I felt bad, but I was
Aw.
like, obviously I'm not meant to save her because I keep trying,
Oh,
and I just can't do it.
Which, oh man, that's such a bummer too.
That's what gets me,
Because like her storyline at the end of the game is just so good.
I've
Although
only,
I
like,
feel bad because I saved Orpheus, but I ended up turning him into fuck,
A
what
mind
is it? The
flayer?
tentacles. Yeah, a mind flayer. I ended up turning him into a mind flayer anyway because I want to be a mind flayer and have a star and dump me.
yeah, I always turn Orpheus into a mind flayer. The best is when you're like, well, I guess I
Also,
could
the
do
other
it, and he's like,
option
no,
was
I'll do it.
Karlach, and I've seen what happens to Karlach when you turn her into a mind flayer. And the
I
entire game stresses what happens when you turn into a mind flayer.
yeah, I couldn't do
is
that
you
to
are
my
no
wife.
longer yourself.
Yeah.
And like the Emperor even, like, it is very important that you understand this fact. That once you're a mind flayer, that's it, you're done. Which, sorry, Orpheus.
Yeah. I always make Orpheus my mind flayer. And like, I
Yeah.
sort of felt bad about it, but I was like, I don't like the Emperor, so I don't like siding with him.
Exactly.
I do not want to be a mind flayer. I love Karlach. I'm not gonna make my wife become a mind flayer.
Yeah.
So because I can't give it to like Lae'zel or even Shep, like I can't give it to anybody else but Karlach, I give it to Orpheus. I'm like, oh, you're volunteering? Cool, thanks, I appreciate you.
That's that meme where they're like,
Ugh, love it.
oh my goodness. Oh, I said I was gonna stay until 11, but I might have to dip out.
You're all good, Cherry. I
I feel
appreciate
like an
you
old
vibing.
lady.
You're good. Technically, it's my bedtime, but I'm going to midnight. And then I'll just deal with the consequences in the morning and a grumpy cat. But we
I was
good.
gonna say. Alright.
Last night it was funny. I was like, Nalo came to me and I was like, I'm gonna get off stream early, baby. I'm gonna get off at 10:30. Don't worry. At 10:30, she came to the stairs and stared at me like, you promised me 10:30. I was like, all right, I'll get off stream. It depends on how you do. I don't want to ruin things for you, Lumina, because you're playing for the first time, but there's things that can happen depending on what you do for Karlach's story and certain actions that you take with other characters. You can save her in various ways. I think that's the easiest way to explain it.
It is possible. But
It may
it's
not
very
be what you
dependent
consider her best
on your
ending, but it's what the
choices.
game considers her best ending. Yeah, one day I'll romance her and I'll do what I need to, and
Yeah.
I've heard her romance is really sweet, so.
I haven't romanced her yet, but I've seen cutscenes like online.
Mm-hmm.
Her romance looks so fun. Like you literally get to go on a dinner date with her.
The mayor said the dam controls were through the
The only thing I saw was at the Grove because that's what I unlocked with her, and I was so sad because I was like, yeah, I'm gonna get
Do you
some. It's
have
gonna be
beaten
great.
it, Lumina?
Something I forgot to tell you, I beat it. Oh, you did beat it. Okay.
Hey, yeah. So you know how Will has the option to break his contract and not kill Karlak. So if you choose to send him into Avernus, he will make sure Karlak goes with him, because otherwise she would rather die than go back alone.
Which is super valid. Like, I would be like, because like I understood her. It's my choice, and I'm choosing to die where I'm happy than where I'm sad.
Yeah.
And like, again, super valid option. It's not my option for her
If you
because
romance her, then we go with them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah, but again, it's all down to, like, it comes down to not so much Karlak's choices, it's what you choose for another character. And I don't honestly ever think about it, because Kai was telling me about that, I think last week or 2 weeks ago, we had the option to make him the Knight of Avernus, or the Blade of Avernus, if you will. And I was like, oh, yeah, I didn't know that was a thing, so I never chose it, because I didn't know it was a thing. Uh-oh. Oh, God. Bye, Inquisitor. I just threw her off a cliff. My bad.
Watching that happen right after you said it.
Yeah,
I love the delay between VC and the stream. It's so awesome.
My bad. I need to get somewhere and I don't know where I'm going because I fucking hate Crestwood. And...
Alright, I'm gonna head to bed.
Okay, dokie. You have a good night.
Good night.
I appreciate
Everybody
you.
be nice to Waves.
Yeah, or I'll bite you. Not really.
Yeah,
I'll put
I'll
Cullen
bite
on
them.
you. And it won't be in a good manner. You're gonna bite.
Alright, good night.
Good night. What? He's my boy. He protects me. He protect. Actually, chat, I need to run to the restroom in like the worst way. And I was not waiting for stuff. I was like, I'll just hold it. But since I lost my buddies, I don't have to make everybody pause. So I'm going to pause right here, and I'm gonna run to the restroom really quickly. And when we come back, we'll continue with more Inquisition. All right, guys, hang tight. Hello, Takashi. You're welcome in. Meow. Guys, I have a cat. She's angry with me because I went to go to the bathroom. And then, of course, she had to yell at me for that. And then I told her I was going to bed. And I told her I was staying up till midnight, and of course she had to tell me that that was wrong, and it's our snuggle time. So she had to vehemently, you know, remind me that I was making poor life choices. So I told her to come hang out with me and sit with me on the chair, and she said no, I'm going back to bed. So that's what she's doing. Cat life, guys. Cat life. She's like, how dare you leave me? So, oh shit, did you in the bathroom? Hold on, chat. No, she's good. She's just in the bedroom doorway screaming. I love her. She's adorable. She's just funny. I love it. Oh no, we've been captured. Not captured. We've been spotted.
The Inquisitor? We didn't know you.
Yep, just cat things.
Please don't tell anyone.
I won't.
My lips are sealed.
Like, I don't give a shit.
Lonnie's mum and dad.
She is watching me. She judges me. She watches me. She pokes me. So I keep my glasses on the nightstand next to me. She's learned now in the morning, because I'm kind of close to the edge of the bed. She will put like half of her body on the nightstand and then try to scream at me from like half the bed, half the nightstand. And I hate that she does it because my glasses are there. And I'm like, please don't scratch my glasses. Like, please don't do it. Oh, game, you're yelling at me. Stop it. I flooded the dam! You flooded the dam? Did something with the dam?
The mayor said
Okay.
Darkspawn destroyed these controls 10 years ago. Who repaired them?
Good point. Ask the mayor.
Bye guys, have fun, be safe. That's the answer that you give everybody, right? Be safe, make good choices, use protection, stuff like that. So chat, it's 11 o'clock, so you get waves untinged. Because after 11, I shut my brain off and my filters change, but I'm still raising money for charity. So,
Let's try
I have to be good.
shall we?
I love the big dragon. Chat, the first time I played this game, I couldn't fight the dragons. The dragons kicked my butt. Every time. Every time. Then I killed one for the first time, and I got the achievement, and I was so freaking giddy. Alright, find the entrance to the flooded caves. We can do that. Like this way. Thank you for the help, Patty's coffee. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Alright, we can do this. Oh no! Ow, demon. Why am I so freaking weak? What is the level for this area? It's clearly not level 9. Confirm. Confirm. There we go. I don't really want to do Crestwood stuff. I just want to do hawk things. But like, I'm here. And it's such a pain in the ass to get here. Alright. Let's go do this. Chad, I want a snack. I don't really have a snack, but I want a snack. Oh. I'm firing at nothing! Who needs mana? Not me. Oh, that sounds really good. Like, it's late, so my body's like, because I'm trying to be good. I want to like work out more and lose weight and diet, just, you know, nicely, like easily diet, nothing too complicated. So like, the back of my mind's like, don't eat, it's 11 o'clock, like that's bad for you. But the other half of me is like, but I'm snacky. But I do have almond milk. I might just have a glass of like chocolate almond milk. Because sometimes it hits the sweet tooth without being like super bad for me, you know? Jump. Alright. I wanna find the body. What is up here? Oh, embers. Okay. This. Is that a scarecrow or that's a scarecrow? I feel better. I was like, is that a scarecrow or a body? I don't like that. Oh, Lumina! Since you're in chat, I will tell you. So I saw Wicked for Good on Sunday, and I need to find time to go see it with you because I liked it way better than the first one. So I just don't know when because this month is super hectic because of the stupid holidays. They're not stupid, chat. I like the holidays very much, but we must find time. All right. It was funny because my mom watched the first one on NBC and she goes, yeah, so the movie was long. And then it was a lot longer because I watched it on NBC with commercials. I was like, yeah, it definitely is an issue. Oh, poo. Okay. Oh, you know why I'm having issues? Chat, I forgot I'm naked and I don't know why. But I'm not wearing armor. Let us change this. Like right now. I'm gonna blame me being in Skyhold and not changing my armor. Yeah. I'm just trying to figure out when. Cause like, oh my god. I have so much fucking shit going on, guys. It was funny because the movie ended and Doc and I and my mom were like, what do we all think? Was it better than the first one? And everyone was like, yes, it was better than the first one. Which is kind of funny because like, I can't explain why it was better. It was faster. But that's all I'll say. I don't want to spoil anything. But yeah. I also noticed, chat, so I have a thing with textures. Not every texture, but some textures. But the CGI slash prosthetics that they used in For Good, some of them really, like, fucked me up. They'd be on the screen, I'm like, I don't want to look. I can't. I don't want to look at you.
You're a damn fine marksman. How do you manage that while staring up at everyone's ass the whole time? In a world of tall people, you find ways to keep them from tripping over you. You ever get the asses mixed up?
If I do, Tiny, you'll be the first to know.
Oh my god. Barrick, I love you. Never change. Alright. Did I not make it into Old Crestwood? Am I just vibing? I'm just vibing, chat. That's cool. Alright. So, chat, I made the comment that this is YouTube only. And I'm happy it's YouTube, not YouTube, Twitch only. But I gotta post it online, and I'm like, do I do it tomorrow when I get home? Or do I do it tonight? I don't know. I haven't decided what I want to do yet. I order you to do stuff. Yeah. Look, you do not get me any closer to smooches. So. It's fine. Goodbye.
I should leave.
Off with you. Alright, I gotta find these people. Well, I say people, but they're just dead bodies. But I gotta find them so we can lay them to rest properly, aka burn them. Alright. See, the fact that Thetis is big on cremation would probably bother me because I'm mixed feelings with cremation for just personal reasons and stuff. Nothing bad, just personal reasons. But like, I don't knock the cultures that do it, because I know like in Japan they burn their dead and just set memorials up and so forth. So like, I get it. But I'm like, it's not my first choice. Wait, did I not take your quest? God damn it.
What's so distressing about the real world? It ignores me. I don't know how you mortals stand it. I will not be denied.
There we go. Cool.
These spirits must have come through.
Okay.
Let's close it before more of them
Alright,
decide.
this is the second one. And then the third one is like up on a hill. Oh, I think it's like up here. Alright, let's see if I don't die this time. Oh, that was stupid. There needs to be an enemy near me to mind blast them. Yeah, chat. I think it's because I was naked. That explains why I was struggling so much. Okay. Ugh. Barnacles, by the way, chat, are one of those things that, like, texture mess with me all the time. Creeps me out. Okay. Lotus is a big one, and barnacles are another. Which is awful because I freaking love sea life and everything, but like turtles that have barnacles on them or anything that like sea creature that has barnacles just... So like you guys know I play Final Fantasy 14. And there's Bismarck in one of the expansions, and in one of those expansions he's covered in barnacles. Yeah, that messes with me. I don't like it. I just kind of like close my eyes and forget about it, but internally I'm like shaking and I don't like it. All right, their beans are good. Let's go do this thingamabobber. Where's the hack? The hack. I wanted to say hut, and then I wanted to say shack, and I said hack. Chat. Chat. Try experiencing the Inquisition again with a different world history. Go to dragonkeep.com. Okay. Hi, little ghosties.
Let's find that Fade Rift.
What's with the path? Did
As I get myself... Guys, stop it. Here we go. Follow the lights. And then I know I'm headed in the right direction. Yee. I won't lie. Lighting the lights is my trail of breadcrumbs. I can't go the wrong way if I have a trail back. Light the light. Oh, son of a bitch. Now I'm Michael Jackson again. Alright. Love it. I feel like the issue that I have with the running and jumping thing tends to happen more when I'm a mage. Out. Alright. Light. Things are breaking. Why is it so spoopy? Alright, kill these dudes. Oh yeah, that'll work. Not necessarily what I wanted, but it does do the job. That was overkill. I shouldn't have done that. Guys, I have a heart. Should I sell it? Should I make money? Kaplooey! Alright, do this. And then we go this way. Oh, okay, I have to go this way. And we go further down. And we go further down.
There's dwarven ruins down here.
Looks like an old outpost. What's it doing here?
The whole area is still lit up. Remarkable.
You know, chat, I've never gone this way. Is this just the same path? He's so big. Ugh. I don't know if I want to be this close to him. Bull! Protect me! Oh, that would have eaten my ass. This is why armor is good, chat. Dorian, do I have to give you better armor? Probably. You're... Oh, that was stupid. It's a rage demon, chat. It's a rage demon! I put fire on it. At least it doesn't heal them. Then I would cry. Oh wait, no, I need this for the lady. So I've had to have come this way. Unless he like sneaks into over here? Isn't there like a door or something this way? Yeah, okay. Dorian. You can have that. And then go back to me. And then we take my supply cash. Boop!
By the rift, demons.
By the rift. Demons. Yes, one usually finds demons near the rift. So chat, I had a box today and I gave it to Mallow, like knowing full well she's not gonna sit in the box because she's not a box cat. She lays on top of boxes, not in them. But I was like, maybe you'll like this box. It's kind of perfectly shaped for you. She sniffed it, she appraised it, and then she said no. So, hi Perk! Thank you for the check-in!
More coming.
Good. Just got warmed up.
Mallow's like, look, if I gotta stay up late, I'm gonna have a midnight snack. Because that's what I do. I have a midnight snack. Why are there so many demons? Chat, drink water. Oh my god, there's so many demons. I don't remember there being this many demons. Oh, come on. Really? I'm on fire. I'm on fire. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm not okay. Oh, I got my thing. Where am I gonna put it? See, I need, well, you're a little dude. Okay, now it's just a little dude left. Cool. Close the rift. So chat, in all my playthroughs before, I used to have to, like, I used to hold the X button thinking I had to close it until it zoomed in, and then I realized I had to push it and then kind of like let it walk away. It'll do its own thing. Alright. The rift is sealed.
Stop the undead hordes from attacking Crestwood.
Woo!
Let's
Alright, now... Can I... No. Eric, I love you, but move. Thank you. How do I get out of here? How do I get out of... Oh, a chest! Boo ba doo ba doo boo 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 ba doo ba doo boo boo. There should be a door. Door? I think it was the way I came in. Maybe it is the way I came in. Maybe I'm just blind. Okay. Go back. Go this way. Go this way. And then we make another right. And another right. And just make all rights, chat. Make all rights until you make that one left. Here, Varric, I got a door for you. Chat, always keep a rogue. So that way they can lockpick. And then always keep a Cullen, because he's cute. Alright. I love how there's books in here. Like, I want to know how the books stay safe. Seems sketch. Alright. Excuse me, pardon me, thank you. Paragons, known and lesser known. Ooh, shiny item. So chat, I gotta ask, what is your favorite Dragon Age and why? And then what is your least favorite Dragon Age and why? And it can be something as petty as like, I didn't like the romance choices, or I liked the romance choices, or, you know, there's no wrong answers. I'm simply curious. You guys know mine. We talked about them earlier. So now I need to know yours. And we're at ad break. I got a patient kitty. Boop, 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 boop. Now, I'm not going to bed for another, like, half hour, 40 minutes. Chill, cat. Why don't you come up here and sit with me? Come sit. Or scream at me from the doorway. That also works. Meryl. Meryl. Ah, baby girl. Come sit on your seat. It's not a couch. It's a folding chair, but come sit on it. Come here. Here. Chad, I want to show... There she is. There's my girl. There's my girl. Hi, baby. Favorite. Hi, sweet girl. Oh, she getting kisses. Oh, she getting kisses. Oh, sweet girl. Hi, sweet girl. Hi, baby. Yeah. I know. We'll have snuggle time in a little bit. I promise. I promise, sweet girl. Yeah. Just come cuddle with me. Yeah. She gotta be up in my face. She's like, wait, Mom. I need to get head petties. Head buddies. She's just sitting at me. Hold on, chat. Does Mallow want to say hello? Does Mallow want to say hello? Wrong thing. Say hello, Mallow. She's like, okay, I'm here. Can I get head pets? Her name is Mallow. Her full legal name is Toasted Marshmallow. Because she is a toasted... Bye. She's like, I'm on camera. Fuck off. Because she is a toasted marshmallow. She is a calico with very much not tabby markings, torty markings. Now she's gonna go scream in the bedroom. She's my girl. We've only had her since August, but the vet practically next door to my house had a bunch of cats that they had taken in, because a lot of them were neglected. So they came from a house that the owners just up and left them. Just left all the animals in the house and moved to Florida. So we took her in, and I love her. She's a sweetie. She's very talkative. Very, very talkative. She hates getting her nails touched, so clipping her nails is a fiasco we're trying to overcome. Because we can't... I've been trying to burrito her, but now she's like, if the blanket's near her, she gets suspicious and she just freaks out. And fun shenanigans, fun cat shenanigans. But like, I'm her human, so she likes my boyfriend, but she's like, you feed me and you provide company when I'm sitting in my hammock, and that's all you're good for. Come here, Wraith, I need you. But like me, she'll like snuggle up with me. We'll have our cuddle times. I feed her breakfast in the morning. So apparently, chat, speaking of Mallow, so the other morning I went to bed, or I woke up early, because I was going to work early. So, oh, she's still screaming and walking through the house. That's whatever. I woke up at 6 because I had to get to work for 7. I did not feed her at 7 o'clock. I was not home. I forgot to text Doc that I didn't feed her because I was going to, and then I got to work and it was just kind of busy. So I forgot to feed her, or no, I forgot to text him that I didn't feed her. But I was like, well, she's always up my ass at 7 o'clock, so obviously she's gonna go and wake him up, or, you know, scream at him at 8 o'clock that she's not fed. Nope. She decided it didn't matter if she wasn't fed. She was just gonna go in her little hammock and just sleep the day away. And he noticed at noon that her dish was like empty. So he texted me about, did I feed her? And I was like, oh shit, no, I forgot to tell you. I didn't get a chance to because I left for work early and I didn't want her to wake me up at 6 o'clock from now on for food. So this bitch is like, I'm only gonna wake mom up. Dad could feed me, but I'm not gonna bother. I'm gonna just have mom feed me. I'm gonna wake mom up every morning at 7 o'clock on the dot, or 6:50 on the dot, to feed me.
What a sad mess. Will the Inquisition
And I'm
bring
like,
him
really? Really, cat? Like, I love you. I would kill for you. But really? I was like, I really thought she would bother you about it. He goes, no. She really didn't, like, not that she didn't care. But he goes, she just slept all morning. He goes, I wouldn't have noticed if I didn't look at her food dish and realize that it was empty. He's like, I only walked over there just like for some other reason. He goes, I noticed it was empty. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm talking about you, Judgy Cat. You could have sat with me. You could have kept me company. Okay, she's like, no, I'm gonna sit on the hallway and I will be Judgy Cat.
Your worship,
Alright.
I've already found the remains.
I found the bodies.
It is all. I will.
Mallow does that into the bathroom. She just body slams the bathroom door now. So the other morning, I was brushing my teeth, and Mallow's in the bathroom, obviously, because I can't go anywhere without her. And I just want to get out of Crestwood. I can't anymore. Get me over to Skyhold. And I turn the washer on and it's filling up with water. And when it stops, it like makes a quick like noise and then starts like the next cycle. She jumped and then sat further past like the doorway to watch the washing machine. And I was like, if that's what it takes you to not go onto the side of the room that we don't want you in, that we've told you time and time again we don't want you in, I'm here for it. Like, I do not I don't want you by the washer and dryer. You can walk into the bathroom, you can go hang out in the tub if you want. She doesn't. Like, you can do all that stuff, but just don't. Just don't go by the washer and dryer. Chat, Mallow's sitting on a box. She doesn't go in boxes. She goes on top of them. And I bought a ream, like a box of ream paper for my printer. Because it was normally $65 on sale for like $32. I'm not passing that shit up. I print like my novels and stuff for editing. She's sitting on the box. It's adorable. I'm gonna take a picture and I'm gonna post it in the Discord. Yeah, look pretty. Boop. Say meow. Boop. Chat, if you're not a part of my Discord, I'm such a bad host. Forgive me.
Have you heard anything? Not yet. I'll let you know as soon as I do.
If I can spell though. Nope, that's still not how you spell it. Nope. C-I-A-O-L-S. There we go. Join our Discord. We post pics and talk about things all the time, and it's great. We're a pretty cool bunch. Wait, no, I fucked up. No! I forgot to send quests out. Turn back around. Okay. Do I have to find the mayor? Because then who am I judging? Alright, let's take this one. And then we'll take this one. And then he's still going. He had 2 hours on his.
See the message I sent?
There we go.
Yes, thank you.
It saves me a minute. Does it really matter? Yeah.
Inquisitor?
We'll do that. That's fine. And then... find the warden. His girl, no. Wait, we did that one. Then why is it telling me? Oh, no. I'm just unable to read. Dark spot activity. Go.
Inquisitor.
Okay. We're good, chat. Bap, 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 bap. Let's see. Judge the prisoner. But again, who am I judging? Is it someone from
Impressive, is it not? Fit
the other
for a
quest?
leader, meant to show influence and the burden of it. It is where the Inquisition will sit in judgment. Where you will sit in judgment.
Okay.
Still more lives in my hands. You are a beacon of law.
I love how I really don't have the
But this needn't be bloody.
experience,
Sovereignty is derived from
the
allied
qualifications
values. You are
to
both
like
empowered
judge
and
people and their actions and stuff, but it's like, no, we're gonna do it. Thank you for the dono, Lumina. I appreciate it.
Seem merciful by comparison.
Let's go.
Is there anyone I should judge? Take the throne when you're ready.
Am I just really far behind? Did I just see that now? I'm a terrible person, chat. I know. I get it. Sit in judgment.
You recall Garion Alexius of Tevin.
Oh, yeah, it's
Titan
from
has
Haven.
given
Got
him
it.
to us as an acknowledgement of your aid. The formal charges are apostasy, attempted enslavement, and attempted assassination on your own life, no less. Tevinter has disowned and stripped him of his rank. You may judge the former magister as you see fit.
Chat, what's a mattress heater? Asking because I was just told about it and I have no idea what it is, but I'm like, does it warm my bed?
I remember what would have happened to Thedas if his treachery had succeeded.
I couldn't see
Exactly!
Do you think
A mattress heater. Like what?
You offer
I've heard
nothing
of
more in
blankets, like
defense?
warm blankets, like a heater blanket.
nothing?
But like
The people you
a
sent to
mattress
Thedas
heater.
gathered. You'll lose it
Do we have to
all.
do a Google? Do we have to figure out what this is?
Render your judgment, Inquisitor.
I asked for more information. I was like, too undetailed. I need more information. Make him harmless and tranquil. I'm executing him myself. Imprison him. He'll serve Redcliffe's mages. I want him researching magic. I love how if you choose this one, like, it sways a lot of people's opinions on you. Which is valid, but at the same time, like, I'm a mage and I know how bad tranquil is. So, but I won't.
Your magic was theoretically impossible, Alexius. I could use people.
Oh, chat. So
Your
it's
sentence
a
to serve under
heated
guard as a
dual
researcher
zone
of
mattress
ancient
pad.
medical for the Inquisition.
No execution. Very well.
I'm just gonna make a note for myself for later to look into that. I feel like we have so many freaking layers on our bed, but a mattress pad that warms up is kind of the best thing ever. Especially like it's cold. Well, the bedroom's not as cold because Doc's computer breaks a lot of heat. Plus the bedroom's smaller and so forth and so on. And but still, all right. Can I go flirt with my boo? I don't know. I have to find out. Boop. Boop.
Strangest thing. When I reached down,
My dagger was gone. Just gone. Hey, I leveled by walking to find you. Hi. Hey.
Inquisitor.
I have too many
Found
things
where the
next to
Red
me.
Templars come from. They're in full redoubt. The knights were fed red lyrium until they turned into monsters. Samson took over after their corruption was complete.
How do you know Samson?
He was a Templar in Kirkwall until he was expelled from the Order. I knew he was an addict, but this...
I met him in two,
Red
and I
lyrium
was
is
like,
nothing like
ha!
the Chantry. Its
He's
power
still
comes
scummy.
from
I had hope for him for like a second, and then not the first quest I dealt with him, but the second one, I was like, "You're scummy. Why'd you have to be scummy?" I wanted to be like surprised by you.
The Red Templars swarming Haven were proof enough.
We cannot allow them to
Okay.
gain strength.
Mm.
The Red Templars still require lyrium. If we find their source, we can weaken them and their leader.
You want vengeance.
Are you angrier at Corypheus or Samson?
I don't know. Samson at least should know better. Caravans of red lyrium.
Should
have
and
been
does are
smuggled
two
on
different
trade routes.
things.
Investigating them could lead to where it's being mined. If you confront them, be wary. Anything connected to Samson will be well guarded.
All right. Bye, boo. I love you. Oh, there's more. What a nice surprise.
As leader of the Inquisition, there's something I must tell you.
Whatever it is, I'm willing to listen.
Right. Thank you. Lyrium grants Templars our abilities, but it controls us as well. Those cut off suffer. Some go mad, others die. We have secured
That looks like the
reliable source of
weirdest
lyrium
fucking
from Templars,
application ever.
but I no longer take it. months now.
I didn't know sooner. You could die. You seem fine.
Cullen, if this can kill you.
It hasn't
Chat,
yet.
I'm gonna say I'm gonna
So
take
what
different
happened
choices,
in
and I
Kirkwall
don't.
couldn't. I will not be bound to the Order or that life
I've
any
seen
longer.
some of the choices, though, and
Whatever
there's some of them are
decision
very
you
nice.
accepted,
Very
I would
nice.
not put the Inquisition at risk. I've asked Cassandra to watch me. If my ability to lead is compromised, I will be relieved from duty.
Thank you for telling me. I respect what you're doing.
Thank you, Inquisitor. The Inquisition's army must always take priority. Should anything happen, I will defer to Cassandra's judgment.
Okay. Boop.
Did you need something?
You and the Red Templar's leader seem to have personal history.
When I arrived at Kirkwall,
Cat, now she's a loaf cat on a box.
he seemed a decent man at
She's
first.
sleeping.
Knight Commander Merrick
She's not too
took
angry with
spell
me.
Samson for erratic behavior. He ended up begging on Kirkwall streets. He committed further crimes, but managed to evade the Order's justice.
I don't want to say I wish I saw this in 2, but I wish I saw this in 2. I think it would have been interesting to see. Like, that's the one thing I thought was kind of lacking in 2 was you hear Meredith doing these like really heinous and awful things to mages, kind of blaming them and stuff, but at the same time it's all through third party. And I feel like for as not demanding or demeaning, but as how like loose cannony she was becoming and how judgmental she was becoming, I would have liked to see her kind of say or do things like in the street where Hawk was kind of present to see what was going on. I also, because I didn't play a mage, I am curious how the game reacts to you being a mage, because I feel like it's extremely hard to hide the fact that you're a mage when your staff is on your back 24/7. Because I played as a rogue and I had my sister with me, so she was the mage. And I know I regretted the choices that I made with her at first, but knowing what could have happened if I had like brought her with me, I'm glad I chose the option that I did. But at the same time, like, I don't know, it put me in a weird predicament. All right. Where am I? Oh. Really?
What was this place? So much room for whatever was here.
Solus, I walk in here all the time. You're telling me that if I took this stairway and opened this door, I could... Chat, I've always left the building. I've always taken the long way. Are you kidding me? I'm so offended. So offended.
Corypheus is back.
Well, shit. I love how there's a quest called, well, shit.
We can do it again.
We didn't just think Corypheus was dead. He was dead. No pulse, no breath, full of stab wounds. There wasn't a lot of room for doubt. It makes me wonder. I thought the wardens imprisoned Corypheus to use him. Maybe they did it because he can't be killed.
How did you and Hawk even wind up in a Grey Warden prison for ancient Darkspawn?
Corypheus sent people after
That was a
Hawk.
really fun
He actually
DLC.
got control of
And I
the
did it
entire
kind of by
Darkspawn.
accident.
Made them drink
I
Darkspawn
didn't know what it was.
We tracked the car to an old
And I did Legacy, and I was like, okay, interesting. And I realized it was the DLC for this, and I was like, ah, that's awesome. I love that. Don't kill him.
There
It's
has to be
fine.
a way to defeat Corypheus.
Corypheus is ugly, and I in no way want to smooch him, so therefore I must murder him. Because that, chat, is the only reasonable explanation to do anything. Oh, I'm dumb if I did it that way.
You had nothing to do with this, Varric.
Do it this way.
I was the one who led Corypheus. If I hadn't tracked the Carta to
Oop.
that ruin. But you've got more important things to do than listen to me worry. Just let me know when you want something shot.
Boop. All right.
Honored, Inquisitor.
I still feel like I should know him from Origins, and I can't for the life of me remember who he is.
No, it's worth to the fight exactly, but it's good work.
But I feel like he's someone I can talk to that isn't a main character and has no real prevalence to anything. So like he feels like he's important.
Where did you learn your
I just don't remember who the freak he is.
Carved a few statues in my day. And before you ask, yes, I chose to leave. I carved a paragon who turned out to be a sodding madwoman. Couldn't stand looking at it. The memory of a dwarf, right?
Any ideas about the origins of...
To Vinter, early. It's in the... Oh, I suppose the scene is...
the 100...
damnedest things.
The
Massive
100
spires
pillars.
that aren't stone. It's like a mortar. Don't know more than that. Strong, though.
Do you have insight into the stories these tiles are supposed to depict?
Tell you what. Who better, right? A good dwarven perspective.
All right. Goodbye.
Another time.
Goodbye. All right. Where am I going? That would be me. I feel like you're important. I'm not really, but are you sure? Because you sound like you should be important. All right, chat. I gotta go unlock stuff. So I guess we're going back to the war room. Yay, war room. Oh, so chat, I learned something very interesting. Doesn't have anything to do with Dragon Age per se, but I'm playing 13, and one of the characters that I met is voiced by Laura Bailey. And it's just coincidental because she voices Dagna. So she's in all the games that I'm playing. We finished Dispatch. She's obviously in Dispatch. She's in Inquisition. She's in 13. Probably in other stuff that I just don't even realize. Alright, this one's done. This one.
Crestwood has had no further trouble with the undead.
After what
Good.
happened, it will take time for the village to recover.
Boop. Alright, let's go here. Guys, I have 29 power. I need 8. I'm a little ahead of the game. Just a little bit. And then I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to get to, like, the Celine stuff, and I'm still not going to have enough points. I'm going to bring coal this time. Oh, screw me. Hit the button. Iron Bowl first. Then Dorian, then coal. Confirm. Chat, I can't tell you how many times I have cleared my party by pushing triangle instead of X to confirm. Or square to confirm, whatever. It makes me sad. I has one job. I has one job, chat.
Visitor, welcome to the Western Approach.
Okay.
We've sighted warden activity to the southwest, but no one's been close enough to figure out what they're doing. Between the sandstorms and the vicious wildlife, we haven't made it far out here. One of my men got too close to a poison hot spring and gave me a slightly delirious report of a high dragon flying overhead. In short, this might just be the worst place in the entire world.
The fact that Iron Bull loves to kill dragons just
Are you
makes
worried about
me laugh,
Someone
makes
has
me
to be
giddy. It's
trying
fun.
to die.
I enjoy hearing kids like,
Deliver that
boss, we're gonna kill
before
it, right?
it's Skyhold.
Boss, we're gonna go after her, right? Right? Tell me we're gonna, like,
And,
tell me we're gonna hunt her.
persuaded him to give up the orders he was carrying. We have him here. This
Okay.
entire place. It just feels like something's not
Also,
right.
chat, is it the Western
Be
Approach? The area that's a pain in the ass to unlock. Might be here. I feel like it is because of the desert. I found a trick to it. It's bad. There was a TikTok that pulled up and it was like, look, watch me glitch the system. And you take a horse like around it and you just kind of wiggle your way and it throws you then like over the mountain. To get to the side of the door, you can pull the lever and open the door.
What is it?
I was like, oh, now I need to do that because I have never done that before and I've never opened the door. Alright, good stuff. Nope, wrong button. We go this way. Get these. This. Take this. And we go around this way. Alright, chat. Moment. Oh, I didn't level myself. It's fine. I saved that and then I'll get annihilated. Oh shit! Cole! I don't think you've got points on you. Actually, maybe you do. I don't know if you have gear though. I have got really nice daggers for you, boy. I'm dying. Ah. Alright. Boop. Got them. Boop, 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 boop. These guys are annoying. I hate them so much. Sometimes they're not totally awful, but most of the time they're just awful. Ow! No! Good, don't knock me down this time. Go away. You're awful, Shriek. I'm dying. Let me not. Let me not. Okay. Are we good? Ow, I did that to myself, chat. I know I did. Close the rift. Who's grumbling? All the enemies should be dead. What's up here? I have little legs. I have little legs. There we go. Uh-oh.
They came from all over, miles and miles.
That's not what I wanted. Is it a cave? It's gotta be a cave. Damn. I fell to my doom for nothing. Nope. I don't want to fight you. I should because I'm weak, but I don't want to fight you. It's a pain in the butt. Give me this. We're on a hunt. We're on a hunt. We're on a hunt. Wait. Is it here? It's here.
Someone is missing a teapot, papers, and little biscuits.
What happened?
A long road, stumbling through the rocks, struck from behind.
Okay. I love how he just knows. Like, I get it, it's a spirit thing, but like, I love how he just knows.
A chantry symbol out here. Odd.
I don't know who they're fighting. I thought everything was dead. Damn, Dorian. That's a really cool lightning attack. I am here for it. That's pretty awesome. All right, let me go into my character inventory. And where is my boy? There he is. All right, I have things for you. Not that. You can have this one. And you can have this one. There you go. Now you have good weapons. And then I think I gave you armor. You can have that one. And you can keep your hat. That's fine. Okay. I should probably give him like gear. Like,
What are the odds that all these people just happen to die here?
I don't know how to explain it. Accessories. That's the word I'm looking for. Okay. This way. Yeah, little Fenric, little raccoon, not raccoon thing. Little fox thing. Take me to the people on the other side. Oh shit, I can't go this way.
We're fighting her, right? Tell me we're fighting her, boss.
See, I love that. Like, he's so giddy to fight the dragon. Everyone else is like, I don't want to fight the dragon. Why are we fighting the dragon? Like, why can't we leave the dragon alone? And he's like, yes, let's do it. I'm getting all hot and bothered trying to fight a dragon. I would do it if I wasn't a mage. I don't have, I can't figure out like builds and stuff in this game. I just like, oh, you give me good defense, I take you. Oh, you give me good health, attack, I take you. Alright, this one. This one. Oh, I need this. Need that. Cool. Touch you.
Trail leads on.
I want to get to this camp. I think this camp is where we're going to get to tonight, chat. Because I have to get to bed for work in the morning. Yay, day job. Well, I would love to be like, I'm just going to play my favoriteest game ever. I always do this, and then I regret my choices. Climb. Climb. Climby, climby, climb. I believe the thing that I was looking for was this way. I believe it was you. Please tell me it was you. It was. I guessed correctly, chat.
Might be something here. Better take a closer look.
This way? Can I get inside there? No, I have to do it from inside there. Can I just... I don't know if I've ever found this thing. Girl, can you climb the rock? Thank you. Yeah, see, it should be like... Dorian, how are you dying? That could be how you're dying. Alright. Look, I found camp. Didn't find the shiny thing that I was looking for, but I found camp. Alright. Cool. Alright, chat. It has come to that time of the night where I'm going to call it a night. It's 12:01. It's perfect. We did it. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. I greatly appreciate it. You guys are awesome. I hope you had fun today. I certainly had fun today. Bringing my besties on screen, playing my favorite game, being all cozy, hanging out with everybody else, being raided by awesome people for a raid train, celebrating charity, and my favorite game. Yeah, I think this was a good day, chat. See, chat, I can go live on Thursdays. I appreciate it. Thank you for having me, Munchkin. I greatly appreciate it. Very, 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 very much. As always, my friends, make sure you take care of yourself mentally. It is just as important as taking care of yourself physically. I do also hope you have a great and wonderful rest of your night and a fantastic day. Tomorrow, I will not be live tomorrow as I have to go to a holiday party for my office, but I will be back on Saturday at 2 p.m. Eastern for Code Vein. We're starting Code Vein this weekend, chat, so be ready for that. More vampires, chat. Because the Silas banner wasn't enough, we decided we needed more, and we're going Code Vein. I should save my game. Now that I'm sitting here staring at it, I should probably save. Haven't done that in a hot second. But thank you to everyone who donated throughout the raid train. Thank you guys to all of the amazing streamers that participated in the raid train. It has been an honor to close out the night for you guys. I do hope you had a wonderful stream. I hope we raised all of the money, did all the good things. Twyla, if you do not know, is an amazing organization that does amazing things for mental health, addiction, self-harm, anxiety. It is an amazing group. And you guys should all check it out. I used to have a command for Twyla. I don't know. Twyla left on her. Nope, my buttons have decided to break. Do I still have that command? I don't. I used to have a command. But it is an amazing organization, chat, and you should all check it out. They do amazing work. And while we haven't raised money for them in a couple of years, I'm still a proud supporter of them and the work that they do. Go check them out. There's the website. I think I did it right. Maybe, possibly. But I love you guys. I do hope you have a great night and a great day tomorrow. And one last thing, I know we do not see each other tomorrow, but if you want to hang out off stream and find out all things going on and off stream, we have things posting and all this fun stuff. There are my socials: Blue Sky, Discord, YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, all of the works. All there, all the best ways to keep in touch with me and find out what's going on. Like I said, on and off stream, we got some cool stuff dropping this week. We got a Zane Myth dropping on the 14th. We got Final Fantasy 13 dropping on Saturday. We got a Silas Myth dropping sometime in the coming days. So yeah, look forward to it, chat. I love you guys. Deep breath me. But again, thank you guys to everyone for raising money. I know Twyla raised over, I think, $1,400 since we started earlier this month. So in 4 days, not terrible. I'm here for it. But I love you guys. Go drink water, take care of yourselves, and I will see you right back here on Saturday at 2 p.m. Eastern for Code Vein. I love you. Drink water. Till later.